Muy buena gente, ¿cómo estamos? Aquí muertos de calor, Dios santo, Dios mío. Bueno, a ver, mientras vais viniendo y no vais viniendo, me pongo los cascos. Y bueno, a ver, vamos a ver si le damos una empujadita al juego. Pam, 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 pam. Bien. Voy a compartir esto. Vale, en varios estos formatos. Ah, sí, vale, estábamos con el capítulo de la aliena. Voy a ver cómo se oye hasta que entréis. Que si no, yo no sé si estoy robótica o no. Vale, no. Pero sí que me voy a acercar más el micro y... Vale, voy a compartir esto. Qué calor, gente, qué calor. Odio el verano, lo odio muchísimo. Bueno, vamos a ver si conseguimos hacer algo con la lana esta. Y... es el profeta.
The end is upon us, but our Earl will lead us to salvation.
Is that so?
A hard hand for hard times. It will all make sense. You will see.
No, he's talked himself into a rage.
But we are not lost. We must prepare ourselves.
Ay, que me he echado crema. Está súper pegajosa. Y estoy pegajosa. Bien, aquí estamos con el café, esperando que el aire acondicionado haga su función y sigamos.
That's not the price we agreed on.
It is what we agreed on, both of us. Good to see you, Meg.
Ah,
I'm
sí.
here to collect the money we've made so far.
Excuse me. We were in the middle of something.
What's the problem?
Even you merchants have become thieves. What a rotten place this has become.
He ordered the cartload of wool weeks ago, but now he refuses to pay the
Let's think about why the prices are so high this year.
So you can put more money into your pockets?
Actually, the Earl has raised all fees. It costs more to pass the gate, to set up shop, to get a license, and to trade.
I suppose. But the price is not as was agreed.
Did you use a tally to record the price?
But, are you with the sheriff? Just who are you, woman?
I am the owner of this business.
Oh.
Here's our half aliena.
Now, would you kindly hand me your part of the tally?
Ay. ¿Cómo medían antes?
There are more notches on our part.
2 pieces, 2 different prices.
Granted, adding notches to our part would have been much easier.
Aha! You're admitting it.
But the area with missing notches is thinner than the rest.
You're right. It looks like something was carved off.
He intentado
What? Are you saying I'm a
engañarnos.
fraud?
Look, times are hard for all of us. I won't report you to the sheriff.
This wool will not make enough cloth for all of my master's servants' clothes. Let alone all the shirts he wants for himself.
Whoever pays servants and wants to wear many shirts should be able to pay the price for quality wool like this.
Quality? Yes, but it is not high quality. Now that you mention it, I see it. I cannot pay that much money for bad wool like this.
Now he's doubting the quality.
Fine. Then let me prove the quality of my wool.
Oh, just you try.
Vale.
I'm taking my business elsewhere.
Please, calm down.
3. Meg is managing this store for me.
Give it away for
You're
free.
trying to rip me off.
Let us work out a
Come on. I
compromise.
thought you had more to spare than that.
Outrageous.
Let's negotiate.
First you say one thing, and then you say another. Is this how you treat all your customers?
Madre mía, es que para pelear con los mercaderes busca un experto que evalúe la lana. Muy bien.
I'll find an
Pues,
I'm waiting.
Meg. Lo que pasa es que igual no me la...
Robbery.
We agreed on the price.
Our valued customer would only dismiss them as my accomplices.
Claro. Vale, bien.
That's not the price we agreed on.
It is what we agreed on. Both of us.
No, I'll
Daylight
keep the wool.
robbery.
Me quedo la
We agreed
lana,
on the
vale.
price.
Family woman fed like this.
Pues abandonamos el mercado, a ver. Comandante de flamencos, monjes, vendedor de pan, herrero. Mercado, mercado, mercado. Camino. ¿Qué es esto? Palacio del Obispo. Lejanas estructuras de piedra. Bueno, pues...
I don't have any business in there now.
Vale, directamente me dice que aquí nada. Hola Miguel, muy buenas.
Would you be free
Sí,
for a
hoy me
sales
escondí.
discussion later
Tengo mucha
today?
calor y
Ah, Lady Aliena.
he salido de noche y ya sabéis que cuando salgo de noche
I've
no tengo
heard
muy buena
business is
cara.
slow.
Not for me, it isn't. Plenty of knights need my services. These men have cleaned up well, I'd say. It suits me just fine that the Earl has swept the criminals off the streets. And those complaining about money and fees were never my customers or my friends.
Bueno, aquí estamos con Aliena, a ver si encontramos a alguien que nos diga que la lana es de
I
calidad.
should find the Flemish merchants instead.
Ah,
They know
flamencos,
their
vale,
wool.
flamencos están aquí. Están ahí. Vale, voy a hablar con esta muchacha, ya si este canto ya lo tengo hecho.
What are you carrying there?
Not for sale. Or eating. Don't steal. Go away.
Vale, vale,
Oh,
vale.
I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh.
Ay, madre, está muerta de hambre. Bueno, si encontramos comida le daremos. A ver, vendedor de pan.
Can I
Sí,
interest you
sí.
in some horse bread?
Is that the only kind you have here?
Estoy súper mega
It's the only one that
fresquita.
hasn't gone green yet, I think.
If you sell green bread, your customers will get sick and you'll get into trouble.
What? Are you with the sheriff?
No, don't worry. Everyone seems to be afraid of Sheriff Eustace. I always heard he was a fat and lazy man.
It's not him. It's the Earl. Killed a good friend for milling without permission yesterday. Buried him
moler
under the
sin
rubble of his
permiso.
mill.
What? Shouldn't you make fresh bread?
If you bring grain from outside the town, you must pay taxes nowadays. My friend's mill out there was a blessing. Sometimes he even let me use it for free, which was why they killed him. And I can't afford using the Earl's mills here in town.
Ay. Monjes.
Excuse me, do you know if something happened in Shiring? I know
Bueno,
you
¿tú qué te
suffer
cuentas,
because of
Miguel?
the
¿Cómo
war,
estás?
But the town
Cuéntame.
never used to seem this grim and hopeless.
No, we wouldn't know. We are but pilgrims in search of God's miracles. And a saint who will heal my foot. And my eyes. But yes, Shiring seems to hold no miracles these days. We heard the Earl is punishing his people for his own entertainment.
I heard so too.
Claro que los has visto antes. Vale, los flamencos.
Aren't you tired of Christian art? Their sad faces and dull colors are always giving me a foul mood. Just like this town.
I agree. I'd prefer to see lush paintings of the fine things in life.
A ver.
Excuse me, would you care to give me your opinion on the quality of this wool?
Of course. Please, show us. Oh, how wonderfully soft.
And what thorough scouring. There isn't a hint of dirt or grease.
The fiber is exceptionally fine, and the color is even and light.
Vamos, que tenemos una
Suitable
lana
for
de
high-quality
PM.
garments.
I'm glad you think so too. Would you be so kind as to confirm this to a customer of mine, should the need arise?
Of course. Just send them our way.
With all these taxes and the shrinking markets, I wasn't sure whether visiting Shiring would still be worth it. But for that quality of wool, I'll say it is.
Bueno, aquí ha dicho que no quiere ir. Pues ya vuelvo, porque aquí no tengo nada más que hacer. A ver.
Things are taking place
A ver.
that will lead our generation to an end.
First you say one thing. Is this how you treat all...
There are Flemish merchants just a few streets away. They were very interested in my wool. And they would be delighted to confirm its quality to you.
Anyone can let their friends lie for
Joder,
them.
macho.
It is sad, but it seems we can't find an agreement. Keep your money, good man. We'll sell to somebody else. I was made an offer by the Flemish merchants, but I declined. I'm a merchant with principles, and we promised the wool to you. They'll be delighted to hear the good news.
No, no,
A ver, no.
Maybe we can negotiate. My master would not want me to leave here with empty hands.
Ay. Ofrecer una solución.
Let's find a compromise. You buy the wool at the price we believe we agreed upon.
Why would I do that?
I will guarantee you first rights to my wool next year.
The prices go up when more than one bidder is involved.
I know. My master would not be pleased if I returned without wool one day. He's got an awful temper.
Pues ya
Fair
está, ¿no?
enough. We have a deal.
Pues trato hecho. Págame.
I'll buy your wool at your price.
Espero que sea suficiente para sacarnos de líos. Muy bien.
Pleasure doing business with you.
You've learned well. A good merchant always strives for a deal that feels like a victory for both sides.
I had a good teacher. One more thing.
Podría igual intentar sacarle más pasta.
Could you try to get Ovid's Amores for me when you travel to Winchester? It's a book.
Yes, I can ask Brother Theobald. His book collection is more comprehensive than the church would like.
Then he'll be the right one to ask. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Vale. Lo suficiente para sacaros de líos.
The fleeces used to be bigger.
Si le doy.
That's not because it rains.
Open your eyes! The signs are all around us!
A ver, Philip.
That's the cute.
We stand like pillars of salt. But I'm sure the Earl will accept petitioners soon. I hope it's before the workers at Kingsbridge leave the construction site.
Vale, supongo que tendré que seguir dándome una vuelta.
Good quality.
Our food is rotting! Our animals dying! Our home...
Pleasure doing business.
Likewise. Remember to come to the next.
I hope it's not going to be here in Shiring. You... Pleasure
Likewise. Remember
Vale,
to...
vale, hace con ella
it's not
la...
going to be here in
¡Hey,
Shiring.
María! Muy
You'd be
buenas, ¿cómo
smart to
estás?
sell somewhere else.
Yo estoy muerta de calor, tengo mucha calor. A ver.
Have you seen a group of knights?
I'm not sure. I saw...
It's all right. Have you
Tía
seen Richard
chicharra,
and his
tengo
knights?
mucha calor.
They
Me he
came
tirado
by
todo el
and
día
looked at a few
durmiendo.
swords.
Estoy
They didn't mention where they were going.
Lenta de reflejos. Vale, a ver. A ver si el vendedor de pan. Hemos
Have
puesto
you
el aire
heard of
acondicionado
Richard of Shiring?
y a ver si me llega
The
ya el
knight?
fresquito.
Whoever that is, why don't you ask the sheriff? He seems to have his eye on...
Have you seen a group of knights led by a man named Richard of Shiring?
No, we just arrived and headed straight for the church.
Ah, still. Thank you.
Sí, ahora tengo 4 días, luego hago otro bloque de día y noche y me junto con unos 10 días libres. Tengo unas ganas
Have you
que no
seen
lo
a
pueden
group of
imaginar.
knights led by a man named Richard of Shiring?
A group of knights, you say?
Are they perhaps interested in buying linen for a new gambeson?
They might, but I need to find them first.
We shall be on the lookout then.
Voy al camino. Muy bien, yo también sigo en las sombras, María. Voy a ver si consigo avanzar el jueguecillo. Ah, mira, has lío por ahí. Vale. A ver este sendero. A la noche espero... Si seguimos a la noche, intentaré poner la webcam, que sé que os gusta tener la webcam puesta. Porque así me veis las expresiones y eso, pero es que hoy tengo mucha calor. Y como problemas en la cara que tengo, cuando tengo mucha calor me salen unos eczemas que no me gustan nada. Entonces... A la noche, si me ha hecho efecto mis corticoides, me quitaré, pondré la cama. Si no, pues no.
The remains of Waylaren's castle.
Igual era, quería engañarnos para conseguir la piedra y construirse él un castillo. Pero como Philip salió ganando, salió con los de Shiring, con el cabrón de los padres de William, pues se quedó a mitad. Sí, más me he puesto mis lociones, mis aceites y todo. Pues ya sé. Y eso que soy anticremas, ¿eh? Soy anticremas, antilociones, anti todo y Y cuando estoy mucho tiempo sin ponerme el tratamiento, me pongo peor de la cara. En fin, chicos, gente. Un asco. Bien, ¿a quién le preguntamos? ¿Dónde estamos? Ahí. A ver el mendigo.
That's not him. He doesn't seem to be here.
A ver si el tío este sabe algo.
That's not him either. That's not him. That's not him either. Have you seen a group of knights led by a man named Richard of Shiring?
You mean King Stephen's knights?
Pues sí, Miguel, lo que tengo es un problema de seborrea en la cara, que normalmente en invierno la llevo súper bien, pero en verano con el calor, pues en los cambios de temperatura también. Y normalmente se me suele poner un puntito rojo en la barbilla, que a veces en algún directo me lo habréis visto, pero es que se no consigo quitarlo, pero cuando se me pone en la frente es horroroso.
Good day, Sheriff. Will these people have to wait much longer?
If you have a complaint, talk to the Earl.
Y encima, como tengo múltiples alergias a muchas cremas y a muchos componentes, pues a veces me pongo algún tipo de crema nueva y no veis cómo se me pone la cara. Hasta que me baja la inflamación. Era leal a mi padre.
Shouldn't you be by the Earl's side to be his advisor?
Our Earl is no use for me today, but I think you'd be to his liking. Go ahead and wait.
Pues el problema de la psoriasis es horrorosa. Cuando es en los codos es muy molesto.
If they hadn't replaced father, I could have helped them. Have you heard of the Lion and Lamb? Apparently it's where Richard was last seen.
A tavern, isn't it?
Vale, vamos a
Forgive me,
buscar
I
la
only recall
taberna.
the name. An interesting image. The lamb and the lion drinking from the same trough.
Y encima, como tengo la manía de dormir, no sé si os pasará a vosotros. Cada uno tendréis vuestra postura de dormir. Pero yo duermo con el brazo encima de la cara. Pues ¿qué pasa? Pues que me la acentúo más. En fin. Me tenéis ya muy vista, gente. Me tenéis ya muy vista. A ver, ¿dónde está la taberna?
There's no tavern around here, I think.
Una taberna, claro. ¿Y dónde está? De lado, pues... Yo de lado, sí, de boca abajo no suelo dormir.
No, I'm not leaving without Philip.
Pero yo suelo dormir boca arriba. Con el brazo encima de la cara.
Ah, one of the finer taverns in this town.
The good taverner has helped me secure a few trades in the past.
You can find the taverns east of the marketplace.
Al este del mercado. Norte, sur, este. ¿Este? Ahí está, taberna. Sí, mira, aquí vamos a la taberna a buscar al hermano de Aliena. Muy buena, señor Homa. Usted se ha dignado a venir. No me lo puedo creer. El borracho de pueblo, con mirada fija en el fuego. Luego... A ver si se va a caer usted ahí.
I don't have time to deal with drunks. No need
A ver
to
si ha
ask.
visto a mi
There
hermano.
they are. I have to give money to my knight.
Sorpresita. Hey, hey,
I
hey,
don't
hey.
have reason to disturb them.
Muchas gracias por ese hosteíto, señor Miguel.
No right thoughts enliven me while my stomach's hollow. You hear? Fill us up.
But you haven't had a right thought all day.
Maybe I'll be the next Earl then.
¿Cómo está usted, señor Homa? Ay, me acerca el portátil. Me lo deja muy lejos. Tabernero, dígame dónde está mi hermano.
Is this the lion and lamb?
The very same.
Sentado, ya. Sí, porque...
Any new information on Maud's army, Sir Alonso?
Ah, vale, este es el hermano.
Robert of Gloucester will bring the Angeli. There are said to be 1,000 men. But
Ah,
Stephen
muy
will be
bien.
in war.
Muy bien, muy
We
bien.
need him to lead the charge.
Does Robert of Gloucester have skilled men fighting for him?
Yo me he levantado hace media horita o así.
Victory and glory will be ours, one way or another.
Hemos comido y hemos visto el último capítulo de Loki.
Are you ready for the battle?
Y me he echado la siesta.
It's my duty to be ready.
Good.
Simon.
I hear you will face Empress Maud's army, Sir Simond.
We will do battle on the beautiful grounds of the illustrious Lincoln Castle.
Pero eso está en Netflix, ¿no, Miguel?
Don't say it like that. She'll think we're just going there for the landscape.
Ah, but what a magnificent picture it makes.
Oh, just don't let yourself get distracted by the beauty, Sir Simond.
As you won't be there, I'm hopeful that I can focus on directing my blows at the enemy.
Bueno.
My lady.
A ver, aquí está, bebiendo y fanfarroneando. De Toledo. Un hábil aliado. Vale, a ver.
Today we ride to Lincoln. Drinks are on me.
¿En serio? ¿Me estás diciendo que consiguió dinero para que le pagues a,
Another round for everyone.
para que le pague las rondas? ¿En serio?
It's Sir Richard.
Nonsense. We're all brothers, right?
It is Sir Richard.
Oh.
And here I thought you needed my money for new armor.
Oh, I do.
No.
A knight is only as good as his equipment. Have you seen Alonso's sword? With men-at-arms so well equipped, how could I fight alongside King Stephen less well equipped?
And inferior armor may cost him his life.
Only the best for the best.
De verdad, el hermano en el...
Hey, you should be more
El hermano
responsible
es,
with our money.
vamos.
I spend it on my reputation. What's more responsible than that?
You are paying for other people's wine. Some of whom you don't even know.
Knighthood is about more than fighting, Ali. It's a way of life. We fight together, we drink together, we die together.
Right you are. To hell and back we go. to hell and back.
Alonso, you make that sound like a bad thing.
But you could spend our money a little more wisely.
Pues sí, la
Do
verdad
you
que sí.
want William Hamley to become Earl of Shiring or me?
What kind of question is that? If we're lucky, then he will never return from the Holy Land.
He already did.
What?
Te has dado bien al mando, ¿eh?
We ran into Robert of Gloucester's men. At first, I wasn't sure it was him. He wore the cloak of a crusader.
No. Don't do it. Please. Have mercy. My God, please. Don't.
Gráfico total, ¿eh?
And then King Stephen called out his name.
William Hamley, join me. We ride.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to upset you.
You what?
This is not about you or me, Ali. Allowing the father of that monster to remain Earl would not only betray our father, it'd mean betraying everyone. William is a butcher, a filthy bastard without honor.
Mind your tongue. You speak of the son of the Earl of Shiring.
I am the son of the Earl.
Sir Richard, your father went against our king and lost his title and his land.
A ver que está poniendo interesante,
You
¿eh?
are not the heir to the title, not as things are now.
What did you just say?
Oh, easy.
You treacherous bastard!
Calm down. Do you want to slaughter each other and help the enemy?
Exacto.
Accusing me of treason. You're most loyal man at arms.
Me or William? Choose a goddamn side, Alonso of Toledo. Come on, choose!
Quizás sea capaz de lograr que se dejen de discutir. Buf, va a ser difícil.
You disparage me for stating the truth.
Obviously, they
I've
have no
always been
idea
your
how
most
to
loyal
settle
man
a
at arms.
conflict without
Have
a
I not?
fight.
The one with the biggest mouth, too.
I've collected our earnings, Richard.
Good. At least there's one person I can rely on. My sister.
Can't believe this.
I'm sorry, but I can't let you go into war arguing like this.
I asked for your money, not for your advice.
¿Por qué te vas un poquito la mierda? Hermano
I'm just
estúpido.
trying to keep you grounded.
An
How dare
apology
you
would
imply
solve
that
this.
William and his fat father have a right to my lands?
I'm sorry. You see? There's nothing to it.
I said nothing wrong.
Now, can't you just
I've
agree
collected
to
our
disagree?
earnings, Richard.
Please.
Good. At least there's one person I can rely on. My sister.
Can't believe this.
I don't have time to settle your fights for you. You're two adult men. Act like it.
I didn't ask for your help now, did I?
Ala, toma, niño estúpido.
Here.
Finally. I mean, thank you, Alan. This will cover decent equipment.
Si os estáis dando cuenta,
It will do.
para que se callen.
Just promise to be careful.
I've learned a few tricks. I'll be fine.
Must you really fight? What is all this good for?
For father, Ali. I will save Shiring from Percy Hamley.
But who's going to save you?
With men like these, I'm afraid I'm already beyond saving.
I see. I wish you the best of luck. I'll be at the marketplace giving Philip his part of the money.
And make more money, I hope.
Si os dais cuenta, en aquesta que estaba hablando en valenciano.
And again, you think money solves
Realmente la que le está solucionando las castañas es una mujer. Y en esta época las mujeres eran nada, despojos, solo servían para tener hijos, para la casa, y es ella la que está manteniendo a este hombre.
Return safely.
I'm a knight, Ali, not a child. You keep provoking me.
Good luck.
It's not about luck. It's about making the right decision. I've had better offers, you know. I'm staying out of
try
loyalty.
To keep them from...
That's a big task for a slender man like me.
Enjuto como yo.
You're a knight, for God's sake.
Enjuto, no sé lo que significa.
But it seems like you don't believe me.
Exacto, Joma.
I do. Well, bloody act like it.
The taverner makes money.
What?
No he conseguido que hicieran las paces. Vuelvo al mercado. Internet. Internet.
Patience.
Not just gonna give them away for free.
A ver, toma, Philip.
Here.
Thank you. It should be enough to keep our workers around until I have solved our problems with Percy Hamley. But Tom said that without stone and timber, we will have to stop construction in a month.
You must speak to the Earl.
Have you finished your business?
Sí. Paso de mi hermano ya.
Glad to hear it.
No hace más que sangrarme.
Philip, I now understand why our market at Kingsbridge has had more visitors lately. Shiring isn't what it used to be. Steep taxes and strict laws have taken their toll on the town.
Is that so?
These merchants would give anything to do their business at another fleece fair, but there's none nearby. They need a place with fair taxes.
Hola, neighbor.
One that can put those taxes to good use.
Are you thinking of a fleece fair in Kingsbridge?
Call in the monk and the woman he's with.
You, impatient monk. It's your turn. The girl too.
Me? What? Did you
Hala,
want me to
pues
come
vamos.
with you?
No. We're not first in line, are we?
Well, lucky you then. Get moving.
Vamos, que nos hemos colado. Ahora estos cuando salgamos nos van a abuchear.
Philip of Gwynedd, Prior of Kingsbridge.
¿Qué?
The
¿Qué quiere?
Earl of Shiring.
Thank you for hearing me, old Percy. Please allow me to introduce my friend, Aliena of Kingsbridge.
I knew it was you. Oh, it doesn't sound like you missed me.
Te odiamos, queremos que te mueras.
I demand to talk to the Earl of Shiring. He has broken his word.
You are talking to the Earl of Shiring.
Bishop Whaler.
Y el de Boaleran.
The enemies of this earldom have taken Percy Hamley from our midst.
Mother!
Do you consider yourself a friend of the earldom of Shiring, Philip?
Friend?
Aquí ha habido algo que se han colado,
That monk is drinking the blood of my earldom.
It is not for us to damn them, Lord William. But judge them we must.
O sea, nos van a hacer...
Your parents had an agreement with King Stephen.
You're a thief. You both are. And you once told me that some sins cannot simply be forgiven. Then it should not surprise you that I don't take as kindly to thieves as my father did. Shiring is changing.
What crimes did we commit then?
The king has never licensed a market in Kingsbridge.
Your market is illegal, Philip.
You are stealing my taxes by allowing my people to trade in your sorry priory, and you disrespect my authority!
Is that true, Philip?
I will talk to the king about this.
You and your friends have always played by your own rules. But not anymore.
¿Es capaz de haberse cargado los padres?
Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. The days of Kingsbridge Cathedral are over.
Now leave. The next time I will show no mercy.
Es que esto así en el libro no pasa. Esto aquí lo han cambiado un poquito, pero bueno. Esto sí que pasa, porque como va tan próspero y da tanto trabajo la construcción de la catedral, pues al final la gente va viviendo allí y va haciendo pues como un pueblecito. Sí, pero que es que es que luego en el libro William sí que aprecia a su familia.
I had assumed that as long as the market was held within the walls of the priory and the taxes supported the construction of our cathedral, Kingsbridge would need no market license. I had made a foolish mistake. Now I had no option but to call on King Stephen for help. And
A ver
as
cómo
Aliena suggested,
lo atan en
I
el
joined
juego, a
the
ver cómo lo
knights
atan.
on their way north to Lincoln.
Tengo curiosidad de ver cómo hacen el desenlace de esto que han cambiado del libro. Lo han hecho bien, ¿eh? Es que la serie, el primer capítulo da a entender que el Walleran, bueno, el otro, mata al padre de la Mau para que el otro, el Esteban, sea gobernador. Pero no cuentan en que Mau va a presentar guerra para lo que es de su hijo, porque creo que estaba embarazada ya, porque es regente.
Most of them had no horses and no weapons to speak of. As King Stephen prepared for his final battle against Robert of Gloucester, he had ordered all able men of his earldoms to fight in the north.
Ayer me metí, anoche, ya tarde en el trabajo, me metí en un directo de Delondal, que sabéis que os sigo y es en inglés. Oye, y estoy empezando ahí a hablar en inglés y todo, y me estoy actualizando. Y se suscribieron 2 personas de ese chat porque el chico, a pesar de que es inglés, se ve que sabe un poquito español y se han suscrito. Y se ve que han visto que estamos jugando a los Pilares de la Tierra y dicen que es maravilloso el libro. Vale, a ver. Yo estoy aquí con mi cafenito. A ver. Recorrer el campamento. Irse a dormir. Vamos a recorrer el campamento a ver qué se cuece.
They were husbands, fathers, and children about to fight in a war that most of them did not understand. It was then that I witnessed Aliena's brother Richard shouting at a man. The man was in tears, saying he did not want to fight and begging to be allowed to go home.
Y te mandaban a la guerra sin preguntarlo. Y si eres una familia, porque en esta época supongo yo que las mujeres tendrían muchísimos hijos, muchísimos. Y si hay guerras que duran muchos años, se te va la mitad. ¿Habéis visto la película de Salvar al Soldado Ryan? Pues eso. A ver, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Intervenimos? Voy a intervenir.
I told Richard to have pity. Full of anger, he told me that he would hang deserters himself if need be. Then the man interrupted us by shouting infamities about Robert of Gloucester and started to laugh. Richard and his knights joined in and began to cheer for the king. Richard seemed to me just as desperate as the young man, but he did not know it.
Está chulo lo que es el dibujo ahí. Ahora no está la webcam, podéis apreciar el campo, que yo a veces con la cam tapo muchas partes del
His
juego.
temper would not make him a just earl, I thought. But again, I hoped to see a cruel man win his battles, only to defeat a man more cruel than him, William Hamley.
Sí, sí, pero aquí ahora ya no tienes tampoco tantos hijos. Y creo que en la guerra esta si no podías mandar más de 3 hijos de una misma familia.
After a long first day on my way to Lincoln, I found a place to rest. I fell asleep soon and dreamed about soldiers. But these soldiers were not on their way to Lincoln. They had come up the twisting hillside path to our little hamlet in North Wales. My brother Francis and I had tried to outrun them and to warn my parents. But as always when I had this dream, we were...
Pues no pondré más la cam, ¿qué os digo? Así disfrutamos más. Y así si me saco mocos y cosas de esas.
Abbot Peter came to take us in, just as it had happened so long ago. But this time, in my dream, something was different. I was 6 years old then, and Abbot Peter had not yet taught us about God. But still, I asked the monk the question, why did God do that?
El libro empieza con la historia de Philip y Francis, que son hermanos, y cómo matan a sus padres, que los tenéis aquí, sanguinariamente. En el libro es bastante explícito.
I had said that. It had been my voice answering the child. It was me. I was responsible for the fate of these children, Richard and Aliena. As I tried to calm
Con las manos
them, I
manchadas de
realized
sangre.
the blood of their father was still on my hands.
Es que realmente, porque él fue, es porque está el padre de estos dos muertos. Muy bien, Miguel. Cómpranos algo fresquito.
I awoke with a start. It was as if my dream had not been a warning, but a reminder. I had sinned, and I had to atone for my sins. I prayed that I would be able to help those that had already suffered by my hand, and all of Kingsbridge.
Yo sabía que había un límite, pero no me acuerdo dónde. Lo vi en alguna película o algo. Ahora vamos, a Lincoln.
After what felt like an eternity, the sun rose and we continued on our way to Lincoln. As we moved, I remembered hearing that Bishop Waleran had been to Rome, and William had fought in the Holy Land. I told myself that King Stephen would eventually see these men for what they really were. He had to.
Y
And I
aquí
tried to convince myself
iban a
that
pata a
God
todos los lados,
would make things right.
¡Ay, sí, un Maximón! Un Maximón. Mientras tanto...
You are late. Is it done?
No. Their builder is alive.
What about the saint?
I couldn't get into their crypt unseen.
You disappoint me again, Timothy.
Please, when did I ever fail you before today, Right Reverend?
Regan Hamley is alive.
Vale. La mujer, ya me estaba extrañando a mí.
She didn't.
No. Your poison has left her in a deep sleep. When the time is right, I will send our Earl of Shiring to finish what I asked of you. Kingsbridge will fall.
Vale, digo, es que a mí yo recordaba que la madre de William vivía, pero el padre no. Igual me he perdido alguna parte y no recuerdo que murieran envenenados.
Hurry up, my friend. Or do you not want to see our king after all?
Pobre Philip.
I fear I must.
Then let's not waste more time. Come on, Philip.
Ya voy. Debo pedirle a Rey Esteban una licencia de mercado. No me queda otra. Pues vamos a por ella, a ver.
Better not get too close.
Leales a Mao. Ay. A ver, la palabra de Dios.
Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God.
The slow man loses more than his righteousness in battle, Philip. Where do we find King Stephen?
Who's asking?
Richard of Kingsbridge.
I've heard of you.
Good things, I hope.
Maybe. You can go inside the cathedral.
Where are all the knights and soldiers?
I should go first.
But this is a house of God.
A ver.
Only 2 more days.
If they know what's good for them, they'll surrender.
I'd be disappointed if Maud would give up so easily.
My king! You have my sword!
Good! Who is that?
Richard of Kingsbridge.
Him.
Ah, él.
Now, what about those archers out there?
Parece que no le ha gustado mucho.
Where is Alonso? Is he still not here?
No. He joined one of the other groups because you wouldn't stop arguing.
Ah.
Maybe it's for the best then.
I doubt it. I only wish your sister had tried to keep you two from quarreling.
Pero no pude, que no había
She
manera.
would be a better diplomat.
She? Don't make me laugh. And now stop whining. We will go into battle soon. For the king!
Ah, for the king!
Bien. William y sus hombres. Hombre, teniendo al tío este aquí.
He was on a crusade and took lives in the name of the Lord.
Por
Why
Narnia.
does the Lord not reject the sacrifices of men like him? Why? I will spare myself the malice of infamy.
Bueno, a ver. El rey. Sin duda, estamos perdidos. Se está preparando para la batalla.
There's no 2 ways about it. I have to go out there myself to see what's going on.
My king, Ranulph's archers are only waiting for you.
They know they'll be at my mercy once I've dealt with Robert the Bastard and Ranulph the traitor. I doubt they dare shoot me.
Stephen, be reasonable.
Henry, will the church for once shut up? We are at war. Wonderful. Now, I will go out there.
Que sepas que eres rey porque nos chivamos nosotros. No vengas metiéndote con la iglesia.
I must know why they posted the archers up there to just for once use your brain.
Yes, my king.
My king?
You? What are you doing here? Have you come to atone for having your monks write that heretical book?
No, my bishop.
So you continue to doubt your bishops, your pope?
Henry.
How dare you show your face here?
Henry! I told you I am not to be disturbed.
This monk should be thrown into a cell. Maybe then he will see reason.
What? Because he doubts your miracles? I have to admit, having someone walk over red-hot plowshares, or putting his hand in boiling water to prove he's innocent, is entertaining. I give you that.
Stephen!
But the monk is right, of course. There is a tendency that your miracles conveniently happen when the church needs them most. Whoever believes that to be a coincidence, or miraculous, deserves no place at my table. What is your name, monk?
Philip of Gwynedd.
I will make sure my brother won't arrest you. If anyone will have you arrested, it's me.
My king, I have come to see you.
I have no time for you. Unless you know a solution to my problem. There are archers outside, probably looking forward to killing me. But I have to see what's going on out there with my own eyes, without getting shot. If you have no solution for my problem, better not waste my time, or I will have you arrested.
Vale. Todo porque hemos escrito un libro de nada, ¿eh? Un libro de nada. Metiéndonos con la iglesia y esas cosas.
Father, I'm afraid.
Come now. What are you afraid of?
I own a mill. I built it myself. The only thing I was ever good at. I will die if I have to fight.
God is with you.
Then why doesn't God help me now? I can't go out there. I can't.
Hide in the church, but let no one see you.
No. No, I won't.
Entonces, ¿qué quieres hacer?
Thank you, Father.
Una vergüenza. Esteban usa la iglesia a su antojo. Los obispos apoyarían cualquiera que ocurra este poder. Bien.
The people of Lincoln support Stephen, but I doubt they could help him now. men on top of the wall all carry bow and arrow. They are watching the cathedral closely, as if they were waiting for something.
Están esperando a que salga el rey.
Maybe it will help the king if I tell him what I saw.
Vale, quizá el rey se muestre satisfecho cuando le cuente lo que he visto.
My king, I would like to tell you what I saw outside. Maybe then you will not have to put your own life at risk.
Tell us what you saw, monk.
What did you see?
Archers.
No me
They were
digas.
waiting for something.
For our king, of course.
No. No, no. There's more to it. What else did you observe?
Nothing more, my king.
Oh, that's not enough.
Vale, vale, pues voy.
I have to see them with my own eyes.
Ah, sí, es que está, los estás oyendo.
No.
Están ahí los dos medio
What would be the
durmiendo.
safest way to face an archer?
Are you thinking of joining us in battle?
Nope.
He's finally become one of us.
Never mind.
Vale.
I doubt he would know the answer. A shield could surely stop an arrow. My king, you could use a shield to protect yourself.
A well-directed arrow can pierce a shield, a helmet even.
Then why do all these men wear helmets?
For luck.
¿Cómo se ríen de él? Vale, sigamos.
If Stephen were to ride on a horse, he would probably make an even better target.
Eso sí que lo tenemos claro, vale.
No, they have mocked me.
Pues sí, ya sean. Vamos a ver lo que hay fuera. A ver este señor si nos da alguna idea.
Our king's advisors believe it would be dangerous for him to stand out here in front of the archers.
They're right.
They are?
Don't worry. They won't waste their arrows on monks and peasants. But the king would definitely be a tempting target. Would end the war in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't hesitate to shoot the bastard of Gloucester either.
Ya está. Vestirlo de campesino, de monje o algo, a ver.
If you were to dress like a poor man, not like a king or a soldier, the archers might not shoot at you.
This is highly inappropriate, Philip of Gwynedd.
It is. But he's right. Robert's a bastard, but his men are not without honor. Who are you again, monk? Why have you come?
I'm the prior of Kingsbridge, my king.
Ah, of course. The prior of Kingsbridge.
I have come to ask for your help.
What could be important enough to disturb the king at a time like this?
Robert of Gloucester will attack in 2 days' time.
Let us find out why he's here, shall we?
Me lo he ganado, ¿no?
Get
Me lo he
undressed,
ganado.
Prior of Kingsbridge.
My king.
Don't be shy. It was your idea, after all. Ranulph's men have been nervous all day. Now, why is that? It's such a simple war. And yet, they could stay holed up in my castle for another month, all these men. So why have the archers out at all? They'll be safer inside. They don't have to stand up there.
My king, I have done all you asked of me. Now please, listen to me.
Of course, monk. Let me guess. You're here to ask me for help with your illegal market.
What? The income was only used to support the cathedral. I did not know we needed a license. The market was held on the church's ground.
The church is not above the law. This is not the Holy Roman Empire.
No, of course not.
Your market is illegal. I supported William in his decision to punish you. For it didn't merely pay for your cathedral. It also paid for the children of that traitor Bartholomew.
But Aliena and Richard are no traitors. You said so yourself. You said they shall go free.
I remember my words, monk. But the Earl of Shiring tells me that a knight in my employ seeks to convince me to change my loyalties.
I wouldn't know much about that.
William Hamley and Bishop Waleran said you were sly. Now I think I know why.
My king, you must not trust them.
Hear me now. You will not receive a market license, and the children of Bartholomew will hang if they go against the Earl of Shiring. Do you understand?
Lo hemos hecho muy mal.
Of course. That's why all those archers are up there. Robert of Gloucester is not attacking in 2 days. He's attacking today. To arms! It's an ambush. Do not use the front entrance. They knew that would draw us out. Get my clothes. I need my horse.
As Stephen and his men went to face the approaching army, his brother, Bishop Henry, urged me up to the top of the cathedral. His fear had made him forget about our dispute. I had never been that high up.
¡Hey, Drea! ¡Muy buenas! Pues aquí vamos. Creo que le hemos cagado un poquito.
I closed my eyes to pray.
Hemos hecho que el rey quiera castigar a los... Esto es lo que él quiere en el libro.
And I prayed that Stephen
no me va a dar el permiso y no... Y quiere matar a Lena y a Richard.
Over the lives of the king and his men. And as I did, I realized that ever since the dream about my parents, I had not prayed. What if, as in the dream, my prayers would not be heard now? I begged the Lord to make me see. To make me see that he was there.
Philip, look!
I was too far away to understand what was happening.
Robert's men. They're winning. Stephen is lost.
¡Sí, que pierda!
I felt like the world was spinning under my feet. I was afraid that I would fall. I closed my eyes.
Así es, William se va a hacer la mata, también.
And then I saw.
El diablo. La verdad es que este capítulo en el libro está súper chulo.
Where are the women?
And then I knew it was us.
Exacto.
Only us. No
Como
devil
demonios.
to harm us. No God to protect us. Only us.
Philip was gone for 2 weeks. We had no idea what had happened to him. To be true,
Sí.
we had other things on our mind, Ali and I.
Are you sure we're alone?
Right now, there's only you and me.
Look at that.
Told you.
I hope Philip and Richard are all right.
Ojo, pues están en guerra, ¿sabes?
Say, Jack, have you read our book?
What about you? What did you think?
No, this is Philip's fault. If all this falls apart because he set up an illegal market, he alone will be responsible.
I have faith in him, and so should you. Who else could save Kingsbridge if not him?
Do you still remember the text?
Well, do you?
Well... I think I remember one part.
Oh? And which one was that?
Before me, she stood. Her clothing set aside. No flaw to be found in all her body.
All clothing was set aside?
All of it.
And there was no flaw?
No flaw at all.
Oh, his shoulders and his arms I saw and I caressed. And then his chest, a form made to be felt and touched.
Careful there.
Oh, oops. Sorry.
Don't be. How flat her belly beneath her slender waist. Her flanks, what form. What perfect thighs.
Yours are remarkable as well.
That's not how the text goes.
Is it not?
Maybe it is. Why recall each aspect? Nothing that I saw lacked perfection. as I hugged my naked body close to hers.
Jack.
Yes,
I love you.
I love you too. I always will.
Muy bonito, sí.
No. It's only us, Jack. You and me.
Sí, sí.
It is us. Only us.
Hey, Philip the Prior. Monk!
Tras la batalla de Lincoln.
That's better. Never let them see you weak. Stand tall.
How many died?
What?
How many people died in the battle?
Too many. I even lost my horse.
Ya
But
ves, te
Robert is
importa
not
más
an
el
animal.
caballo.
I'll give him that. Or we wouldn't be here.
This book feels different now. What about Ranulph's men?
Probably glad to be out of the castle after all that time. Probably looking for women and getting drunk. What is there to look at, monk?
Why do you do all this?
Because I want to. No god, bloodline, or fate made me king. I took the throne. I chose to rule, and I chose to fight. And I'm not done yet.
Is it worth all these lives?
To best Maud? By God, yes. It's a game that I intend to win.
Richard!
Don't draw attention to yourself. Not when they have you in a cage. Not if you're the king.
Why am I in here?
You are with us, are you not?
I prayed for your defeat.
Pues sí, porque me caes muy gordo.
I don't hold it against you. And it seems you have God on your side.
God is not responsible for this madness. Man is.
You were right about William Hamley.
How so?
The moment the battle took a turn for the worse, he and his men switched sides. The Earl of Shiring is fighting for Maud now, and for Robert.
William Hamley is only fighting for himself.
Te lo dije que no te fiaras de él.
Waileran.
He's over there. Thank you.
Francis!
Oh, Philip.
Of course. You came with your master, Earl Robert, did you not?
Yes. When I heard from Bishop Henry that you were in Lincoln, I started looking. He thought you were dead.
Not yet. It is good to see you, brother.
Henry said you came because you need a market license.
Yes.
I think I know someone who can help. I'll have you released, and then we will go to Winchester. Just be patient for a moment.
What about you?
Ay, cómo me gustó el libro, de verdad.
My royals will make their moves. The game is not yet over.
If you want peace, if you want to save the lives of the innocent, you have to give up.
Never. That's the only thing I'm not good at.
Then there really is no hope.
So this is your brother?
Mira la Mau.
I have heard much about you, Prior. Your brother has supported
Me
our
gustó
family for many
muchísimo.
years now. And we remember those who are loyal to us. Hereby I grant Kingsbridge the same market rights
Toma
as
ya.
Shire.
The same rights?
The same.
Thank you, my queen.
Thank you.
The bloodline is restored. Not long, and my son will take his rightful place here on the throne.
All will be as it was. I will be a just king, as Grandfather Henry was.
Peace will be restored in England. Do you have anything else you wish to tell us, Prior?
A ver.
No. Nothing.
Thank you, my queen.
No sé qué he elegido, pero es que no me da tampoco tiempo a leerlo. Vale, documentos. 1141. Tras la batalla de Lincoln, la corona inglesa concedió licencia del mercado de Kingsbridge. Al hacerlo, concedía los mismos derechos a Kingsbridge que a Sini. Philip por fin podía reabrir su mercado y organizar su propia feria de lana. Es una gran oportunidad para el pueblo y sus gentes, dado que los mercaderes detestan las condiciones impuestas sobre sus negocios en la feria de Sini. Ahora están subiendo los impuestos y eso. Esto sin duda reportaría grandes beneficios a los que habitan a Kingsbridge y a los comerciantes de Aliena. Esta zona, esto de aquí, en el libro, es una pasada. El pobre Philip con la ropa interior que suelen llevar debajo de los hábitos y no va con el traje del rey. Es muy divertido. Perdiste la fe. Hemos perdido la fe. Seguramente me habré dejado algo más.
In the last 2 days of the Fleece Fair, we have collected more money than we did during the last 3 markets combined.
Is the Earl of Shiring not opposed to us doing a fleece fair of our own?
The law protects us.
And our lord.
He is. Our time of trepidation is finally over.
It will never be over.
What did you say, Philip?
Nothing. The music is too loud.
Our prior is right. The display out there is not appropriate for our monastery.
The fair will be over soon. And by then, Kingsbridge will be self-sufficient.
Tom. A ver. Me cae fatal. Ah, vale, manejamos a Tom. Vale. Habla con Philip. Dime.
Philip? Ah, you're back. How are things at the quarry?
All's in order. We won't have any further problems. So, why did you ask me to come?
Pero que dice que el cura, las pasa canutas,
He got into a fight with Alfred again. Have you come to a decision yet about my proposition?
Yes. I think it wise you take in Jack as a novice. He wouldn't work on the cathedral, but he could stay in Kingsbridge.
Es que los han
Can
pillado.
already read and write, and there is much more we can teach him here. What does his mother think?
She may never agree to marry me because of this. She believes I'm favoring Alfred. But Alfred is the master craftsman. I taught him since he was 6. Jack is only an apprentice. And the two can't go on like this.
Y tiene una pedazo pelea, que se cargan el molino, bueno.
I have no choice.
Y es o lo echan del priorato o se hace monje.
For all of them.
Ahora se pone interesante. También.
Let us talk to Jack then.
Yes.
Es que tiene mucha trama así de intriga y ya no solo la guerra y, o sea, no solo es la catedral, sino la vida cotidiana entre ellos y cómo la iglesia es que realmente lo quería controlar todo la iglesia. Vamos, eran los que decían que si el hijo de este, que no es hijo, hacerlo novicio, ¿no?
Let us talk to Jack then.
Yes.
Y el Remigius. Sí, aparte que te hablan un poquito de la historia, porque se ve que todo esto es real.
Tom.
Pasó. ¿Qué?
Wait for me.
Vamos, va.
Philip. Something is ailing you, isn't it? Philip, you told me in Cuthbert once that if you became prior, you would want the novices to be treated well. Unlike how Remigius treated Brother Marcus before he left us. Remember? It was the day little Jonathan came to us.
Yes, I remember. He was so little.
You achieved what you set out to do, and so much
Pero ahora
more.
la iglesia no está tan controladora. Aquí, vamos, era una pasada.
We have not had time to talk since I returned.
There was time, but you avoided it.
Aquí prácticamente iban todos los domingos a la misa y ahora, ¿cuánta gente de tu alrededor, Joma, conoces que vaya a la iglesia los domingos?
It started even before I left my brother in Winchester, but he's still in the middle of all the chaos out there. I'm afraid. For him. For all of us. But it's not just that.
No?
I think I've lost my faith.
You?
Let us talk later, like we used to.
Yes, of course. We will.
Are you not coming, Remigius?
I have pressing matters to attend to, my prior.
All right.
And what kind of surprise is it?
Well, I think you'll be amazed, both of you.
Ooh, now I'm curious. When can we see it?
It should be done this afternoon. Come on, Jonathan. Let's have a look at the bear.
Yes, please.
Have fun, boys. Any idea what he's up to?
I have no idea.
Father, Jack took tools from the site. I don't know what he did with them, but I know he took them.
Well, you two won't get a chance to quarrel in the future. Philip will see to that. But Jack is not the only one to blame in this.
Cómo lo odio al Alfred de verdad, eh.
Martha, have you seen Jack?
He went with Jonathan to see the bear fight.
With Jonathan? That's dangerous. What is he thinking? Oh.
Ya sabemos que el chiquillo es... Vale.
Oh, by the way, I've heard from Richard.
Is he all right?
Message didn't say, but I assume he's fine.
Why's that?
He says he needs me to buy him a new horse.
Caballo nuevo.
Look at him go!
Are you sure you want to see this?
Of course. What a show.
Why did the bear and dog fight?
It's in their nature. The beast that is more clever and stronger wins.
No. For them, there is no winning.
Jonathan, come here. You shouldn't have brought him here. It's dangerous.
I'm always doing something wrong no matter what I do. If Alfred had brought him here, I bet there wouldn't have been a problem.
There would have.
Maybe it's better if you and Jonathan go.
Come on.
Jack.
What?
I know how you feel.
Oh, really?
The world is unjust. We are like these poor animals, forced to tear at each other's flesh. It is a game that they force us to play.
Who?
Felipe está tocado, ¿eh?
No. The kings and empresses, even the bishop, Tom, and all of us are made to live in an unjust world in which we are forced to make unjust
Y que la iglesia no deja estar junto a Tom y a Agnes.
And we don't even know we are playing their game. You have every right to be angry. But there is a way to remove yourself from that cage. Perhaps not for the sake of God, but for the sake of man.
What do you mean?
I want you to become a monk.
Ay. Es como si el oso fuera el este.
Wait! Don't go wandering off on your own.
Y Jack el perro. No tiene más remedio que... Ahora vamos a por el chiquillo. Mira, Agnes.
Have you two seen my son? Ellen. He went over to see the bear fight.
Aliena? I have come to...
To what? What's wrong with your brother?
I've no idea.
Aliena, I have come to ask for your hand. In marriage.
Are you mad, Alfred Builder?
What?
Why would you think that I... What was that?
No os perdáis comba, que esto es interesante. Ay, pobre.
Now. I'm here. Should have looked out for you. You wanted to go all the way up there? Like Alfred and Jack do? Come on. We'll go together. You and me.
So, this is it then?
Who's that man?
I am the Earl of Shiring, boy.
Stay with me, Jonathan.
Now, while my men inspect your market, tell me, where is your saint?
A crypt.
Speak up!
Tom!
The crypt!
Oh, you are Tom Builder. Two birds with one stone.
Jonathan!
En el libro sí que da la sensación de que se va a caer del andamio. Pero aquí, bueno, lo han hecho un poquito... lo han resumido. La tumba, el árbol... Ay, Agnes.
I'm sorry, my love. I am so sorry.
All is well, my husband. Rest now. Rest.
Es que el William es más malo que malo. Ay.
They were burning by God. They were on fire. Where are the others? They're going to kill them!
Aliena! Milius locked the door.
From the outside? Is he still out there? No.
No, over here! They're out here!
We won't make it. Thy kingdom come.
A ver.
Thy will be done.
Come, we must help the wounded outside.
No, no.
We must!
You didn't see what I saw. By God, you didn't. The Lord is my shepherd.
As we have forgiven our debtors.
Brother Andrew.
Pray with our brothers. I will make sure nobody leaves.
I must go out there and find Jonathan.
This is beyond your power. Only God can help him now.
No puedo salir.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
It was the Europe. I saw him.
Igual eran.
Why did this happen?
What?
The Earl wouldn't do this without a reason.
As it is in heaven.
Por el mercado.
What did you do?
Give us this day our daily bread.
Encima le echan la culpa al...
And forgive us our debts.
Arrows! They're shooting arrows into the cloister!
Forgiven our debtors.
Everyone stay away from the windows!
And lead us not into temptation.
Si hago esto...
Deliver us from evil.
There is no time for this.
Vale, va. Jack, vamos.
Milius locked it! Milius! I think I can hear him out there.
Return our saint, or you will go to hell.
No. You go.
No!
Our Father, God, who art
William Hamley.
hallowed be thy name.
Aliena is still out there. So is
Thy
Jonathan.
kingdom come.
Damn it.
Tengo que encontrar a Jonathan.
On earth as it is in heaven.
Vale, Aliena y los demás están fuera. Necesito salir.
Aliena! Oh no!
As we have forgiven our debtors.
The gate is locked as well. Aliena is this way. So are the attackers. If we go this way, they might not see us. You're right.
Amen.
But it's locked.
Be quiet.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Vamos, va.
Hallowed be thy name.
And pray.
Jack? Jack!
I
Ah, mira, el hombre este que no...
Move, Mary, please. We must leave him here.
No! I have to help her! Peter! We cannot leave her here.
Words from the scripture will calm her.
Look at her, husband. Look at her. Your words won't do any good.
I won't allow you to poison her, woman.
This herb will help her. It works.
I will not let you use your devil's work on her.
I have herbs for her.
Don't listen to this woman, Philip.
What's going on here?
Look at that poor woman. Her husband has died in her arms. Your sub-prior refuses to let me help her.
Her herbage is the devil's work.
We must get her away from here. William
Sí,
and his
sí,
men
sí,
will ride this
está,
way, I know
vamos.
it.
Y la
You're
situación.
right. We must make haste.
Philip, I told you this woman is
Que
a
te
witch.
calles ya,
You're a
Remy.
fool. This is henbane.
Henbane?
The devil's eye. So you admit that you are trying to poison this woman.
Oh, does the evil eye of the flower intimidate you, you old goat?
Calm down, all of you.
Prior Philip, take this. It will calm her nerves if she chews on it.
Será algún tipo de valeriana o algo así. Toma.
Prior James was right about you.
Prior James? Ugh, you have no idea what kind of man Prior James was. You are a fool.
Are you sure this won't harm her?
Yes, I am.
No! We grow herbs too, Remigius.
Exacto.
Go ahead. I'm holding her.
Ah, se relajará.
I told you. Maybe I was wrong about you, Philip.
How could you do that?
Ay, que te calles ya, tío. Me meo en ti.
We need to move now.
Y literalmente en el libro se mea en él. Se mea en la Biblia, en la iglesia.
Why would the Earl of Shire do this?
Shut up, or they will kill us all.
It's them.
Shh.
Be quiet, please.
Look at him. He did quite well. He got pretty far.
There was someone here with him.
Hugh was right. They might be close by.
We should make haste. We got what we came for.
Not yet.
Joder.
Walter, why do I get the feeling you're upset?
We didn't have to do this. We came for the saint.
They deserved it. Like this ugly bastard.
Kingsbridge defied us for the last time. That monk, the bitch, and the bastard she's fucking.
Come on, move. After him.
But William said...
I said move.
Ya, es que no me había dado cuenta que me habían puesto la secuencia esa y digo, no, ahora mismo nos van a matar aquí a todos, ya verás.
My little cub, are you all right?
Did you see Aliena?
She was in the market. I heard William calling out her name.
Jack, come. We must find her and Jonathan.
Aliena. La han quemado todo.
Dear God. God. Oh. No. Aliena! Aliena! Jonathan!
He took everything from me again.
Aliena! No matter what you do, no matter where you go, I will find you. Every time you think you're safe, every time you play house, I will find you. And I will crush you.
Todo por rechazarlo, cabrón.
And make her watch.
Aliena, are you all right?
I swear by Almighty God, and Jesus Christ, and all the saints, that I will take care of my brother Richard until he has fulfilled his vow.
Can't you hear me?
Jack! It's all gone. I can't support Richard like this. What am I going to do now?
Desastre.
Tom. Oh, God. No.
Y encima nos han matado al constructor.
We must ask the bishop for help. The bishop? Are you mad? I heard he is behind this. Shh.
How can we go on living in Kingsbridge now? Will the cathedral still be built?
Not without the market.
It must be, or there'll be no work for us.
Please. Our prior will answer all of your questions.
Philip, they are waiting for you.
Yes.
Can we stay in Kingsbridge? Or must we move on?
Too many. And 8 more lives were taken.
¿Estoy ya o no estoy ya?
Will the Earl of Shiring be judged for what he did?
He must be!
Yes, he must! What about the saint? Where is the saint?
Adolphus will protect us.
It would be better if you answer their questions.
Please tell us what to do.
Bueno, ha muerto muchísima gente.
The rumors you have heard are true. The remains of Saint Adolphus were stolen from this crypt.
Oh, we are doomed.
The saint's
Who
gone.
took him?
Was it the Earl of Shiring?
Why would he do that?
Milius died to protect the saint. I saw it.
Is he not well? He looks pale.
Brother Andrew is overseeing the repairs. And we will be able to continue the construction of our cathedral. Tom Builder's son, Alfred, will take over the position of Master Builder. Though it will take longer, for we will not hold a market again. And I am happy to welcome a new novice. Most of us are familiar with him, so I'm sure we all can share the sentiment that he will be
Sí, no,
very
se me cortó a mí
welcome in
también,
our
se me
tribe.
reinició el directo.
Jack,
as was Tom's wish.
Why were we attacked?
Was that really the Earl of Shiring?
He will answer your questions. All of them.
Please tell us.
Tell us what will happen with us.
Attack.
With Kingsbridge.
Y pues se cortó en el momento que estaba contando los muertos.
No. This attack was a great tragedy. I cannot think of why anyone would do that to us. It is impossible to grasp how these men could just...
You went against the Earl of Shiring!
He said you defied him!
Philip was in the right. We had a market license.
Our prior was in the right, but we all knew what kind of man William Hamley is. Defiance will only lead to more grief.
I agree.
You should have been more careful. We must never again hold a market.
No. No, we must not.
The Earl stole the saint because of Philip.
But it's not his fault, is it?
They all had to die for the market.
Why is he not answering?
Please answer.
Why is he not saying anything?
How will we go on?
Why is God doing this to us?
Answer them?
No. I cannot give you confidence. The stories of how God tested the faith of his followers. I see now how true they are. I think you do as well. I am asking myself, where is God? Why did he not prevent all this? I do not know. I have no answer.
Entre que ha perdido la fe y toda la pesca.
One day, God said to Satan, "Look at my man Job. There's a good man if ever I saw one." So Satan said, "You've given him everything. That's why he's a good man." But God said, even if he were to lose everything he has, his faith in me would not falter, and I will prove it to you.
You will burn in hell for this.
What? I defeated your greatest enemy. It was a holy mission.
It's not up to you to decide that. Even your father would not have been that foolish.
I am not my father.
They saw you. They know that the Earl of Shiring is a murderer. What if my allies in Kingsbridge were hurt? What then?
Absolve my sins.
Only if you announce your loyalty to King Stephen.
No, Stephen lost. He is weak.
Bishop Henry will not approve of me giving absolution to a supporter of Empress Maud. Are you a man of the church or not?
I am.
Then do as you are told. And never defy me again. Is that understood?
Yes, my bishop.
Lo controla el Walleran. Un mogollón de peña muerto. A ver.
One day we'll tell everyone everything about us, Ali. All of them.
Al hacerse novicio, ya no puede estar con esta chica.
Maybe we should have told everyone while we still could. Maybe there would have been ways to make it last. Jack! Oh, what is he doing in there? Jack! Oh, Jack.
At least I still have my hair.
Where can we go from here?
Anywhere we want.
What is this?
I told you I had a surprise for you. Remember? This is it.
What is it?
It's a first version of a fulling mill.
Is fulling the cloth all by itself using the motion of the water wheel?
Yes. What do you think? You'll be able to sell even more cloth, not just wool, like you wanted to.
It's what I always wanted.
Then why do you look so sad?
William Hamley.
We will go someplace else then, where he won't find us.
He will find me, wherever I go.
You can't just give up.
I'm not giving up. And I'm not running away. And because I'm not running away, there is something I have to tell you.
Hombre, pasaban, a ver, pero tampoco es que estuvieran comiendo todos los días costillas, pasaban a pan y vino de aguado. En el libro habla mucho de vino aguado o cerveza aguada.
I'm getting married to support Richard.
Ahora ya lo ha perdido todo. Ahora no tiene...
It's not important. William will burn down anything that I build up. This is the only choice
Eso sí.
I have. My husband will pay for Richard's expenses. It's the only way my brother can protect our people.
I will marry you.
Voy a hacer como pasa en el libro, ¿eh?
This is not about what I want. William Hamley did not kill all those people because the bishop told him to, or because of Philip. He did it because of me. I need money to support Richard, not just any husband.
Any husband?
Jack, this is not just about you and me anymore.
It used to be.
Because I was irresponsible. I am the daughter of the Earl of Shiring.
No, you are not. You were once.
What do you want me to do? Run away and live in a forest? Just you and me?
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Do you think I want this? Did you not see what happened here in Kingsbridge?
You know I did.
But you hid for days while we buried the dead. What for? To build a machine we can't use? Just doing what you feel like is not the most responsible choice.
Who do I owe being responsible?
We owe Kingsbridge, Jack. And I owe my family and my people.
And what about me?
You became a bloody monk.
It's the only way they would let me stay.
I know, I know. I am sorry, Jack. If you love me, let me fight the only way I can.
Y como él inventa una especie de para aplastar la madera con el ruido.
Who is it?
What?
Who are you going to marry?
He has steady income from the houses he builds in Shiring and Winchester. And he is a master builder now.
What?
Dear Francis, once you asked me if I often think of our parents. I do. And I often think of the day they were killed.
Muy bien, Miguel. Que te refresque
And of
esa
how
ducha.
Abbot Peter took us in. Peter raised us and taught us about God. We grew up in the safety of the monastery. Only now have I begun to understand that outside the priory, the killing continued every single day. I have come to believe that if God was just, he would not allow all the pain and bloodshed. A few days ago, William Hamley and his men attacked us. Many died by their hand. Milius is dead. First, I believed I had brought the devil to Kingsbridge, for I thought I had seen him in Lincoln. The last few nights, I did not sleep. I was afraid that in my dreams I might flee from his grasp in blind terror toward the river and drown like Prior James did. But I know this is not the work of the devil, but of man. But why does God not put an end to it? Most of what Abbot Peter taught us was right. For he taught us about living in seclusion, away from sin, away from want, away from the world that turns man against man. I know I blamed you for what happened after we got involved with Bishop Wayland. I do not anymore. But I blame our church and men like Wayland, because they involved themselves in the bloodshed. As Peter taught us, I will go into seclusion. The answers I seek are not out there.
Yo no voy a
Maybe
seguir
I
nada.
will find them in here.
Put that away!
Stop it immediately!
No, Jack! Oh!
A ver.
Jack!
Jack! No! This is not what we do!
Ugh, get off me, you freak!
No!
Jack!
Take him away. Lock him up.
It's all useless. No. It's all useless.
Pues nada. Busca una salida. Joder, las palomitillas están las pobres, una en la telaraña, otra quemándose en la vela. Y esta se ofega.
Jack.
Mother?
The water duct runs right under the cell. Look for a loose stone in the floor. It'll sound hollow.
What? How do you know that? Mother said to check the floor, not the wall.
A ver, ¿dónde?
This could be it. Oh, the cracks are too narrow to pry it out with my hands. No. It'd be too small to escape through anyway.
A ver.
Doesn't sound hollow.
Sí, pero...
I don't think so. That won't work. That's a way out, all right, but there's no... Mother said to check the floor, not the wall.
Suelo. No, esa no. Tiene que ser esa de ahí. Esta.
Mother was right. It sounds hollow. The cracks are too narrow to pry it out with my hands.
Vale. A ver si con el cuenco puedo.
The bowl would crack. No, I...
Ahora sí. Venga, va.
With that hole, I could lift the slab out. She was right.
Jack, tell me, was it about Aliena? I know about you two. I have known for a long time.
And how did you know how to get out of that cell? How did you know?
Your father. He was locked up in there as well.
Was he a monk?
No. They said he was a thief, but he was not. They hanged him, but he was innocent.
How? How did it happen?
Someone here in
Ese none con esa Ray.
told him he could
Muy
go.
buena.
A mile down
Una
the road, he was
personita.
arrested
Muy bien.
and
Muchas
accused of
gracias. Oye.
theft. It was like a game to them. They said he had stolen that cup from the priory.
Who said that?
3 men. He managed to escape the way you did, but they caught up with him. They hanged him in Shiring.
Who were those men?
It does not matter.
¿Cómo está
It's
usted,
all in the
Noni?
past now.
Once you told me my father was a jongleur.
No pasa nada, te
That
preocupes,
he
es
came
normal.
from France.
That is what he told me.
Vale. ¿Quién fue el padre de Jack? Examinar. Vale, según la madre de Jack, los rumores sobre su padre son ciertos. Fue ahorcado por robo en City, pero Ellen sostiene que Jack Shalebourg no era ningún ladrón. Está convencida de que los responsables de su muerte son otros, 3 hombres que del priorato de Kingsbridge, para a continuación detenerlo por robo. Ella se niega a hablarle allá de los hombres que acusaron la muerte de Jack Shalebourg. ¿Quién eran? Aunque Ellen sin duda quiso el juglar francés, porque era cantante, lo cierto es que ni siquiera ella conoce las misteriosas circunstancias de su llegada a Inglaterra. Qué bien fresquito te has quedado,
You want to leave.
What if I have family there? There must be someone who remembers Jack Sherberg, right?
I knew this day would come.
I'm not a monk.
I know.
And I can't work here with Alfred.
I know. You really love her, don't you, Aliena?
Yes.
You truly are his son, Jack Jackson. This place is too small for you. After your father died, I went into the forest to get away from it all. But if you live like an animal, then they treat you like one. Do not let them, ever, find your way in the world. And when it leads you back to me, I want to hear lots of new tales.
Pobre madre.
Of course.
Muy bien, None, muchas gracias por quedarte de lurk.
Those that killed your father, the people they killed, will return to haunt them I promised them.
Wayleran disrespects you.
After all I've done for him.
Why rely on him for salvation? There are many priests, many bishops.
Maybe. But you are not making decisions for me either, Walter. No one is.
Pues lo está haciendo, ¿eh?
If the Lord wants me to support Wayleran, he will let me know.
And what if he does not? What then? Will you allow Wayleran to order you around?
Yo tampoco tardaré en cortar el stream. Quiero... Además ya llevamos 2 horas del otro, creo que es, y una media hora de este. Y terminar el capítulo así. Y esta noche a ver si lo podemos terminar. La primera corona que ganó, la tienen marcada.
It's getting...
A ver. Pues sí queda eso para terminar el capítulo. A ver si lo terminamos. A ver, espera. Oh, no.
Yes?
I'm sorry for disturbing you on an important day like this, but have you by any chance seen Jack since yesterday?
Has something happened?
He's gone. We've been looking for him all morning.
Pues ni idea.
Well, yes.
Sería más ventilado.
I'm afraid it is my fault. I had him locked away. But in the end, I just punished anger with wrath.
Oh, we've all failed him.
No, I am the one to blame, and I pray to make it right again. My monks are already trawling the woods. I myself will go to shiring, while Martha is taking a horse to a cave he used to know. Please, don't let this spoil the first day of your marriage, when there should be
De
only
alegría,
reason to
sí.
rejoice.
Con el Alfred.
Thank you.
Tres días más tarde.
They still haven't found him. How long has he been?
3 days.
Well, I think he's gone for good. I love him like a brother. But first
Uy,
he tries
sí.
to kill me.
Tú como un hermano. Venga
Then he
ya.
runs off. Woody and his family sick.
Are you hungry? I think I'll prepare some food.
Great. I'm starving.
We've been married for what? A week?
Five days.
That's almost a week. Yet, we still haven't... You know...
Oh, I'm sorry. I want this to work, but I need time.
It's all right. Sometimes you look at me like you think your husband isn't a good
Pues no,
man.
no lo eres. No lo eres.
But I am a good man. You'll
No.
see.
No lo eres. Y en el libro eres un cerdo. Literal.
It still needs eggs.
Where are you going?
Oh, nowhere. I just needed some more herbs.
Ay, sí,
for the
sí,
soup.
sí, sí.
Huh? I think everything you need's here.
Pues ¿dónde están los huevos? Ah, aquí.
Today, I was thinking about what you and Philip did for our workers when they were afraid that they wouldn't be paid. Offering them coin to make them stay and feel safe.
Sí, porque tú, vamos, lo hiciste
What
muy
if I
bien.
did something similar? How about I could offer them pay in case something happens? Like an insurance. What do you think?
Could you afford it?
That's up to the prior to decide. He said he'd come over around noon tomorrow. Maybe he could eat with us. And you could help me explain. I think it would be good for you to do something other than cooking and weaving. You haven't left the house in 2 weeks.
"17 days.
Bueno, lo han suavizado esto de aquí muchísimo, muchísimo.
Would you like venison with it?
No, thank you. I'm just here to talk.
Sí, porque carne no le he echado.
Aesthetic as always, I see.
It just turns more and more into a habit.
Vale. Está hecho polvo. Está hecho polvo.
So, you are suggesting that we promise the workers money if the construction is not completed?
Yes, as an insurance. Since the Fleece Fair, they've been quite worried. It would ease their minds a bit.
Yes, especially since they know they don't have to finish the cathedral in order to get rich. It sounds to me like we would be tempting them to fail deliberately.
I hadn't thought about that.
Ah, es que eres tonto. Es que eres rubio y tonto.
Philip is right. Your plan will only foster greed.
I don't know. I think the idea is good. My workers would know that they would get paid more if they finished the thing. They're not as greedy as you two make them. I just want to ease their minds a bit.
Yes, you said that. Your idea shows great compassion, Alfred.
Thank you, Father.
But Lady Aliena is right. Man's heart is cruel.
Como el tuyo, Alfred. Como el tuyo.
It'd be only
Ay,
a
sí,
matter
es
of
que se...
time till the devils of
Es que
greed
lo odio,
and
lo
fraud
odio, lo
would
odio.
find their way into Kingsbridge. But that's not the point I wanted to make.
Lo odio.
I could never promise them coin, because one cannot give what one does not have. Ever since the market collapsed, Kingsbridge is losing more than
Claro, es que no tienen mercado.
We may even run out before we complete the cathedral.
What? It was my father's dream to build that thing. We must finish it.
Ya, pues haz algo para acabarla.
Could you build faster? Finish it before you run out of money?
Is that an option?
It is. I've seen it done before. I can do it.
All right. I promise you, I will think about your proposal. Oh, milady,
La
your
sopa,
soup.
que se quema. Me la he hecho yo. Hombre, la sopa, como tiene que estar mal. Oye, somos 10 personitas. Bienvenidos a esas 10 personas. Podríais decir algo. Miradla, ¿eh? ¿Habéis visto la panchita?
Thank you. I'd never thought that my brother could work so hard. He just wants to be better than Jack. I'm not so sure. I would never have thought. Really. Alfred has changed. He used to be such a bully. He seems really concerned about things now. About Kingsbridge, about you, about your family.
Sí.
I can't wait for you to give me a little nephew or niece. Well, enough about Alfred. Did you get the blue dye I've been asking for?
Hola, Jeepies, ¿qué tal?
I did.
Pues aquí estamos con los pilares de la tierra.
It's from a woad merchant in Winchester. Took me some time to find it. Oh, thank you so much, Martha.
Aquí fresquitas con el aire acondicionado. Ay, yo es que hoy no me apetecía poner la cama. Hace mucha calor, he salido de noches. Me falta paciencia. Muy bien, me lo he tomado con calma.
I'm taking my time. I'm not in a rush.
A la noche si hago directillo pondré la cama.
I haven't told him yet. When he comes here, he's mostly interested in coin. But that's the deal. He fights and I pay. It's an endless circle. The coat of arms shall remind us of who we are and where we come from, so we don't end up losing purpose. Have you decided on an animal yet? You really should have an animal on it.
No prometo nada porque como a veces cuando trabajo de noche siempre me da sueño por la noche, pero hoy he dormido mucho durante el día. Llevará un águila, llevará un oso, un león, un zorro, un águila, va.
It will sport an eagle. An eagle? Flying among the clouds. I like that. Ali, I'm so sorry that I mentioned wanting a niece. I just thought, in the last month, that you were, well, growing a bit. Oh, I'm just getting fat. You're not getting fat? You forget that there's not a lot for me to do other than sit around and eat. Then we should take a hike soon. Stretch your legs and get some sunshine. I'd like that. I would like that a lot. But not today. I need to finish the coat of arms first. get it done while I still can.
A ver. Me he equivocado, mierda. Me va a salir una aquí la torcilla. Voy a ser fiel al libro, ¿vale? ¿Por qué? Porque es un hijo de su madre.
I don't know what to do anymore. I had to marry Alfred to fulfill my oath. I wish that Jack would have understood. Love alone could never stop William Hamley. Only money and influence. With Alfred as a husband, I can fulfill my father's last wish.
Estás
And
muy
ever since we've
equivocada,
been
amiga.
married, he's been working deep into the night to finish the cathedral. And when he's home, he expects nothing in return. Although I can see so much longing in his eyes.
Os recomiendo que os leáis el
He
libro,
does
por favor.
whatever he has to do.
Que os lo leáis, por
Yet
favor.
none of it
Leéroslo.
pleases me. Still, I try to be a good wife.
Y si no lo podéis leer porque no lo tenéis en físico,
I did what I had to do
¿quién
when
es
I
esa
married
mujer?
him. But what I didn't know back then was that I am pregnant with your grandchild.
You brought this on yourself. You had the love of your life, but you threw it away.
Exacto.
Do you scorn me for what I did?
No more than anyone else. First and foremost, I blame that priest who turned my son into a monk. But you're a very close second.
What if I brought Jack back?
Oh, Aliena. Jack has left England. There's no possible way to find out where he went. I want you to know one thing. Jack loved you. For me, that makes you still family. If you can't have his baby, give it to me. I will raise it far away from this crooked world that had no room for my son.
I don't want to give our child away.
Then you cannot stay here. You cannot go on like this.
But I have to. Don't you understand?
Tenéis el programa de iVoox donde lo tenéis en audiolibro, así que si no podéis
It's
leerlo,
finished. I want you to wear it when you go to battle. To remind us of what we are fighting for.
Huh. Why an eagle?
Because it rises higher than any other animal and proudly rules from the skies. We must never forget our noble cause and that we have to be an example for the people who look up to us.
pues lo
You hear
tenéis
that,
en
Alfred?
iVoox por
I'm an
capítulo.
eagle.
Grow up, Richard. This is important.
Con lo que le ha costado hacerlo.
Sorry.
How's the war going, by the way?
How is your standing with the king?
Sí, 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 en iVoox sí.
The good thing is, William Hamley is turning out to be quite the lousy player. In our last battle, he ran away when things started to get a bit tight.
Es que es un cobarde.
They say he was afraid to die before he settled matters with his mother.
His mother?
No one's seen her in years, not since her husband died. But rumor has it she's still alive and joyfully pulling his strings. Mention her to William, and he goes as pale as a sheep. Ali, we are so close, but we need to be careful. We mustn't let our guard down.
Is there anything you need from me, Richard?
Well, a new saddle would be nice.
I'll see to it.
And a horse to put it on, of course. The last one caught quite a few arrows.
Right.
I'll be out for a while. I've got some business at the market with Martha.
All right.
Vale. La imagen de escudo de armas de Elena sirve como emblema de su familia. El diseño está concebido para agalanar los escudos, estandartes y sobrevestas en el campo de batalla. Cada elemento del escudo de armas simboliza un aspecto único de legado y los ideales de su portador. Por eso, Aliena ha escogido el águila, criatura libre e inquebrantable.
I can't believe you two have almost done it. You've almost won your father's earldom back.
Oh, don't say that until it's actually happened. I'll see you later in the evening.
Ah, there you are.
A ver.
I always wondered what it would have been like to grow up in a forest.
Oh, it's cold. Very, very cold. When I was young, I spent a night in Ellen's cave. If it hadn't been for her soup, I would have died for sure.
Disfruta del momento. Para que no les vuelvan a atacar.
What kind of soup?
Just some broth. Jack had killed a deer earlier that day, but had let it spoil. So it was just turnips and nuts.
But hunting deer is...
I know. It's punishable by death. Jack never was one for rules and laws.
Right. He was always busy with something. Just not with what Tom asked him to do.
Jack? Yes. Yes, he was.
You will be an aunt soon.
What?
But don't tell Alfred. I haven't told him yet.
Pues anda que no se te nota ni nada,
You still
amiga.
think marrying him was a mistake?
I do.
I do too. But you did it for very good reasons. So, maybe it wasn't a mistake after all. Maybe it will work. Not in a loving way, but more like a partnership. You two seeing eye to each other.
Maybe. But the baby is not...
What was that?
Vale. Que se nos cae la catedral.
Built it too fast. Like the Babylonians, they sought to be grander than God, and for this we all have to suffer.
It was the stone roof. He started building a stone roof. If Papa had still been alive, he would have stopped him.
You're with child. How can you be with child if we never...
My cub is gone and will never return. You threw it all away for a life of lies and a kingdom of dust.
Without a cathedral, my mother will spend an eternity in hell. And by God, I hope you won't suffer the same fate for this. I can't stay. Not without work. And not like this. I'm sorry.
Y la deja.
There's no need to cry. There. We've been crying for far too long now. Where do we go from here?
Se acabó la lana. Se han quedado sin dinero. Porque la catedral... pues ha caído la catedral por construirla demasiado deprisa y... encima el Alfred fue tan inteligente que el techo lo hizo de piedra en vez de madera como quería el padre.
Right here, towering high above Shiring. But it will not be a cheap undertaking.
Money is no object. I shall build it for our Lord and my mother, so that the Lord will heal her.
I am sure he will. Ah, yes, there he is.
Who?
We will need a master builder.
My bishop, I think I have the right man.
Pues mira, viendo aquí como son traidores, conejito. Estos sí que son traidores, estos dos. A la calle. La noche muy bien. Muy bien, la verdad, conejito. Fue tranquila la noche. Vale. Y esta... con un niño a cuestas... se va en busca de Jack, el amor de su vida y el padre de su hijo. Y se van ¿a dónde? A España. Se van a España y pasan por Toledo, por Madrid. No lo puede tirar al mar. Y hemos terminado.
Next time on the Pillars of the Earth. Witness the climactic final part of the series.
It's time we take back what was taken from us.
It's time to face our enemies.
It is time to make a stand for what we believe in.
The Pillars of the Earth. Book 3. The Eye of the Storm.
El ojo de la tormenta. Bueno, pues parte final. Pero sigo diciendo que os recomiendo que os leáis la novela. La novela es una pasada. Aquí Alfred está suavizadísimo. Muy suavizado. Y son... ¿Queréis que sigamos o queréis que paremos y continuamos esta noche? Venga, nos seguimos, que tengo curiosidad. Lo que pasa es que me sabría mal que luego esta noche se me quedara un directo de media hora.
The man who should be king of the English now, the son of King Henry, was on board when she sailed off. And with the prince there were 140 knights and many nobles, all on their way from Normandy to England. They say the ship hit the rocks, and then a fire broke out, Even before the white ship had departed, the prince and his men had begun to drink and get violent. Monks that were meant to bless the voyage were then forced to disembark. Some say the ship had been cursed. The king's son and many of his family were pulled down into the Black Sea that night.
Pues si te buscas los Pilares de la Tierra y leído por Casiopea, creo que se llama, lo lees súper bien.
You're forgetting one important detail. Not only these monks, but also Stephen of Blois, the king's nephew, left the ship before it embarked. They say he got ill.
That old rumor.
The same Stephen who calls himself the King of the English now.
What? That cannot be a coincidence.
Yes, it can be. Of course he's king now. He survived. He is the king's nephew.
What do you think, my lord?
I think Stephen is a clever man. Clever enough to have his whole family perish. But why
Sí,
he would want to rule
es
that
capítulo
godforsaken rock, I will never
por...
understand.
O sea, audio por capítulo.
I love my country.
Hay capítulos de 4 horas, de 6 horas, te lee todo de tirón.
Because I want to see something new.
I'll tell you what you're going to see. A proper country, where people know how to behave.
What about you? Why are you leaving?
Son 18 capítulos el libro.
I'm looking for someone.
For who? I guess I should stay out of other people's business. Forgive me.
You English do talk a lot, don't you?
I just don't know how to feel about leaving my country for the first time. I mean, how should anyone feel?
Hopeful?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just running away.
You should all get some rest.
Ha ido con el
It
niño.
will not be long now till we reach Cherbourg.
Thank the Lord. I can't wait to be back.
Pero vamos, que ahora se va. Esta parte del libro me resultó un poquito más aburridilla porque es ella por toda España buscando a Jack. Pues yo el iVoox, Miguel, por la noche en el curro me solía poner los audios porque claro, como apagamos las luces para que los pacientes duerman y tal, era imposible ponerse a leer. Entonces igual me ponía un capitulillo en audiolibro. Además el inicio del iVoox es la cancioncita de la serie. Los pilares de la tierra, que el polen. Bien. El ojo de la tormenta.
In the late summer of 1142, I had left my home country, England, for good. My old life lay in shambles, as did my former home of Kingsbridge. Having failed both my friends and family, I had set out to find my baby's father, the man I still loved with all my heart, Jack Jackson. And so early one morning in July, I finally arrived on the shores of Normandy. With nothing on me but a pouch of coin and a young, curious face yet unnamed, who was just as unfamiliar to this new world as was I.
Ole. Examinar. El barco blanco fue uno de los navíos más rápidos de la época. Estaba comandado por el hijo del capitán del Mora, el buque en el que Guillermo el Conquistador viajó desde Normandía hasta Inglaterra en la invasión de 1066. Al igual que su padre, el capitán del barco blanco se ofreció gustoso a transportar a numerosos miembros de la familia real en su travesía desde Normandía a Inglaterra para visitar al rey. Tristemente falleció junto al resto de almas a bordo del barco de aquella fatídica noche en la que la embarcación prendió fuego tras embestir una roca. El choque acabó por hundir al barco a las profundidades marinas y con él buena parte de los herederos del rey, que por eso sale el Enrique. Esteban de Blois debía viajar también a bordo del buque, pero cuenta que enfermó antes de zarpar, lo que le llevó a abandonar el barco a última hora. Aquella noche de noviembre, al tiempo de que el barco blanco se hundía, Esteban se convirtió en el último heredero varón de la corona inglesa. Por ello, algunos lo consideraban responsable del hundimiento. Muy bien. Albañil, ahora hay que ir preguntando.
Oh, it's you. I'm just trying to get my feet used to good solid ground again. The last bit of our voyage wasn't exactly my pint of ale.
That hammer you're carrying, do you happen to be a mason?
Actually, I am. You have a keen eye, mistress.
I guess I just know a mason when I see one.
To be honest, I haven't been one long. Just finished my apprenticeship in Salisbury. Before that, I used to shear sheep with my parents, but I guess that wasn't really for me. Father still hates me for leaving, though.
What will you do to find work here as a mason?
Don't know. That's for me to find out. All I know is that the wages are better over here.
So you'll just travel from town to town and look for employment?
Right. And I'll start in Lassay. A fellow mason told me about the abbey there. He said these Normans build their churches quite differently than we do back home. I need to see that with my own eyes. Maybe learn a thing or two.
Vale, quizás ya. Vale. Ahora es pues eso. Son muchos albañiles.
Do many masons go to Lassay?
I don't know. It's really just a tiny town. The mason who told me just happened to do some repairs there once. It's likely he told others as well.
I'm looking for someone. A red-haired mate. He came to France about a year ago or so.
A fellow mason? Great. Unfortunately, I wouldn't know a thing. After all,
I know, but should you meet someone like that on your journey, tell him Aliena of Shiring is looking for him.
All right. Jack Jackson. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you. I left my old life as well.
Scary, isn't it? To start off fresh and all that.
Well, you definitely sound more excited than scared.
Porque tú vas con un niño encima.
I am excited. Wouldn't anyone be?
I don't know. Maybe.
Vale, pues nos vamos.
Have a safe journey.
Oh, thank you. You too.
No es Jack.
Good day. I am looking for someone. A traveler who came through here last summer. Oh, hush now. I need to talk to this man.
Looks young.
He was born at the beginning of summer.
What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet.
You should. He needs to know who he is. Makes growing up a lot easier. You said you're looking for someone.
The man I'm looking for looks a bit like you, actually. A bit more boyish, though.
So he has red hair, but no beard. Well, I don't know every redhead around these parts. There are quite a few of us. Most of my family here in Cherbourg is ginger.
Oh, his name is Jack Jackson, and he is a mason.
No. No, sorry. I haven't seen him. And I come here every day. Maybe May saw him. She helps the sailors get their cargo to the nearby town.
I'll ask her. Well, thank you.
Pues nada.
Talk to May, the coach.
Vale. Un puesto.
I'm afraid I can't.
Es que si le parece.
Have you seen a red-haired mason? He must have landed here sometime late last summer.
Another ginger in
Normandia.
I wouldn't have noticed, even if he was carrying a hammer instead of a fishing rod. Maybe you should ask someone in Barfleur. That's where all the travellers come through, the pilgrims and kings. Their lot rarely lands in Cherbourg, with the fortress passing back and forth between Stephen of Blois and Geoffrey of Anjou. Why you even came to Cherbourg in the first place baffles me.
It was the earliest ship I could get.
You must be in some hurry, madam.
Let's just say I needed to get away before I changed my mind.
Fine with me. Who am I to judge?
Vale, estoy lista para abandonar. ¿Conoces el camino?
Do you know the road to Lessay?
Been there, seen it. But I hope you're not planning to go there on foot. Tell you what, you give me some coins and I'll treat you to me wagon. You can even change your destination once we're on the road, would you say?
What other routes are there, besides going through Barfleur?
Oh, I don't know, really. You need to ask the locals about that. But Barfleur sounds like a good place to start. Shake my hand and I'll take you there.
Voy a preguntar más a ver qué hay por aquí.
Travelling by coach is a lot. Your little worm deserves some water.
Vale.
It's no use. There are better ways.
Por allí no hay nada, pues... Sí, nos vamos a tener que ir. Pues sale, señora.
Hey, you. That's quite a...
Vale, estoy lista para irnos.
All right. Take me out of town.
All right. Where do you need to be?
Hasta que llegue a España. Vale. Vamos a... Aquí es donde venimos, ¿no?
We went to Barfleur, a scenic port town built on granite. It was the biggest harbor.
Espero que esta parte sea un poquito más rápida porque en el libro la verdad es que me resultó un poco lenta. Me costó bastante.
I talked to some of the sailors and fishermen, but no one had remembered seeing Jack. How could they? Almost a year had passed since he...
Y aquí no podías ir con una foto, está claro.
Through the busy town, a town with no memory other than that of the last king who passed through on yet another one of his violent conquests. Maybe I was approaching this the wrong way. What had drawn him to France in the first place? The distance to Kingsbridge, or something specific? What was my lead?
Y preguntando, ¿eh?
Lessay was tiny, but as it turned out, worth the trip. In the small abbey church of the Trinity, I met a monk who claimed to have talked to a man fitting Jack's description. He'd been fascinated by the abbey's rib vaulting and had asked the monks countless questions about the place's construction. The monk apologized that he couldn't tell me where Jack had traveled next, but I didn't mind.
Vale, ya tenemos una pista de
I
Jack.
lay down to sleep on the floor of the abbey guest house and, For the first time in almost a year, I felt relief. As I drifted into sleep, I hugged our baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear, "We're going to find your daddy."
Pues casi, casi.
My father had once told me tales of the Mont Saint-Michel. Long ago, the Archangel Michael had urged Hubert of Avranches to build an abbey on a lonely rock on the ocean by burning a hole into his head. They say one can go and see his penetrated skull on display in the church of his hometown.
Qué bonito el dibujo está muy chulo, la verdad.
It was a windy day when I arrived, and the place was crowded with pilgrims and jongleurs. I remembered Jack's fascination with these tellers of stories. I spoke to one who was just taking a break. As it happened, he had indeed met Jack, although not in Mont Saint-Michel, but on a road heading east from there.
El diseño es muy bonito, muy bonito.
Apparently, Jack had been hopelessly tracking jongleur who might have known his father, Jack Cherbourg. But as he'd been gradually running out of money, he'd intended to look for work in Le Mans or Tours. That was about 6 months ago. I was catching up.
Vale. Sigamos. Le Mans. La pista nos lleva a Le Mans.
Going to Le Mans reminded me of all the trouble I'd left behind in England. 30 years ago, Le Mans had been conquered by the Plantagenet Geoffrey of Anjou, Maud's husband. And although they'd held it ever since, other noble families kept on pulling at the city, like Maud and Stephen tearing at England.
Vamos, que había guerra en todos los lados.
There was no sign of Jack, but I got news of a new kind of cathedral being built in Saint-Denis, just north of Paris. It was possible that Jack had gone there to learn from the craftsmen. That was, if he hadn't travelled further south, looking for work in one of the many churches in Tours, the hometown of Saint-Martin.
San Martín. No, vamos a ir a Tours, por lo de la catedral esa. Tras 2 meses de viaje. Que el niño debería de pesar más, claro. Vale, a ver.
Good day. Are you the master builder?
What is it?
I'm looking for a mason who may have passed through here. An Englishman with carroty hair. He calls himself Jack Jackson.
Vale, de peregrinación, durmiendo en las iglesias.
Did you see him? He might have asked for work here.
No, I'm not looking for new masons. We're just doing repairs.
Ah, but was he here?
No, never seen him. Now, stand back, woman. Something could fall on your baby's head.
I was told he...
Maybe he changed his mind.
Are you sure you haven't seen him?
I am.
Sí,
You
también.
hesitated when I mentioned
Cierto,
a
Miguel.
redhead. Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Yes, I am sure.
May I talk to your workers?
No, they're busy. And I can assure you they have nothing to say on that matter.
Perhaps I'll talk to them once they've finished for the day.
It would be a waste of time. All right.
Vea,
he was
menos
here.
mal. Ay.
was working for me, but I had to throw him out after 2 or 3 days.
Why?
Because he was all want. Let me redesign the roof, let me make the nave lighter. All pretty ideas, but he never shut up long enough to do the work he was supposed to do. Shit, that man was almost as needy as my son when he was still a brat.
He does know a lot about his craft.
Well, I know masons like him. They grow up gifted, but without a mote of discipline in their guts. Can't work with someone like that.
Do you know where he went next?
No idea. Maybe to Limoges or Angoulême. Maybe even to La Rochelle. Seemed to have plans for every cathedral on God's green earth, but none for himself.
I understand. I'll leave you to it then.
Bon voyage.
Bueno. ¿A dónde vamos ahora?
We had just left Tor when I suddenly felt dizzy. I stopped and made rest, trying to catch my breath, then lost my breakfast in a ditch at the side of the road.
Uf, que se nos pone mala.
To my horror, our baby too had grown pale, his breath shallow like that of an old man. I tried not to panic, but the next inn was a long distance away and we couldn't stay on the road where it was wet and cold.
Me la apunto, Joma. El Broken Sword.
I managed to walk until the sun had fully risen before I keeled over. A knife merchant who'd been travelling behind me flagged down a coach heading back to Tor and haggled with the coachman to carry me back to an inn. Back in Tor, the fever got worse. I remember people carrying me into a room, laying me on a bed. I tried to feed my baby, but after that everything turned into a blur.
¿Cómo se oye la distorsión de las voces?
When I awoke, Jack was standing next to my bed.
¿Eh?
He scolded me for following him.
Ah, vale.
You know you could go anywhere you want, he whispered. Why be stupid and follow me? I tried to answer, but he just opened the window and jumped out, heading toward ancient Greece, or maybe all the way to Arabia. And in my feverish mind, I followed him.
¿Dónde vamos? O igual es que estás soñando.
The further I went, the angrier I got. For years, I'd been fighting for my family. I'd committed myself to an oath to my father. I'd built up a business to sustain it and even married a man I despised so I could create a future for the people around me.
Sí, estás soñando. Digo, esto no lo recuerdo yo.
I'd known nothing but my duty to the men in my life, while the man I was trying to find lived a life of casual irresponsibility. He traveled the world on a whim to learn about mathematics and philosophy.
No haberlo
I had
hecho
to
que se
raise
fuera.
the child he'd fathered.
Tú fuiste la que lo dejó ir.
Never do anything just for myself. I asked the world as I went on.
Hombre, es que ya está cansada, yo ya estaría también. A ver.
I travelled in a circle all the way to the edge of the world and back, only to return to the place of our failure. With my eyes closed, I listened to the sound of ripping yarn and crumbling walls, and of coaches carrying good people away into a cloud of crimson dust. When the last moat had settled, I opened my eyes again and found myself in a dirty little room. An old maid was sitting next to my bed and smiled at me, then handed me my baby. Oh, dear God. He still looked so pale.
Es que ¿a quién se le ocurre llevarse al niño?
I tried to feed him, but he refused. Oh, please, God, let him live. Don't punish him for my own sins. I gently caressed his head until finally he put his mouth to my breast and drank more and more, becoming greedier with every swallow. We had both been spared. We rested one more day. Then I gathered my things and headed back to the cathedral to thank the Lord for his mercy.
¿A qué catedral? Ah, vale, aquí. Debo dar gracias a Dios por salvar a mi pequeño. No, no me deja... Ya está toda la Virgen María.
I thank you, dear Lord.
All right, steady now.
I thank you for having spared my child. I thank you for...
Don't let go until it's done.
But why are you showing mercy on me?
¿A que se me va a caer encima?
I cared about. I failed Jack. I failed my brother. And if I never return, I would also break the oath I had given father.
Es como lo que estaba haciendo Jack en el...
It's just that I feel like I've
allá
never
en
had a
Kingsbridge.
life of my own. I've always fought for others. And this may be the very first time that I fight for something that I only want for myself. Maybe I should just go back and help rebuild Kingsbridge. Maybe Jack doesn't even care for me anymore. Amen.
Amén. Mira, ¿veis? El la ménsula esta.
I've seen one of those before.
It's amazing, isn't it? The man who did that really had it in him.
I agree. He always did.
Oh, you knew Master Jacques?
Yes, but it's been a while since I last saw him.
It's a shame that the Master let him go. In just 1 month, he did so many things.
The Master Builder said he'd fired him after just 3 days.
Did he? Well, maybe that's how he remembers it. The two didn't really see eye to eye, you know? To tell you the truth, everyone thinks that he feared for his own job having someone like that around. The last thing Jack did was carve that corbel. It was the one thing the Master let him do. Then when he was done, he was asked to leave.
Your master said he had...
Let me tell you something. Jacques worked very hard on it. He was impatient and had a temper, but you could see that he tried to overcome it. Conquering that rock was very important to him.
Oh, I understand that so well. Do you happen to know where he went next?
He wanted to walk the pilgrim trail to Santiago
de Compostela.
The Camino? The way of St. James?
He said he might find someone there who knew his father.
Just one more thing. How was he when he left?
Never thought about that. Relieved, I guess. He seemed ready for something new.
Thank you so much for your help.
Think nothing of it. And good luck on your travels. May you find what you are looking for.
Gracias, buen hombre. ¿A por pulpito?
Isn't it odd? Just when you stop looking, you come across the most curious of things. Like these 3 devices that one of my merchants brought back from Baghdad.
Oh no. Is it another one of your Banu Musa toys, Rashid?
They're not toys, Adriel. They're objects of scholarly ingenuity and reflection.
I will let my valued friend from the north do the honors.
A ver, aquí lo tenemos. ¡Bien, Jack! Ah, vale, eso ya sé lo que es.
Jack, if you may.
Vale.
For one, let me draw your attention to the magnificent songbird on the table. And then to that wondrous donkey next to the entrance. Although, the most astounding thing of all stands right between them.
That statuette.
Nah, it's too heavy.
Haha, precisely. But one thing at a time.
Sí, ¿verdad? Los 3 Reyes Magos.
What to demonstrate first? And now, Jack will he. It's so beautiful it will make you cry. Just listen.
Los Banu Musa, examinar. Vale. Los hermanos Banu Musa fueron 3 académicos de origen persa que vivieron en Bagdad en el siglo IX. Son conocidos por el... No, 9. Son conocidos por el libro de los dispositivos ingeniosos, un comprendido ilustrado de aparatos mecánicos autómatas. Estos últimos se diseñaron sobre todo con fines lúcidos, pero presentaron grandes avances en la materia de ingeniería. Los hermanos también escribieron tratados de astronomía, astrología y geometría, el último de los cuales tuvo gran influencia sobre los matemáticos islámicos e europeos de la época. Lúdicos. Ah, pues he leído lúcidos, ¿no?
How marvelous.
Vale.
How does it work?
Maybe it's a miracle.
Right.
Go on, Jack. Tell them.
There's a hidden wheel inside the box. It turns an axle that in return raises and drops a sequence of small cylinders
Es que
inside.
encima Jack es inventor.
These cylinders work like fingers playing a flute.
But who is blowing into the
Sí, sí que se me corrige, sí, se me
Steam.
puede equivocar.
Steam? Yes. When I opened the pipe, it gradually pushed itself into the tube.
The power of steam. For once, I must agree. This is brilliant.
Of course! It was created by a Muslim after all.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What else have you got, Rashid?
Anyone care for some tea?
Thank you, my daughter. We will have some as soon as Jack has finished our presentation.
Mind if I watch?
Of course not.
So, who is this man, Rashid?
Jack is a friend of the house.
No.
A brilliant man, a scholar and a talented artist.
I could watch this man scoop up water all day.
Just the other day, he explained Euclid to me.
What is that?
You showed it to us already.
Ya lo sé, esperaros un momento.
Agree. On second thought, why don't you save the lady for
Entonces,
last?
¿qué me falta?
Otherwise, the other two devices.
Ah, no, que no le he puesto el cuenco de agua.
The Egyptians translated it into Arabic.
You showed it
and
to
now
us
the
already.
Englishmen are turning it into Latin.
How very peculiar.
No, it's for the presentation.
Un momento, a ver.
No, I need...
You showed it to us already.
¿Y qué quieres que haga yo ahora?
Now that's not how...
You showed it to us already.
Pues ahora mismo me acabo de quedar un poco
Although all the devices are different, they always work with water in one way or another.
Of course. If they're inspired by the Banus, they should be.
Don't let me distract you, Jack.
Ah, vale. ¿Y ahora qué?
Now, watch the head. Just any moment now. There. Did you see? It threw up.
¿Has vomitado?
Rashid, this is disgusting.
Oh, far from it. Would you kindly explain how it works, Jack?
Vale.
You see that bowl floating on top of the water? At the bottom of that bowl is a small hole. Through it, the bowl is slowly filled with liquid. Once it's full, it sinks, pulling a string which makes the ball drop onto a weight. This, in return, pulls the bowl up again, emptying it in the process.
Thus resetting the entire mechanism.
If you timed it perfectly, you could make it drop a ball at every hour.
Cada hora.
Turning it into a clock. How clever.
Ah, guay.
For me, it's still nothing more than a puking donkey.
Show us more, Rashid.
One could join those two and build a singing donkey clock. One song after every hour.
That would be pretty clever.
I know, right? You could be the one to build it.
Oh, that would be unfair. It's your invention.
I would let you have it. Or we design it together.
You still haven't shown us that statuette yet.
Of course. Jack, if you may.
La estatuilla.
Oh, you will love this. Just watch.
Tengo que ponerla en algún lugar fresco. Pues aquí.
And now?
Just be patient, but don't look away. It takes some time for her to...
To do what? Is it crying? Isn't that amazing? No, it's irritating. Rashid, what is going on?
Es un enigma.
It's a mystery.
Rashid, please.
We all know that there is no such thing as a man-made miracle.
And this piece of wood is very clearly made by man.
I very much agree, my friends. But so far, none of us has an explanation.
All we know for certain is that her glassy eyes shed tears when you move her from warmth into cold.
Like a plant at sunrise? Like dew?
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is the surface, that's all.
I think you may be onto something.
Exacto, Homa.
Am I? Of course, I had no intention of disturbing your conversation. But if you can find out why there's dew gathering on a plant, you may understand why that woman is so weepy. So, who wants a cup of tea?
I'll have some.
Your daughter is quite something, Rashid. A scholar in her own right.
I know. I'd rather she wasn't. It would make marrying her off so much easier.
Oh, I'm certain that won't stay a problem for long.
Maybe the dew originates from invisible water in the air. Water that stays hidden when it's hot.
En el camino de Santiago, 3 meses ponía. 3 meses más
The
tarde.
pilgrim trails across France converged at Osterbat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims who had been travelling alongside me since I'd left Tours swelled to about 70. Some were prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice, a few drunks, and several monks and clergymen. Several languages were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Oc. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as we crossed the Pyrenees, they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs. While my baby and I kept mostly to ourselves.
Ganz schön frech, die mit ihrem Kind.
Hush now. Hmm?
Exacto. Al paso que va.
Richtig dreist.
I'm sorry. He has to cry himself out before he'll fall asleep. It will give you a strong voice one day, won't it?
Sí, a grito pulmón.
Do you have children?
Kann ein Mann nicht einfach mal seine Ruhe haben? Der Weg aus Babenberg war doch anstrengend genug. Ein Kind hat ja auch gar nichts verloren. Stimmt doch, oder?
Psst, jetzt ist aber gut.
O sabe lo que le está diciendo.
Tomorrow.
Eso mañana, vale.
Dear Lord, what are you doing? You should get out of the water. It's freezing.
My ring! I lost my ring! Dear Lord, please show mercy. come back to me. Please come back to me. Where are you? Where did you go?
Ah. Ha brillado. Lo encontré. Tome, señora.
I found it.
Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a very kind woman. So very, very kind.
Sí, pero sal del agua,
I could
mujer.
help.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A ver.
Are you getting warmer?
La verdad es que da un poco de miedo los ojos, ¿eh?
I am, thank you.
I can see this ring is very precious to you.
It was a gift from my stepmother. She thought I would stay forever, but I didn't.
Tell me about your stepmother.
Se tira un año y pico buscándolo casi.
So very, very kind.
Ah, pues era una madrastra amable.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I thought I didn't belong. She always said I was her daughter, but I was sure she was lying. I was so selfish and so stupid. Too stupid to see I really was happy.
Maybe you really weren't happy.
I don't know. I was very young and thought I was unhappy because I didn't live close to the sea. But in the end, the sea did not feel the same about me. The cold there made me sick. It took away my sight.
Why didn't you go back?
She'd been so angry when I left. So angry and disappointed. She would have
Con el
never
escote
let me
tapado, ¿no?
return.
Ah, that's why you went on the pilgrimage.
Yes, so that St. James might see my devotion, and I will be united with my mother in heaven. I'm just not as kind as you. Not kind at all.
Actually, we two have quite a few things in common. I too am trying to make amends with the one man I loved the most. I was told he went straight to Santiago.
You will know soon.
Not soon enough. It's still 4 weeks till I get there.
He'll be there, I'm sure of it.
Palabras de consuelo.
I hope so. I just feel that with every day that passes, I'm losing him a bit more. And that the only thing I can allow myself still to hope for is not love, but forgiveness.
I understand.
Hey, hush now. Not long now and our journey will be over, hmm?
Camino de Santiago, examinar. Bueno. Uy, vale. El camino es una ruta cristiana de peregrinaje hasta la Catedral de Santiago de Compostela, donde se cree que yacen los restos de Santiago el Mayor, apóstol de Jesús. El peregrinaje a Santiago es considerado, junto a los de Roma y Jerusalén, uno de los más importantes de la cristiandad. Para los creyentes, emprender esta travesía es la única forma de liberar al peregrino de sus pecados. Llegado el siglo XII, el camino era ya una institución bien organizada. Incluso se escribió un libro a modo de guía de viaje para los peregrinos. El Códice de Calixtino, la concha de Viera, símbolo de Santiago y el camino, guía a los peregrinos. Quizá por el mar aguarda el viaje al final de su viaje. Bilbao, Logroño, Zaragoza. Estamos en España. Pamplona.
The woman's name was Alba. She came from a small town somewhere in Catalonia.
De Cataluña.
I got used to her constantly feeling out for her stepmother's ring and the sad guilt that would always follow in her milky eyes.
Pobrecita.
I wasn't sure if she appreciated my company, but I couldn't leave her on her own either. By the time we reached Los Arcos, she'd stopped talking, while I kept on dropping a kind word here and there to let her know I was still by her side.
Yeah, Madrid, Toledo, Barcelona. Se pega un buen viaje la tía, ¿eh?
Alba believed herself to be of weak mind and body, and yet she walked the Camino with a strong sense of purpose that willed her onward. It made me wonder about what I'd told her about my own journey. Did I hope for love? Or was I really traveling because I needed him to forgive me?
Con limón.
But what was
Con
there to
limón está
forgive?
buena.
My decision to marry Alfred had been in the best interest of the people of Shiring. It was a sacrifice I had to make to stop the evil reign of William Hamley. These questions had haunted me for a long time now.
Depende de la paella, que sea, gente. León.
Around Lyon, the path began to gradually turn uphill. It was only 2 more weeks till we'd reached Santiago. The baby was in a good mood, and so, surprisingly, was Alba.
La aliena esta hizo un viaje.
After Astorga, the trail got more difficult. Alba became slower and slower, and we had to rest more. She became quiet again. The strain on her old body grew, and she worried that she might not be able to reach the end. Still, we managed to push onward.
¿Y una ciega pensaba hacer todo este camino sin nada?
The next morning, she refused to get up. Her breathing was disturbingly shallow, and she hardly noticed me touching her forehead. Everything hurts, she said, and urged me to continue without her. Of course, I stayed with her. I brought her food and water and sat by her side. But day after day, her condition grew worse. She kept on urging me to go, to find Jack, saying the monks of Ponferrada
Yo la paella me la
would
como
take
con
care of
tenedor.
her. I'd hardly known her, and most of the time she'd tried to push me away, as if she considered herself a nuisance that slowed me down and who didn't deserve company. It wasn't until a few moments before she died that, for the first time, she smiled at me, and I like to believe that she saw me smile back. I still like to believe that here, in this unlikely place, dying next to a near stranger, she'd found a moment
Qué
of
lástima.
serenity and
Se
happiness.
quedó a las puertas,
But
tú.
she'd not reached Santiago. When I left, that thought still haunted me. To see that a journey could come to an end so suddenly. But what would be different if she had reached Santiago?
Se quedó, vamos, a las puertas. Tras un mes en el camino de Santiago.
After months of hard travel, the child and I finally reached Santiago de Compostela. In the evening, we attended Mass in the great cathedral, then started to roam the town looking for my dear Jack. It was almost dawn when finally a priest pointed me to an inn close by.
Vale, camino una ruta cristiana de peregrinaje hasta la catedral. Ah, vale, pues esto ya está. Ya está, ¿no? ¿Por qué se nos ha abierto esto? Está ya... Empiezo a olvidar los rasgos de su cara.
I already tried that. No one has seen or heard. I'm looking for a man who likes to read a lot.
El logo anda sempre cun libro en riba.
Have you seen anyone like that?
Pero, por que levas un libro en riba? Basta escangallar co peso.
She doesn't even understand that I'm looking for a person yet.
Vamos, que encima no entendemos.
Buenos días.
Sinto cho ben, pero non temos camas dispoñibles.
No, I don't need a room. I was told a friend of mine stayed here some time ago. A red-haired Englishman called Jack. Do you remember him?
Eu só che falo en galego, miña rula.
Français? English?
Oh.
Have you seen a man called Jack Jackson? Jack? He's a mason.
Jack?
Yes, have you seen him?
Pásanche por aquí centos de peregrinos, e cada un eche de seu pai. Vas ter que ser algo máis específica.
I don't understand. I was told that Jack stayed here, but how can I make myself understood?
Oh, que cousiña! Eche rubio.
Pelirrojo.
Sí. Redhead. Have you seen his father, Padre del Niño? Jack Jackson?
Ven sendo un peregrino?
What?
É un peregrino?
Oh, no. He's not a pilgrim.
Entón, quen ven sendo?
Let me show you something. She knows that Jack likes to read. Now I need to somehow tell her that he's a mason.
¿Y cómo le digo yo que es albañil?
He's a mason.
Ay, mal rayo, me partas entendo o que me estás a contar.
Vale,
Is there someone inside who might be able to translate for us?
Nena, que temer que te entenda.
A translator? A guest?
Agora mesmo estanche todos a dormir. Case che diría que volvas mañá pola mañá.
He's a jongleur, a storyteller.
Ai, na miña hospedaría non vai quedar jonglar algún. Xa temos jonglares dabondo por aquí. Téñenme ata o curuto.
You don't seem to like jongleurs, do you?
¿Veis alguna herramienta por ahí?
Let me show you something. She knows that... Now I need to somehow tell her that he's... Oh, can you help us translate?
O inglés non cho falo, desculpa.
He likes to craft things, like jars or strange machinery.
Ay, qué diantres andará a decir a muller esa.
Qué paciencia está teniendo esta mujer, de verdad. En serio.
I was told he used to stay here.
¿Dis que o rubio está aquí? Ah, esa sería quen andas a buscar.
Joder, después de 2 horas.
Xurxo!
Que foi?
O raparigo este eche fillo teu.
Pois, non che sei. Case que non,
No, he's not the man I'm looking for.
Semella que desta aínda zafas.
Pues nada.
He's a mason. He builds things like that.
Ahora me deja el edificio.
Eche masón. Albanel.
Sí, a mason. It's the same word in Galician.
Por aquí pasan unha morea de masóns. Non me poderías dicir algo máis sobre el?
Oín falar dun masón que dis que se dedica a traducir libros en Toledo.
Polo visto, di que se chama Jack.
Yes, Jack. Have you seen him?
Non sei cal será o seu apelido, pero ben é certo que non chai moitos masóns rubios aos que lles guste ler. Se tan desesperada está, porque non vai a Toledo a comprobalo por si mesma?
Entón, marchou para Toledo.
He went to Toledo.
Confiada nos vamos.
Sí.
Di que o teu Jack podería estar en Toledo.
All right, so I will go to Toledo.
Para Toledo nos vamos.
Gracias. I just pray that I understood you correctly.
No tenemos más remedio, hija mía. No podemos avanzar más. Ahora, de Santiago de Compostela a Toledo, el paseo es bonito, ¿eh? Un mes tras la llegada a Santiago, o sea, le cuesta un mes. Es que antes hacía todo a pata, a caballo. Ahora una que se planta en Andalucía en 6 horitas, en coche. La musiquita es chula, gente.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Y aprende español ya.
English?
Of course. How may I help you?
I was told a man named Jack Jackson lives in this house.
Who told you this?
A group of scholars living at the edge of town. They said he used to translate old scriptures about mathematics before he moved here.
Please wait here. I will talk with Master Rashid.
Venga, va, que nos estamos acercando a los Reyes Magos. La prueba definitiva. Oh, sí. Venga, que estamos encontrando a Jack.
Oh, there you are. May I ask who let you stroll around our house? I traveled hundreds of miles looking for a man called Jack Jackson. A scholar told me that I would find him here.
Yes, my servant told me already. My father's not here at the moment, so you'll have to make do with me. Unfortunately, I must disappoint you. There's no one called Jack living in this house.
He must be here. I found his slingshot.
What? Who allowed you inside my father's archive?
I didn't mean to be disrespectful of your hospitality.
I just hope for your sake you didn't touch anything.
No.
Every piece in there is precious to my father, even that slingshot. I'm sorry, but this is not easy for any of us. I think you should know that Jack and I are promised to each other. Maybe we should go inside. The sun's burning, and my mother doesn't need to hear us.
¿Cómo qué? ¿Eh?
Jack told me about you. You are Aliena. You're the one who rejected him and married his stepbrother. And now you want him back.
Ay, no sé qué
I
responderle.
need my son to meet his father.
His father? The little one is Jack's son.
He is.
He always said that he had come here to find out about his family. But instead, he found out about everything else. About philosophy, mathematics. When he and my father met, it was love at first sight. They studied together and made great plans. But in the end, Jack would always start talking about his cathedral again. This great church he would build one day. Rib vaults and pointed windows. He'd ramble on
Ojalá
about
no
it
seas
for
así.
hours and stare up at that ceiling. We three sat here for hours and talked. And then in the evenings, it would be just the two of us. So many strange ideas about the future. Some barely more than silly dreams. Others almost in arm's reach.
He always had his head in the clouds.
Oh, yes. Well, he's not here anymore. My father had offered him work as a master builder here in Toledo. He would have been well off and free to spend his evenings under vaults like this, with me as his wife. But in the end, he refused. Tell me, did you really marry his stepbrother?
It was a mistake. I know that now. I did it to fulfill a promise I'd made to my father. I thought I had no choice. I didn't want to hurt him. Believe me.
I do.
Como si no se hubiera pegado el viaje. Uf.
He left me because of you. Even after all you did to him, he couldn't let go. You can be glad that you ran into me and not my mother. She was enraged when he left.
He can have that effect on people.
But apart from that, we made our peace with him. Father even gave him one of his favorite pieces of his collection as a parting gift. A small
Anda ya,
wooden
venga,
statue
Yipi, no seas
with
así,
stone
¿cómo la va a
arms
matar?
in exchange for his slingshot.
Would you mind telling me where he went?
He went to Paris.
A París, ahora a París.
To work on the Cathedral of Saint-Denis. He said he never found out about his father.
Sí,
so
estoy
there was
por
no
parar
reason
un
to stay down here
ratito para cenar.
Paris. Yes.
Porque son las 9. No tengo mucha hambre, pero...
Thank you, and all the best to your family.
Thank you. What is the child's name, by the way?
Y antes porque se me ha cortado.
He has none yet. I wouldn't name him without Jack.
Isn't that a bit silly?
Maybe. But he's his son as well as mine. It's his right to have a say in it too.
Then off to Paris. That baby needs a name.
He will get one. Thank you.
Venga, va, que nos vamos a París, va. ¿O no? ¿A Madrid? Ah, no. Aquí pues otros 3 o 4 meses.
The way of St. James, passing through Astorga, Lyon and Burgos. I crossed the Pyrenees, revisiting Bordeaux, Angoulême, Poitiers, but never stayed longer than one night. The closer I came to Paris, the stronger my old doubts and fears resurfaced.
Sí, sí, esta chica se pega un viaje. El capítulo de esta chica.
What was I to say to him?
¿Por qué ibas a bofetearlo?
I'd pull him very, very close, wishing for all the wounds to heal as quickly as they could.
Vamos, Burgos. Ah, topa atrás. 3 meses para llegar, ¿sabes? París. Venga, va, que vamos a encontrar a Jack. Va, que está cerca. Lo olimos, lo sentimos. Piedras. Mira, cada vez... ¿Y si no reconozco a Jack? O sea, es que lleva un año... A ver, ¿dónde quieres que vaya? No veo...
If he's here, I'll find him on my own.
Aquí, es este, es este.
There. Are we awake then?
Está aquí, está aquí.
You almost missed this. Look at these colorful windows. Look at the light.
Pues casi.
Ali.
We came to see you, Jack.
We? Is he?
He is your son.
Bien, por fin.
My son?
No puedes negarlo, ¿no?
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Ali, where do we go from here?
Wherever we go, I want to go with you.
Will you marry me? Both of you.
We will. We stayed in Paris as husband and wife. And our son, Tommy. The days went by quickly. Jack had learned much working as a builder in Saint-Denis. Days became months. Then after a year, we both grew
No opina, no.
restless. Where can we go from here? We asked ourselves again. We both confessed that we wanted to see our families, our friends. And then we knew where we wanted to go. Home.
Exacto.
Even if it was on
Tenéis una
Chalice.
catedral que terminar de construir.
We need to hurry. The ship to England will leave soon.
What's going on here?
Whatever it is, if the crowd doesn't clear up, we'll miss our ship.
A ver qué pasa aquí. Quiero mi dinero. Gracias a la caja está caliente y un poco húmeda. Vale.
Excuse me?
What's going on here?
He's a thief. He told us lies and stole our money.
But isn't that just a simple jongleur?
That poor man. We need to help him. Oh, he doesn't like it.
Vale.
Neither do I.
Y ella no se ha cambiado para nada.
Behold the Holy Virgin.
If it takes a miracle to make these fools stop, then give them one.
You're right. I have to make her weep. It's the only way.
Rincón con sombra.
Do you see? It's working.
Your friend Rashid must be quite the miracle worker.
Lleva el mismo traje desde que empezamos la serie. Vale, ahora sí. Ya está llorando la Virgen.
Look! What's going on? The Holy Mother. She's crying.
Revere the Holy Mother, for she has blessed us with a sign from the heavens. Cease your doings right now and witness the miracle.
It's true. Lord in heaven. Why is she crying?
She weeps for she is lost. She seeks her true home, and we have traveled the world to find it.
A ver.
She weeps for she will miss her ship if you continue to block the path.
It is the Mother of God.
Forgive us, Holy Mother. Where did she come from? For hundreds of years, she languished in the land of the Saracens. Dormant, she has been waiting for the one to bring her home.
Listen to what he has to say. The Holy Virgin has chosen this young family to protect her. Tell us all where you are headed.
Her destination is beyond these waters. In the small town of Kingsbridge, in the earldom of Shiring. There she wants to rest.
Kingsbridge? Where's that?
Desde Quito, coño.
Make way for the Holy Virgin!
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Well,
Huh?
Blessed Mary, let my daughter conceive.
Give us a good harvest.
They're donating to ask for her blessing.
Oh. The Weeping Madonna shall hear your prayer. And with your donations, I shall build her a new shrine at Kingsbridge, a cathedral.
It's you.
Who do you mean?
You. The red-haired ghost.
Me? A ghost?
My husband is very much alive. I've known him since he was 12 years old.
But he drowned. By God, you drowned. 24 years ago.
Hace 24 años. Hola, gran sequito.
His name was Jacques.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Jack Cherbourg.
¡Hala! Hemos encontrado nuestra familia. Bueno, gente, voy a poner un letrerito de ahora vengo y me voy a cenar. ¿Qué os parece? Joder, es que somos 17 personas. No me voy, no me voy. ¿Conociste a la abuela de Jack? No, no, hospital no. Ya nos acabamos el juego. O sea, nos quedan estos capitulillos que no sé cómo serán de largos. 15. Son 18. Regreso a casa. Si no, pues me hago unos sándwichitos y me los ceno aquí mientras jugamos. Es que somos gente. De verdad, ¿os gusta este juego? ¿Se lo llego a saber?
So much has grown. But there are no roots, no herbs.
Mira quién ha crecido también.
What are you looking at, Jonathan?
The garden is in disorder. I want it to be right again, but I don't know how to do it.
Before I became prior, I thought the same about Kingsbridge.
Well, what did you do?
I cleaned up.
Me puse a limpiar.
Where do we start?
Pues primero habrá que quitar las malas hierbas, ¿no? Vale, pues el próximo juego va a ser...
Some plants are weeds and must go before we can plant new seeds.
The Witcher, el segundo.
Weeds.
They take away
Y
what
Walking
the other
Dead.
plants need to grow.
Vamos a empezar con la serie de Walking Dead.
Light, water, room.
What do we do?
¿Qué os parece el plan? ¿O tenéis alguna
They look a
sugerencia?
lot like every other plant, so you need to learn how to tell them apart. Here, you see those? They're called wood sorrel.
Aleluya.
Let's pluck only those for now.
I'll do it.
If you insist. Make sure to pull
Alien,
out all
olvídate.
the thin
Que ya
roots.
tengo Song of Horror que me tengo que animar a jugarlo.
And now what do I do?
Vale. Arar la tierra.
For plants to take root, the soil must be loose and fertile.
So, may
Y
I dig
zombies.
now?
Pues me alegra. Lo que no sé si haré primero de Witcher o zombies o no sé. Los zombies es un juego cortito. Porque sí que jugué los primeros en la Xbox. Y no son capítulos muy largos. Vale. Habrá que plantar la semilla y luego regarla.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
Y aquí que faltan los dos que dan vidilla. ¿Qué vas a buscar? ¿Un ajo?
Now, where did you put them? Ah, here they are.
Unas semillas va a plantar o algo.
You always said you wanted to plant these seeds and make a new garden, Elias.
Pues es el momento.
I think it's about time.
Y desde que el William destrozó otra vez el y se derrumba la iglesia, está totalmente triste, deprimido, no está haciendo nada. Ay, qué penita.
What did you bring?
Do you remember Milius? A kind man with a warm smile. Well, he told me to give you this.
Wow.
The Walking Dead, el primero, The Walking Dead.
Now we just have to wait.
All right.
¿Cómo que del primero nada? O sea, el primer... ¿No son capítulos el de Walking Dead?
How long?
Un tiempo, hijo
Too
mío.
long for us to keep sitting here.
Sí, sí, pero empezaríamos por... Pero a ver,
Some things take
y voy a
time.
alternarlo con The Witcher.
And
Voy a ir
only
alternando
with
así.
patience will you receive your reward.
Why do we have to do all these things if all we had to do is wait?
Simply waiting would not have been enough, Jonathan. You just paved the way for things to take their course. They are happening right now.
Me faltó
And
por
in a few days'
terminar el de la...
We will return and see the first
El de la negrita.
green leaf of something new.
Michón. El de la Michón.
Is it God's reward?
Maybe
Does he make things grow?
you
No, I just planted the seed.
Pues me faltó jugar el de la... De la negrita.
Now you can fetch
Ah, el de los
some water from
400
the
días
rain
no sé cuál es.
But that water's smelly. It's been there forever. There are many trees by the river. I bet that water's better.
That's a longer walk, though.
I don't mind. The distance is worth it.
Maybe
Agua
you're
de
right.
calidad. Agua.
It is worth it. Let's walk together then.
But I'll carry the bucket.
Why isn't Remigius holding the sermon? What's gotten into Philip?
Lleva la catedral parada pues un año
Our
o dos.
church lies in ruins. But all of this, these dire times, have revealed something important to us. Something that, maybe until today, I wasn't aware of.
What do you mean?
A ver, decir que no necesitamos una iglesia.
You've been praying in these ruins. But you've been praying like you always did, in humbleness. We don't need a church for prayer.
Where else are we going to pray? The chapter house? The church is where God resides.
God doesn't work in the ways we might assume. Today, Jonathan tended to our garden to make it beautiful again.
Los jugaremos.
And he told me of things I almost had forgotten. Good and evil are not in here or out there. They are within each of us.
A ver, decir que Satán es el hombre, decir que Dios es el hombre. Vamos a recuperar la fe, va.
God made us in his image. Thus we carry the godly spark within us. But we have witnessed that man can have the devil in his heart as well. Prayer needs no special place, for we are his church. In our actions, he exists.
We are God's temple.
No man is closer to God than any other man. Whether you pray in church or on the streets of our towns, whether you're a man, woman, monk, or bishop.
Philip, look outside. You have to see them. You've got to see the horses and the colors.
Jonathan.
Escucharle. Vamos a escuchar al chiquillo.
Now, what's going on?
I heard noises and I went to look.
Calm down. What happened?
But the priest said they brought a miracle.
Who? What? What priest?
Step right up, brothers and sisters. For you are about to see something that will change your life.
Who is that?
They brought us a miracle.
Andrew, un milagro.
Don't be shy. There is no danger, just awe that awaits you here. Ah, you must be Prior Philip. I am Brother Reynold. I have been sent by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Here is his letter, in case you have reasonable doubts.
Vale. Carta del arzobispo de Canterbury, que me recuerda mucho al Enrique Burbury. Vale, a ver. Philip de Kingsbridge. Por la presente ruego aceptéis la gracia de la Virgen del Llanto, pues ella ha elegido Kingsbridge como santuario. Cuando los rumores del milagro llegaron a mis oídos, tuve que ver la procesión con mis propios ojos. Hoy puedo atestiguar que es real. Tras declarar el milagro patrimonio de la corona inglesa, quise que permaneciera en Winchester. Sin embargo, los custodios de la Virgen me han hecho cambiar de opinión, pues han venido a Inglaterra con el solo propósito de ayudar a la reconstrucción de Kingsbridge. Tenéis mi bendición, Philip de Kingsbridge. Espero que restauréis vuestro priorato y convirtáis en un lugar digno de la Santa Madre. Teobaldo, arzobispo de Canterbury.
We've been charged to accompany the Weeping Madonna. She is to replace the loss of your relic, Saint Adolphus the Martyr, who was taken from you, I hear, with brute force.
What?
On her travel from far away Africa, she has collected donations to reward Kingsbridge for your faith in her and in the Lord.
I can't believe this. What is all this?
You do believe. That is why she came. And that is why you shall witness her miracle for
disfrazados, los
yourself
dos, ¿lo veis?
today. The weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
What country did you say you came from?
We have traveled all the way from a place of wonders too marvelous to behold. The faraway land of Africa.
Africa has many countries, I've heard.
Yes, it does. I knew not her powers or destination.
No voy a cuestionarle.
Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles.
If what you brought us comes from such a wondrous place, it must be very impressive.
Indeed. Soon you too shall witness the miracle of the Holy Madonna. Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home, but where? It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter?
Excuse me. Don't interrupt.
She said, "You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge."
What's it like in Africa?
The sun is always shining, and miracles happen every day. It's a land of great deserts, fig trees, and creatures that an Englishman can't even dream up.
Like these horses. Are they horses?
Los caballos.
They are not. To you, they might resemble horses, but the name the Africans have for these creatures is impossible to pronounce, even for me. And along the road, from Paris,
Phillips es una persona muy curiosa, ¿eh?
You mentioned there were fig trees in Africa. What are they?
It's a fruit, of course. It looks like a strawberry and tastes like a pear.
The scripture
Bueno, saber a pera no
mentions
sabe, ¿eh?
these figs, and they sound nothing like that. Why is that?
No two apples look or taste alike. The same goes for figs, and doubly so.
I'm getting the impression that this man has never even been to Africa. But why would he lie?
Hey! Shh! You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her
Tendré que
on
esperar a que
journey.
termine.
Baptized? A Saracen? I knew not her powers or destination. Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home.
Tell me the truth. Why?
We are guardians of the Holy Virgin that sheds tears. We were appointed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, but it was the Holy Virgin herself who chose us while she traveled through Europe.
Pues voy a mirar en la carretilla que me deja mirar ahora, a ver si sale.
She speaks without words.
But where? It came to me in a... But I wondered, what shrine
That's not
should
fit
be
for
her
a shrine. And I think there's someone snoring there.
It was the
Strange.
Madonna herself who answered my
Nothing
question.
sacred about
She
this.
said, "You shall build
Debe
me
estar
a
dentro,
new
chiquillo.
church in Kingsbridge."
Tapan la cubierta. La madera parece vieja y gastada. Visibles partes delantera.
And along the road, from Paris, across, over the sea.
Animal extraño.
They look almost like horses.
Casi parecen caballos. Pero es que les han puesto jorobas.
Hollow. Feels like a wicker basket covered in pelt. What do you think of this procession?
They seem well intended, and we could use the money.
This church of Kingsbridge.
My dear people, did you hear that? The Madonna has chosen us.
She's come all the way from Africa.
Ah, mira al chiquillo, ¿lo veis? ¿Habéis visto?
Reynold. I've heard of a Reynold from the coast.
Ahora cuando salga intentaremos pillarlo.
Traveling monk.
You think that's him?
Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. I don't trust him either way.
The Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you. You must be thinking, how can he be so sure? In the beginning, I was not. I only had my faith.
I am Philip. Who are you,
A ver.
young man?
Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles. I will tell
Why
you
are you
again,
hiding?
dear brothers and sisters, the Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you.
Vale.
You must be thinking, how could... In the beginning, I was not. I only had my faith. I knew not. Can you... You are about... The Madonna knows how you have suffered. The Virgin Mother had to witness the rise and fall of her son.
La han calentado y ahora con la humedad echará a llorar.
Believing. Kingsbridge has endured many hardships. Prior James left you before his time when you needed him the most. Your old cathedral was burned to the ground.
How do you...
And your new one collapsed
¿Cómo lo
even
sabes todo
before
eso?
construction was finished. You have suffered the ruthless destruction of your market, homes, and lives.
Ay,
All of you have lost husbands, wives, and children.
cómo improvisa
family
el
and
pobre hombre.
friends. All of you know how it is to be hungry and afraid.
Jack. Aliena.
Philip. But this is a miracle, isn't it? Or something along those lines.
But how?
We thought it was time to give Tommy a home.
The boy? Your boy?
Well, Philip? Do you recognize him? Our little Tommy?
Tommy.
Tommy? But...
De Tom.
It's been almost 3 years since I last saw you, Jack.
Mira, pues 3 años.
Where on earth did you find him?
I'd almost given up looking for him. Then Tommy found him.
And you decided to come back?
Well, this is our home, after all.
Then what on earth is all this? This miracle?
With the Madonna, we were able to collect donations for your priory and for Kingsbridge.
Really?
We can start anew. We can rebuild the cathedral.
What's the catch?
I'll get to be master builder.
Me parece bien.
Why?
Porque
I've
haces
studied
es
the
estúpido.
cathedrals, churches, and houses they build in France and Spain. I saw how different their constructions were, with new shapes, colors, and ideas. Oh, you should have seen it. They combined rib vaulting and pointed arches. I want to do that. That's why.
Why here?
Because this is home.
Ah, vale.
The townspeople probably think that's enough to build a whole cathedral, but to me it looks like about £100. You know, that won't even pay for a year's work.
Like all of this, it's a symbol. Enough for a fresh start.
And the Madonna will stay here. Kingsbridge will attract visitors and donations again.
You mean I should be thankful for these lies and tricks?
Bueno, Phillips, en el libro a veces haces cosas así, ¿eh? No estafar, pero...
We wanted to see you, little sister.
Oh, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But look at you. And the little one.
Tommy.
How are the others?
Alfred left Kingsbridge. Richard shows up every now and then. And Ellen returned to the forest.
We need to visit her.
What's wrong, Mother?
I'm glad you're back.
I am too. Very glad.
She looks like she's about to cry. She will weep for your suffering, Kingsbridge. She knows your pain.
What now?
The miracle.
El milagro. La Virgen llora.
Her eyes are wet.
Her
eyes. Look at her.
They're shining.
She cannot hold her tears any longer.
She is made of wood. It's impossible.
Why are you weeping? She's mute ever since her husband died.
The Madonna has suffered as I have. She
Ahora ya ha hablado la Mari.
It seems through her faith in all of your lies.
Sí, y otros hasta
Mary
cagaban.
has found a miracle. We can't keep trying to repair Kingsbridge by ourselves. Things are not improving. We're struggling to keep things as they are.
But we can't afford to hire help.
Without farming and fairs, we're back to Prior James's time.
Y este está con el
All these
Waleran,
past
el
years, my
Remius.
advice was
El
good enough
Remigius.
for you. But it appears you've changed your mind now, again.
It is time we started doing something to wake up and make Kingsbridge what it used to be. We did before and we can do it again.
I'm not willing to accept a risk like that. Don't you remember what happened last time? My, how easily we forget.
I remember well.
And still, you put your trust into a group of random strangers to make things better.
Un grupo de extraños, no, ¿eh?
Philip, why in God's name have you stood by and let this happen? They're tricking us into giving them money for false idols.
They are giving us money.
So that we'll place this idol in our priory? Do you approve of this?
People need hope, and these travelers are giving them hope. Yes, it is a deception, but with good intentions. Mary speaks again. Is that not a true miracle?
You fell for them. You really did. And now you joyfully take part
Ay,
in their
como te odio de
deceptions.
verdad, ¿eh?
I'm
A ti
warning
también.
you. I cannot support a prior who tolerates heresy.
Your
Pues vete.
threat won't sway me. No matter how unconventional, their return and their gift are a blessing.
You made your decision, Philip of Gwynedd. And now, I make mine. I resign. I'm leaving the priory.
Adiós. Vete. No te echaremos de menos. Bye bye. Sayonara, baby.
You got so big, Tommy. And you're just as shy as your father was.
Don't let him fool you. Usually, he's always up to something.
Tom would have been proud of you. Of both of you.
Is she still here?
Hmm?
Tom's wife.
Oh, no. Martha and I moved her to Kingsbridge. She's with Tom now. He always wanted that.
Ellen, we found Jack's family in Cherbourg.
The place he came from wasn't Cherbourg, it was Cherbourg.
But... really? What were they like?
They were good people.
His grandmother said Jack looked just like him, like his father.
Sí, lo desenterraron.
He does. But they never came for him or asked about him.
They thought he was dead. His ship sunk. He'd always wanted to go to England.
Have you ever heard of the White Ship?
No.
The king's family drowned.
My father was there. He was the only one who survived.
Not for long.
You told me that he was accused of stealing a chalice.
Yes. But I know he was innocent. I heard the story and had to find out what he looked like. He told me his name. I fell in love. I helped him escape. But in the end, they caught up with us.
What happened then?
They hanged him. I was there. And you were there, Jack. But you weren't born yet. He was led to the gallows. Everyone was quiet. The people somehow knew he was not a thief. But I knew for sure. He told me. He was so afraid. He didn't want to die. I didn't want him to die. And I prayed. Then I heard his voice. Quiet.
Than ever, as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey, the lark his freedom net. No! No!
You said that 3 men were responsible for Father's death.
Who were they?
A ver.
The Sheriff of Shiring, Percy Hamley, Prior James of Kingsbridge, and Archdeacon Waileran Bygod. They showed no mercy. Neither did I.
I curse you! All of you! He will return to haunt you! One day, you will be judged for what you did. Your houses shall be consumed by fire. Your life shall end in pain and agony. You shall grow old in sadness and regret.
The people they killed will return to haunt them. I promised them.
Bueno, ya sabemos quién fue los que mataron al padre de Jack. Y uno de ellos es Waleran. El James ya está muerto, que es el de donde está ahora Philip.
We welcome our new prior Remigius. He helped to recover the bones of the Saint of Kingsbridge, Adolphus, from the hands of thieves. Adolphus already rests safely in this great cathedral of Shiring. Our master builder Alfred promised me that it will only be a matter of a few years until the cathedral will be finished. And the
Sí, es la historia del padre, sí.
has promised to support us. But he has not done so for himself. No, the Earl is not a selfish man. His mother, Lady Hamley, is sick. More and more, I feel the whole of England is suffering from a sickness. The sickness of war. poverty, and most of all, heathen beliefs. I have spoken to God.
¿Tú qué vas a hablar con
I
Dios?
asked him,
Tú hablas con tu
him
culo.
to walk amongst us, to heal us. But God told me that only when this great cathedral is finished will he have a temple to reside in. No matter the cost, this shall be a towering castle to protect us from evil and false beliefs. With this cathedral, we will bring an end to the dark times.
Waileran, by God.
Jack, what are you doing here?
Venga, va.
My father died by your hands, Waileran. His name was Jacques Cherbourg.
How dare you talk to the bishop like that?
He died right here.
Who are you?
I know that man. He's that bastard from Kingsbridge.
That man is my husband.
You?
All of you, listen to what we have to say. From now on, Kingsbridge is protected.
By our knights, by our walls, and by the word of the king.
Toma ya.
So whatever you do, we will defend our town, our market and fulling mills.
And our cathedral, which we shall rebuild. All workers are invited to come and work for us.
Preposterous.
If you so much as try to bring harm to us, Bishop, we will make sure that you pay for everything you did.
Es que el otro, el James, sí que sabemos que se muere. Pero el otro... gente, voy a dejar así pausado. Me hago un sandwichito y vuelvo, ¿vale? Voy a poner un mensajito, ¿no? Que ponga esto. Vuelvo en nada. Porque, gente, tengo hambre. Yo no sé vosotros. Pero os lo dejo así, ¿vale? Vuelvo en 20 minutitos o antes, ¿vale? Os dejo así para que tengáis musiquita, ¿vale? Exacto, aprovechar para comer algo. Bueno, ya estamos aquí. Vamos a quitar el mensajito este. Muy bien. Me pongo los casquitos. Y vale. Ayudaste a Jonathan a plantar un árbol. Celebraste tu primera misa. ¿Tú no estás? ¿Cómo que no estás? Claro que estás. Ay. Vale. Sigamos. ¿Es un nebo de esos? La tempestad. Oh. 11 años después.
It had been 3 years. 3 years of drought. 3 years of hunger and poverty.
Ole, que había yippies.
England was brought to its knees. Only our walls had kept us safe from the bands of outlaws raiding towns and villages. Bishop Waleran and William Hamley forced the workers to finish their cathedral in Shiring. Many had died.
Pues ya manda las
The
fotitos
work on
ya.
our own cathedral had almost come to a halt. 4 weeks the storm had raged on. It was then that our cathedral gave up its last secret.
Oh.
And everything changed.
Tom, I don't think you would have liked the sight of this. I don't think you would have liked the sight of this at all.
Es que se ve que tiene un tipo de fallo en la estructura que con el peso se va cayendo, pero es porque el Alfred cuando la estuvo construyendo hizo algo mal.
The storm shouldn't be that much of a problem. But if it's not the storm, then what is it?
A ver. Martillo y un cincel. ¿Dónde vas?
One day, people will fly.
Pues
like
sí,
birds,
algún día.
sailing on the wind. Rashid told me. That won't help solving my problem. The vaulting is cracked. Over here, the vaulting looks weak. What would you have to say about this, Tom?
Le puso peso a la bóveda en vez de ponerle madera.
Pull the wall inward and damage it. Especially with this storm putting pressure on the wall from the outside. We have to find out. If I widen these cracks, we'll
Nada,
see
que
if
la
our
catedral
problem
está
gets worse.
volviéndose a caer. Están teniendo casi 4 semanas de sequía.
I don't like it.
Ya han pasado 11
I'll have to
años.
fix it either way. The roof looks all right.
don't think we have a problem here. If I widen these cracks, we will know if the vaulting is the cause of the problem. If I make it worse, then we'll at least...
Nada. Tranquilo, te enfades.
Be easier without this sand everywhere. All right. One more time.
Ay.
I'm getting old.
No, que soy yo la que está manejando el cincel y no te esperes que sea una maravilla.
If the vaulting were unstable, this part would have collapsed and the wall would retract. The cause of the problem is not up here.
Vale. Ya nos ha quedado claro.
What would you have done now? When we erected the eastern wall 17 years ago, there was also a crack. Yes. No matter what we did, it always came back. But this is not the same wall. We rebuilt it. But the cause could have been the same in both cases. Ground is the same, but it had never been that dry. We had no problems with the rest of the walls.
Las piedras.
We took the stones from the same quarries, but the other walls don't have problems.
Pues allá abajo ¿qué hay? ¿La cripta o el claustro?
The cloister? It was there back when Tom's wall had a crack, and now this wall is unstable too. But it's too far away. If it fell apart, it wouldn't affect the east wall.
Pues la cripta.
The crypt!
Ya lo que nos queda.
Yes, Tom. You kept the whole foundation there as it was.
Es que creo que la cripta es lo único que no se quemó.
This much weight before.
Entonces no la reforzó ni la retocó.
The problem must be down there.
¡Hala! ¡Eureka!
They were enraged. Bishop Henry thinks that the Pope should hear about what you wrote.
I think so too. I would be honored if he read my book.
Philip, I really am worried about you.
There is no need for you to worry, Jonathan. It is just a book.
The problem is that the people love your sermons and what you wrote, even though most of them can't read. Your book is being copied in priories all over England.
Is that not a good thing, if our message gives people hope?
In desperate times, hope can be a powerful force.
That is very true.
Well, I fear the bishops. They might come to believe you took that power from them.
Huh? Do you?
El alma divina, segunda obra de Philip. Examinar. El alma divina, libro escrito por Philip, 1148. En su obra, Philip sugiere la existencia de una chispa divina en el hombre, dado que Dios es su creador. Argumenta que aunque parezca que Dios nos ha abandonado, en realidad es lo más profundo del ser humano, pues nuestra alma posee una naturaleza divina. Espero que no le queda mucho. Esto implica que no es necesario buscar la salvación en el exterior, pues todos tenemos el poder de cambiar lo que nos rodea. Podemos plantar la semilla para que Dios la haga crecer. El mensaje de esperanza lanzado por Philip alcanza todos los rincones de Inglaterra y algunas zonas de Europa, pero la Iglesia se muestra extremadamente crítica con el texto. En su primer tratado, Philip solo había criticado a los falsos milagros. Ahora, sin embargo, sus palabras ponían en tela de juicio la proximidad del clero a Dios, pues todos los hombres poseen, según Philip, una naturaleza divina. A ver.
Jack.
¿Qué pasa,
Have you been
Philip?
atop the cathedral during the storm?
Don't worry, Philip. The storm isn't as bad up there.
You shouldn't be up there risking your life. You should be with your children. Sally and Tommy have been asking for their parents all morning.
Familia de Alfred. Ay, de Aliena. Tras prometer a Waleran la salvaguarda de Kingsbridge, Richard y Jack han dedicado grandes esfuerzos a fortificar la aldea. En ese tiempo, William Hamley no ha osado volver a atacar a la localidad. Mientras tanto, Aliena ha seguido comerciando con lana producida en Kingsbridge, sobre todo en las ciudades más allá de Siren. La mayoría del producto que vende proviene de los batanes que Jack ha construido en Kingsbridge. Aliena y Jack tienen 2 hijos. Tommy ya tiene 12 años, mientras que Sally, su hermana pequeña, tiene 9. Marta cuida de ambos mientras Jack y Aliena trabajan. Hay quien sospecha que Richard y Marta tienen una relación, pero si fuera cierto, la mantenían en secreto. Pues mira.
The storm is tearing our east wall apart. If the storm works, I work. Jonathan, did you and the others come directly from Winchester?
Yes, we did.
What about Aliena?
She stayed a day longer for the Fleece Fair. She should be on her way back now.
In this storm?
We didn't expect it to get worse.
No one did.
I am sure she'll be all right.
I need to go. I think I know why the east wall is unstable.
Yes? Why is that?
I'm not sure, but I think the answer lies down in the crypt. I should hurry before it's too late.
Y arreglarlo en cuanto sea.
Jonathan is probably right. Aliena will be fine. Still, I'd feel better if she was here with us. I think I know what caused the problem.
Vale.
You know, I just realized.
The one that burned down?
Yes, I only noticed it when I visited after Prior James died.
It wasn't there before then?
No. I remember that I thought the crack looked like a finger pointing at the sinners of Kingsbridge.
A grim thought.
I was not happy with the state of Kingsbridge back then. I admit that.
Entrar a la catedral, Camposanto.
That's not the way to the crypt.
Espérate que ya he paseado tantas veces por aquí que ya no sé por dónde se va.
No.
No.
Not before I find out what's made.
Vale, ya es.
Once I know what caused this, we can reinforce the wall and fix it, but only if that storm. First, I need to fix the root cause of then the problem itself.
Y aquí está, claro, como nos han robado al santo.
Rashid was right. People love to believe in miracles.
Pues sí.
The reason most people come to Kingsbridge now is for Philip's sermons. He tells them what they need to hear. He gives them hope.
Vale, pues está aquí.
That definitely wasn't here before. The cause of the instability must be down here. This is the spot. Let's find out what the old wall here, or what's... Here we go.
Mierda.
Ugh.
Hay una mofeta de... una familia de mofetas, ya verás.
Dear God. These stones, they've been removed before. Whoever put them back just added some mortar on top of the stones to hide the fact that they were removed. The tile at the bottom was completely loose.
What does that mean?
I think it was an entrance.
¿A dónde?
An entrance? To where? That's what we'll find out.
Vamos a ver qué hay.
Careful now. You've got the whole east wall on top of you.
Ay.
Jack?
I'm all right. Just hit my head. It's dark in here.
A saber, no sé lo que hay.
There's a
Esto
whole
no
room
recuerdo
here.
yo del libro.
A chamber. I'll get a torch.
No sé qué habrá aquí.
You stay here.
¿A que está aquí muerto el tío este? Arena... ¿Féretro?
Is that a... Oh, there's sand everywhere. Uh-huh. It's a bed. What?
Vamos a ver qué nos encontramos aquí.
There's a bed in here.
What? Jonathan, we need that torch.
Una copa de madera, una cama, la arena...
That's not wood. It's metal.
¿A qué será la copa? Que en teoría robó el padre de...
It's made of leather. It's a whip. What is that doing here?
I have the torch.
All right, come in here.
A ver, es que vosotros lo veis más iluminado en el directo, pero yo lo veo totalmente oscuro, ¿eh? No veo nada.
Did you know about this place?
No. No, I did not. I have seen this chalice before, when I was very young. It's the chalice of the Eucharist from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
El que se supone que robó el padre.
Cuthbert told me about it. They said it was stolen.
And melted down, I know. Mother told me. They also said it was my father who did it.
Did they?
So he's innocent then?
He must be.
And whoever hid the chalice is responsible for his death. They hanged him in Shiring for stealing this chalice. But it was here all along.
That scourge, the whip. It belonged to Prior James. I was afraid of it when I first visited Kingsbridge with Francis and Abbot Peter. Even the look of it scared me.
James.
Está mayor ya el Philip, ¿eh? Está canoso.
I think I saw him during the night of the fire in the
cathedral. When the old cathedral burned down, there was a man in the fire. His shoulders were bloody, as if he had chastised himself.
It is you! By God and the devil!
He told me that he had sinned, that he had done something to me. Perhaps because I looked like my father.
So he confessed for framing your father while he hid the cup here?
But it couldn't have been James you saw. James died weeks before the fire.
Did he? You said they never found his body.
Estaba ahí encerrado.
Maybe he hid down here. Maybe that's why the bed's here.
Wait. Jack, you were in the burning cathedral. What were you doing there?
And then I told Philip what I'd done. He just looked at me. Didn't say anything.
Vale. El flagelo del prior James, encontrado por Philip 1154. El joven Philip tenía miedo del flagelo del prior James. Lo vio por primera vez en una visita a Kingsbridge junto con el abad Peter, responsable de la crianza de Philip y Francis tras la muerte de sus padres. Años más tarde, James decidió que Philip merecía la oportunidad de liderar su propia célula de priorato en St. John in the Forest. Cada vez que Philip visitaba la casa matriz de Kingsbridge, recordaba aquella primera visión del flagelo. El abad Peter no comulgaba con la idea de que el dolor pudiera conducir a la salvación, pero el prior James creía que la autoflagelación era la única forma de liberar al alma de las tentaciones de la carne. Cuando Jack contó a Philip que el prior James entraba en la catedral de noche del incendio, Philip recordó el día en el que el coro se negó a cantar porque escuchaban sonidos extraños en la cripta. Aquello había ocurrido 2 semanas antes del incendio, por lo que era posible que hubiesen escuchado a James. ¿Se había ocultado el antiguo prior en la cámara secreta de la cripta? Y si fue así, ¿por qué lo hizo? Ah, ¿estáis hablando de qué estáis hablando? ¿De Kalina de verdad o de Kalina del juego? Mira cómo se ha puesto William, gordo y hermoso.
Wailer, what do you want?
Do you think it is wise to resign yourself to gluttony at times like these, while your people starve on the streets of Shiring?
Don't play the saint. You promise them miracles, and you make them pay. But your miracles never work out, do they?
God works in ways that we cannot comprehend.
My mother cannot walk. You failed.
Sí.
Again.
Le debería dar un infarto al corazón y que le doliera mucho.
I came about a book.
The Bible again.
No. Philip of Gwynedd wrote it. And the church is displeased. Bishop Henry was enraged. This is our chance, William.
Your chance, you mean? If you need forces, talk to Walter or Ugly. I don't care. I built your fucking cathedral. I'm done.
It's not just about Philip. It's about Aliena and her family.
Don't mention that name.
But have you not heard? King Stephen and Maud's son just signed a peace treaty.
I don't care.
You should care.
I said I don't. Now leave, and don't come back unless I ask for you. Where's my wife?
They've not returned yet, Lord William.
Then get me a whore! Now!
Os sigo recomendando que os leáis el libro, por favor. Ya os he dicho que lo tenéis en iVoox, en podcast, enterito. El fin de la guerra, examinar. El fin de la guerra y el Tratado de Wallingford, 1554. Tras 15 años de guerra civil provocada por el conflicto entre Esteban y Maude, Inglaterra se halla más dividida que nunca. Tras una batalla final en Wallingford, Enrique II, hijo de la emperatriz Maud, sella la tregua con Esteban. El tratado se firma más tarde en Winchester y Westminster. Según el acuerdo, Esteban seguirá reinando hasta su muerte, momento en el que ascenderá al trono Enrique II. El tratado se declara de inmediata revocación de los repartos de la tierra impuestos durante el mandato de Esteban y la restauración de los condados vigentes en tiempos del rey Enrique I. Por ello, Sirin deja de pertenecer a los Hamlet y vuelve a manos de los herederos de Bartolomeo. Pero, ¿quién osaría enfrentarse a William de Hamlet? Yo estoy con el mundo sin fin. Me está costando engancharme porque es más antiguo que este. Trata más de la época de los vikingos. Claro, ahora tendría que gobernar él. Le devuelven el título al hermano de Aliena. No, este es el del medio. Luego está... espérate, te lo digo que tengo el libro aquí al lado. No sé qué, mundo es sin fin y el alba o algo así. Y luego es el sin fin. El que dices tú creo que sí que es el tercero. El de antes es de los vikingos, sí. Luego está los pilares de la tierra y luego el otro que es el que tú dices. A ver.
I am sorry for intruding, but I must ask you for shelter. I was on my way from the Fleece Fair in Winchester to Kingsbridge and got caught in the storm.
Nasty, isn't it?
Yes. And it's getting worse and worse.
Vale.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Someone help me! Please! I need help!
Vamos, nena.
Oh dear. My horse. I can't move.
Take my hand. We'll get you
No,
inside.
no, aquí no se mueve nadie.
We'll only be here until it's safe to leave. We won't bother you.
Que aquí las casas de madera igual se volaban en un pedo, ¿sabes?
I'm Aliena. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Breathe, Elizabeth. You're safe now.
Muy bien, Yippee, aquí estaré.
Should have let her die.
Vuela caballo.
Hey, what are you gonna do with that?
I'm just going to borrow it.
Let's try to get along until the storm passes.
Que sí.
We would all be better off without someone like her.
Thank you.
Hey, that's our blanket.
Can't you see she's freezing?
It's all right. It's just a blanket.
Joder. Ahora me van a decir de todo.
We don't have much, but always enough for a lost soul.
She doesn't deserve anything.
Take a bowl and go ahead.
She's avoiding eye contact.
You should get out of this place as soon as you can.
Be assured, I will leave as soon as the storm ceases.
I don't like this.
Hold your horses.
Would you accept this for a bowl of soup?
Oh, I didn't make it.
I did, but it doesn't matter. Just take the rotten soup. We can't use another starved body in this hut.
Joder, encima que te doy dinero.
I hope the storm spares your homes and...
If only we had that much left.
We still have our lives.
And our dignity.
You still have yours.
Nada, vamos a por la sopa.
What's she doing now?
Pequeño cuenco de sopa.
Shush, let her eat.
Te he ofrecido dinero por la sopa. No me vengas a mí ahora.
I don't know. I think she's freezing.
Eat this. You must be hungry.
Thank you. That's nice of you.
Why are you giving her soup? Dirt. That's what she deserves for dinner.
What? Do you want her to starve?
Please, don't start a fight.
Oh, you're so kind. Many people would have let me die. People don't listen to me. My entourage didn't even notice they lost me.
Normal.
Who?
My husband and his entourage.
A fine husband you have. I divorced my last one for less than that.
Divorced? Oh, he's just been beside himself ever since his mother.
Maybe now you'll understand what loss feels like. And what you people are doing to us.
Stop bullying her. Can't you see she's upset? How do they know you? This isn't right.
I'm used to it. I guess that's how it is when your husband holds an office like that. He has to do a lot of things people don't like. And sometimes they recognize me, too.
Wait. Is your husband the Earl of Shiring?
I thought you knew.
William Hamley.
Oh, please don't abandon me too. I swear, I'm not... I can't...
I used to know him when I was a girl.
Really?
Why did you marry him?
My parents arranged it. And it was an honor to be picked.
Pues sí, un honor.
What's he like now?
Un honor.
I love him with all my heart.
Tiene 14 años la
How do you
niña
know?
cuando lo comprometen con él.
He wanted to marry me when I was your age. Apparently, he likes young girls, no matter how old he gets.
You too were supposed to marry him. How come you didn't?
Sí.
He was a beast. So I refused.
You refused him?
It caused a lot of misery.
Y él tiene 30 y tantos por la época de ahora.
I wish I was like you. I can't even stand up to the servants.
Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the downfall of this land. For years he roamed across the country to raid, rape and kill.
I'm sorry.
He's no earl. After all he's taken from us, we should take something from him too.
She has nothing to do with this. Don't you dare touch her. Can't you see she's another one of his victims?
Hola Gonglio, bienvenido, bienvenida, ¿qué tal?
Can you even imagine how it must be to be a child married to
Cuéntanos, ¿te gusta esta historia? Los pilares de la tierra.
The abuse and the humiliation every single day.
Todos los días.
I'm so sorry.
¿No ves que antes la mujer era para... la daban de dote?
Enough to know your pain.
Y si este hombre ya era el conde de Sirin y ella no me acuerdo qué era.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Sam, where the hell am I supposed to tether this horse?
It's Walter. He's looking for me.
Listen. Use your status. It gives you power. People will get used to doing what you say. Favor those who help, so people will recognize
Yo
that it pays to
tenía
oblige
conocido
the
el
lady
libro.
of shiring.
Y tenía el libro porque se lo leyó mi madre hace 200.000 años. Pero vi a una chica jugarlo y lo puse en la lista de futuros juegos. Y me acabé el libro hace un par de semanas. Walter. Y ahora que tengo fresco el libro, pues le he dado al juego.
No! Don't harm her! If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead. She saved me from the storm.
Did she now? Come on, we have to get back to the castle. We've lost too
Eso
much
sí,
time
la
already.
serie Gonglio no te la recomiendo.
Elizabeth stays with me.
No, she doesn't.
Thank you for saving me and protecting me from these people.
Come on now, we need to get going. William is waiting.
Vale, esposa de William. Notas de Liena sobre la esposa de William, 1154. ¿Acaso mi rechazo provocó una amargura tal en William que sintió aversión hacia el matrimonio durante años? ¿Fui yo el motivo por el que tardó tanto en casarse? Tras conocer a Elizabeth, descubrí que era la hija de Harold de Weymouth, un acaudalado caballero partidario de Esteban. Elizabeth tenía tan solo 14 años cuando contrajo matrimonio. El obispo Waleran ofició la ceremonia en la Catedral de Sirin y todas las personalidades del condado acudieron al banquete nupcial. Elizabeth es una joven dulce, seguramente se sintió honrada, y una mierda, de ser la elegida del conde. No quiero ni pensar en cómo la habrá tratado William. Un motivo más para poner fin a esto de una vez por todas. No te preocupes que yo también me lo quiero cargar. Es un HP. HP. Yo cada vez que leía un capítulo de Willeran me ponía nerviosa y decía, pero. ¿De Willeran? ¿De William? Buah. Pero estamos acabando casi el juego, Gonglio. Proscritos.
Dear Francis,
Es que es malo, pero con ganas, Fallen le consigue dar un carácter maligno, egoísta, egocéntrico, hipócrita, agresivo, malvado y...
It has found its way into priories throughout England and beyond. Because of my book, I may have to talk to Bishop Henry. But that is not the only thing that keeps me awake tonight.
Es que la serie, nada más al principio dije, a ver, una cosa es que tengas que retocar cosas de los libros y la serie, pero otra cosa es inventarte cambiar muchas cosas. A ver, escribir sobre el libro, escribir sobre... Vamos a hablarle sobre la cripta.
Behind a wall in our crypt, Jack discovered a hidden room. We do not know who built it. But it is likely that Prior James hid there, even after he was said to have drowned. That means he was alive when we met in Kingsbridge on New Year's Day, the day of his burial. And Jack told me he saw a man in the church the night it burned down. Was that him? And if so, did he burn in the fire that night? The dust storm and the drought are taking their toll on all of us. Thanks to our town wall, we are safe from the Earl and the outlaws. We've heard of places nearby being raided. We believe the attackers were William Hamley's men. We have enough food to last us another few weeks. But life has come to a halt. Martha believes there will be rain soon. That the storm is only a harbinger of rain. I hope that she is right.
Vale, escribí sobre el libro. No recuerdo yo que él estuviera escribiendo un libro. En el libro, no me acuerdo.
Jonathan worries about my book. The Divine Soul. In Winchester, he heard that Bishop Henry was less than pleased by what I had written. I am not naive enough to pretend I do not know why. I wrote that hope is godly. And since God made each of us, hope and salvation are only to be found within ourselves. Henry sells hope, and I am giving it away for free. If the church should ask me to clarify my position, of course I shall do so. But I feel I must give our people what they need in these desperate times. And how could I write anything else if this is what I truly believe?
Vale, y poner fin a la carta.
It must be well after midnight. With you, I can be honest about what truly troubles me. Jack told me that he was responsible for the fire in Kingsbridge. I know that it was a long time ago. He told me he set fire to the roof so there would be work for his father, Tom.
Creo recordar que él no llega a enterarse nunca.
Save yourselves! The saint! We must save the saint! Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there! Adolphus! The saint! We must save him! No! No! Don't go!
And as horrible as it may sound, I cannot find it in my heart just now to forgive Jack. Maybe because this confession comes too late, and from a man who I have learned to trust. This is the truth.
Bueno.
I should get some air, Francis. The storm has settled down. I know them by heart, but Jonathan insisted we keep them. I don't like to indulge in my own writings.
Ah, su obra.
Jack is still working. He always is. Later. I need time to...
Vale, pues salimos. Muy bien, yippies. Vale, ubicado en el cementerio de noche.
If he was never properly buried, and that is Jack's fault. A magnificent cathedral, but I would have been more than content with the old one, had it not been burned to the ground.
Y no hubiéramos tenido libro. Si no llegase porque ya quema la esa, no tenemos libro.
Hello? I thought I saw someone.
Ah,
Came from the
vale.
kitchen.
Oh, it's you.
You startled me.
I thought I heard something.
Sí,
Was that
nosotros
you?
también hemos visto
No,
algo por ahí.
But I heard it too. Maybe Aliena came back.
No, she's asleep. She returned a few hours ago. Damn it.
Jack.
Sorry. There's someone in the kitchen.
Yes.
Esa boca ya.
You're right.
Stay behind me. I'll go ahead.
A ver qué pasa aquí.
There's someone in here.
Outlaws. They are probably just after food.
Y solo nos queda comida para unas semanas.
All right. Please, listen. Oh. We don't mean you harm.
Philip, be careful! Damn it! Philip, throw me a stone.
¡Que me van a matar a Philip! ¡Mierda!
No.
¡Mierda, Philip!
¡Philip!
¡Philip, no! Por favor, dejadme repetir esto, por favor, sí, obvio. Reintentar. Philip, no, no, Philip, no. A ver.
Listen. Oh. We don't mean you harm.
Philip, be careful!
Philip, throw me a stone.
Toma.
Jack, no! It's him.
¿Quién es?
Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus?
He took Cuthbert's keys to steal food.
Ah,
here
desde el
from the kitchen.
principio.
Because of me, Remigius found out. And he left. We never saw him again.
Looks like he came back.
Y le hemos abierto la cabeza.
You didn't mean for this to happen.
No, but...
What about him? Don't be afraid.
Ah!
Su puta madre.
Jack! Why did you do that, you animal? I will get the others.
No!
What?
He's just a child.
Just a child. Jack forgave the child. Just like that. And I forgave him.
Hombre, menos mal, Philip.
For that was what he had been when he arrived in Kingsbridge. Just a child. Who was I to judge this man for not confessing earlier what he had done? I had never told his wife, Aliena, that I was responsible for her fate.
Claro.
And for her father's. Even that night, when we all met, I did not dare to tell her.
The walls of Kingsbridge weren't enough anymore. The outlaws had found a way in. We weren't safe in our homes.
So this is what it has come to. Kingsbridge is under attack.
Why didn't Uncle Richard chase them away?
Why?
Now, do not exaggerate. This is not a siege.
We only saw 2 of them, and one of them.
Pues sí, Joma, sí.
But they almost killed you.
A ver.
Our Earl of Shiring lets his people starve. With this drought, a just lord would help.
But
Sí,
nobody
pero no
stood
es ni
up to
justo
him.
ni
So
nada.
he burns our last crops, destroys our towns, and murders our kin.
Richard, please, not now.
It is all too easy to blame a desperate child. Forgiveness is much harder.
It is.
But forgive we must.
Can you? Forgive, I mean.
I already have.
Hamley is the reason for this. He's to blame. It's that simple.
Well, he won't be Earl for long. The Treaty of Wallingford has been signed at last. It's only a matter of time until things change.
What treaty? Winchester is in turmoil about this right now. Stephen and Maud have signed the treaty. Maud's son, Duke Henry, is to be crowned the next king.
And, by agreement, all lands are to be returned to their previous owners.
But Stephen will continue to rule as long as he lives.
The earldom will be ours again.
It will not.
Why the bloody hell not?
Bloody hell. Language?
No one will enforce this until Stephen is dead.
What is to be done then?
Well, for one thing, we shouldn't start blaming the outlaws.
I agree. They're not our enemies. The outlaws and us are all sitting at the same table.
There were times when you monks wouldn't even offer us a chair.
So what do we do now? Wait for William to lose the earldom once King Stephen is dead?
Well, if they're hungry. Can't we just give them something to eat? I'll share.
We should, and we will. But there are too many to feed them all.
We must do something.
Well, I cannot sit quietly and wait until Stephen dies of old age.
Que puede vivir muchos años.
The Treaty of Wallingford is in place. I won't wait for another 17 years. Not when I'm so close to fulfilling the promise I made to my father.
You're right, but it wasn't William Hamley who came here last night. It's the outlaws we need to worry about.
Well, what do we do about it?
Me van a hacer atacar esto. Porque es como pasa en el libro.
We must show compassion.
A ver si podemos cambiarlo.
If we defend Kingsbridge, we must cause as little harm as possible, or better, help as many as possible.
Things will only get worse if we don't find a way to deal with Hamley.
What about his mother? I've heard that Hamley still listens to her, that she still has a say in Earl's Castle.
Yes, let's tell his mother.
If we spoke to Regan Hamley, we might not need a physical confrontation at all.
That'll never work. We have to assault them and take back our father's castle. Even if that means fighting alongside the outlaws.
I don't like either choice, to be honest.
Neither do I. So, what do you think, Helena?
Ay. No me fío de
I
nada.
will talk to the outlaws. Maybe we can find someone who can speak on their behalf. And if there's no one, then we will.
I'll ride with you.
You won't, Cub. Not with that leg of yours.
Your mother is right. Besides, if we all turn up, they might think we mean them harm.
Bien.
Our hopes of meeting allies on the road to Shiring were fading with every mile. The only people we saw were sitting by the side of the road, broken and starving. Shiring was riddled with death and despair. I'd heard that Wigley had just been raided by outlaws, leaving them almost entirely without cattle. Maybe someone there knew where the raiders had come from. But Calford, on the other hand, had a recent falling out with William Hamley. There was a chance that they would be quick to join our resistance.
Puedo ir a...
We entered the village. There was a weary young man trying to repair a roof. He pointed toward a ruined mill. Hamley's Mill, he called it, which used to have the right to grind all grain from the nearby villages. That was until a few days ago. Hamley had come to collect his share and, due to the famine, was met with empty coffers. Enraged, he'd killed the miller and had taken every last bag of flour belonging to the starving people of Calford.
Era un
Many
cabrón
fled into the forest,
William.
desperate for their lives.
Ahora iremos a Sirin.
As we reached Wigley, we met a farmer tending to a scrawny chicken. She told us that Hamley had claimed
Pollo
ownership
esquelético
of
y
the
sí que está
cattle.
esquelético, sí.
Shortly after that, the cattle vanished. Raiders had taken it, throwing William Hamley into a fit of rage.
¿Eso da
Some
huevos?
say they recognized the thieves, neighbors who had once lived among them. They were long believed to be among the dead. Were we really building our hopes on a pack of ghosts?
Vale, pues a Sirin.
On the road to Shiring, a shrouded figure jumped into our path. It was an outlaw. Fumbling a blunt sword once fit for a knight, he demanded our horses and coin. Richard calmly pulled out his own sword, shutting the man up immediately. I told him that we were looking for people like him to help us fight William Hamley. The man just stared, then slowly shook his head and stepped backwards. The prospect caused more fear than hope, and he ran away.
Igual me he equivocado a la hora de motivarlo.
Shiring had been declining for years. Only the cathedral had been growing day by day, looming over the lands. That cathedral seemed to be sucking the land dry. Its presence was malevolent, like a bad omen. To fund the construction, Hamley had expelled countless tenants who were behind on their payments, taking their possessions. This made the impact of the famine even worse than it already was.
Madre mía. Qué miseria.
I'd been to Monksfield before. It was where I'd met Elizabeth, sheltering from the storm. Despite its few inhabitants, it had been a fairly large community with the best soil in the region. Now it was very much abandoned, its farmhouses raided and empty. There was nothing for us here. We needed a better lead for finding the outlaws.
Nada, que estamos buscando los proscritos y no...
The fields of Huntley spurred fond memories. Here, I'd negotiated my first deal to transport and sell the farmer's wool. Now, the meadows had turned to straw, and the sheep were dead. Soon, we reached Uncle Simon's abandoned hut. Our horses needed rest, so we wanted to leave them there while we looked around on foot. Then, I remembered how Richard had been kicked by the man William had paid to catch us, and the horrible sounds he'd made lying there. Inside the hut, I was startled by a hunched figure hiding in a corner, nibbling on a lump of bread. Upon seeing us, the creature's eyes widened. I asked him where he got bread in times like these. Was it stolen? No, I got it from the butcher. The people at Sally's quarry told me to ask the butcher, he blurted out, startled by his own voice. Mistaking our interest for greed, he wolfed down the rest of the bread.
Qué pena.
Before we could ask more, the frightened man jumped up and fled into the forest. The butcher. Was he the one we were looking for? A leader whom the downtrodden trusted and feared? Maybe...
¿Ya me quieres que vaya? ¿A la cantera?
The abandoned quarry was teeming with activity. Many poor souls were gathering around a fireplace, boiling a stew from meat and turnips. It was plain to see that these people weren't held together by blood or profession, but by hunger and desperation. And by their numbers, I thought, that could make them quite dangerous. Were these outlaws? The outlaws were using a moss-covered cave and little huts as shelter. Through the cave entrance, we could see stacked crates of goods, most likely stolen. The outlaws were of varying ages and seemed almost peaceful in their little haven. Suddenly, we were startled by a shout. "Who are you?" a boy demanded with anger in his eyes. All eyes darted towards us. Their reactions were as varied as their faces. Some looked afraid, curious, and confused. Others were full of hatred and contempt. We're not here to hurt you, I explained.
A ver la que
We
liamos.
just want to talk. Where can I find the butcher? I asked. Their faces expressed anger and fear. I explained that we were looking for food. They told us that the butcher was still in Monksfield, but that meat would come every couple of days. I said that wouldn't be a problem, not knowing what they meant. It looked like our path would lead us back to Monksfield.
Pues nada. Espérate que no veo. Madre mía, que sí que este viaje es aquí, tú.
Someone told us they got meat in Monksfield.
Oh dear, I hope you didn't come empty-handed. Only if you bring me an animal, then I can prepare it for you. A horse, maybe?
So this is horse meat. Where would you find a horse in times like these?
Do people call you the butcher then?
There is much truth in your words, but...
Vaya por Dios.
Why'd you ask? What do you want?
Do you have a lot of outlaws passing by?
You don't see it in their faces, dear. But we all have been failed by the law and our leaders. Don't you agree?
I asked because we feel the same way. And we're looking for a way to make things right again.
Is that so?
Muy bien, Miguel,
We're
nos
looking
vemos.
to build an
Descansa.
army to invade Earl's Castle and kill Earl William Hamley.
Oh my. If it was that easy, someone would have done that a long time ago. The poor souls I meet, they're just simple people. They're not an army.
Muy bien, GP.
We would lead them.
I'm a knight. I know how to turn ordinary men into fighters.
In their condition, most of them can barely kill a chicken, let alone a man. These people are mothers, fathers, hard workers, yes, but they are not soldiers.
We'd reward them if they helped us.
You must know we are the rightful heirs to Earl Bartholomew of Shiring, and would show ourselves very generous.
So, you're just another pair of nobles who want to use us as pawns in their battle, to die for you.
It is the best chance we have. This is a battle for the sake of the people of Shiring, for all of us.
It's rubbish. It's what it is.
We are offering you a chance to rid the land of Hamley, to fight for your freedom.
The last time I saw you, you showed kindness toward that young woman who was with you. I am willing to listen to a good soul, but I won't help you blindly.
That woman that was here, that you helped, that was Hamley's wife. His wife, by God. How stupid do you think we are?
Right, it's a trap.
Well, how can these people put their life at risk if they do not trust you? You are not like us.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, I know what it's like to live in poverty.
And just like you, we had William Hamley to thank for it.
But I also know that if one fights the right battles, that things can change for the better.
But they're starving, my child. They are weakened by poverty, hunger, and illness. Who are you to think you can face William Hamley?
Yeah. You! Who do you think you are?
We are the children of Bartholomew, Earl of Shiring.
Our father once ruled with a firm but benevolent hand. You must remember how good you had it.
Well, better than now, but that's easy. He did have guts, though, trying to take on Stephen.
So, you are his daughter and son, you say?
Yes. All we know, we learned from him.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Mm-hmm. Even if we work together, Hamley is too powerful.
You ask us to sacrifice our lives for your noble cause, these people will die.
We already have Kingsbridge on our side, including the bright mind of Prior Philip.
Oh, Philip of Kingsbridge. I have heard of him. A wise man, yes.
He took in the survivors of Hamley's raid of Earl's Castle.
Yes, and I was one of them.
He wouldn't let anybody go into certain death. Their plan must be a good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She does.
Venga, que los estamos convenciendo.
I said it before. We all have lost everything, except for our lives. We don't fight other people's battles.
But maybe this is our battle too.
My people will decide for themselves. But I will tell them that I believe that it is indeed a battle worth fighting.
I thank you.
I pray that it will be worth it.
We will all pray, and then we fight.
Venga, va. Bien, lo hemos conseguido. ¿Dónde va? Siguiente.
And so, after 17 years, I finally returned to the place I'd once called home.
Venga, capítulo 9.
There was a small army of famished outlaws hiding in the surrounding woods, waiting for my signal to attack. Led by my vengeful brother, Richard. But I had to be sure that Elizabeth was safe. The poor girl who in my stead had been doomed to become William Hamley's wife.
Venga, que vienen cosas interesantes. A ver si lo consiguen ponernos en tensión. ¡Yeah! Vale. Castle, 1154. La ubicación del castillo construido por el padre del conde Bartolomeo, en las afueras del pueblo comercial de Shirin, fue elegida en su día como sede del condado. El pequeño poblado que emergió en torno al bastión ha llegado a conocerse como Castle. El castillo ha sido siempre la residencia de la familia del conde y sus defensas apenas se han empleado. Tras la violenta conquista a manos de William Hamley, por entonces sucesor de Bartolomé de Shirin, todos los habitantes de la aldea fueron expulsados del castillo y de sus alrededores. Ahora el solo nombre de Castle despierta temor. Desde que terminase la construcción de la Catedral de Shirin, William parece todavía más contrariado. Hay quien cree que ha perdido la fe y que vive solo para satisfacer su gula y codicia a costa de campesinos famélicos.
Get in line and stay in line. You'll all get your chance to pay your dues to Lord Hamley, you hear? So no pushing.
Vale.
Why does Lord Hamley need all that food? He's got more than enough.
Shut it, woman. Smear your face with dung and lower your head. It's the only way you get out of here alive. It's no coincidence that Hamley always asks for women to bring the tributes.
Oh, shut up.
Se han cortado, a este le han cortado las manos.
Patience, patience. Everyone will get a chance to pay their dues to Lord Hamley.
Calm yourself. I'll make sure that nothing will happen to you.
They took a woman in my town. She never came back.
Nothing will happen to you if you just remain calm.
Vamos, desde el primer capítulo.
I'm just a shepherd's daughter. I have no business here.
Shut up.
Are you all right?
What do you think? Of course I'm all right. I'm more
Vale,
all right than anyone else in this crowd. Just because Lord Hamley insists on women to deliver the tributes, don't mean you have to send your youngest and prettiest. Fools.
I want to go home.
Oi, you there. Yes, I meant you. That's a pretty face you got there. You're coming with me.
What? Leave her. Take me instead.
Well, whatever. You'll walk to the other side of the yard and talk to Walter. You'll get yourself.
Uy, que Walter nos va a reconocer.
Don't you dare stray from the path.
Y el Walter también está gordito, ¿sabes?
They say Lord Hamley might lose Shireen soon.
Y lo va a hacer, y lo va a hacer.
Next Earl has us all hanged.
Calm down. None of these royals really care about this shithole.
I know those two. They used to fight for father.
What about Bartholomew's children? There's a lot of bad blood there.
Well, the boy used to fight for Stephen, but as far as I know, he ran out of coin. Now he's just a good-for-nothing playing watchman for those monks in Kingsbridge.
De cómo estaba al principio el pueblo este, al principio del juego, a cómo está ahora. Anda que no se nota. Un estilo a mí sí que me recuerda un poquito. No sé si será la misma compañía o qué.
May I interrupt?
What is it?
How can you fight for someone like William Hamley? My father was nothing like that tyrant.
Oh, dear Lord, it's you.
You always sat in your neat little keep playing hostess to his well-off guests. While the poor snuffed it just as they do now.
Well, at least William treats us as his equals, and not like pawns on aboard a nine-men's Morris.
A ver.
Was my father really that bad?
Your mother could have answered that question.
He once told me that she was very unhappy when she died.
And you never wondered why?
My father was a good earl.
Keep on telling yourself that. But that's not our story.
Many knights fighting for him were former outlaws who had nowhere to go anymore. Your father may have given us food and shelter, but it was no better than what you'd give to livestock.
Desagradecidos.
I'm looking for Lady Elizabeth Hamley.
She's caring for Lady Regan inside the keep.
But only Lord William and Walter are allowed to go there.
And they'll kill you if they find you there.
So you won't help me?
We've already helped you more than enough by not ratting you out.
Vale.
Don't tell anyone that you saw me.
We won't, if you promise to leave now.
Pues sí, no... Fallará. Aquí tenemos al estúpido este, que ya se han hecho mayores, claro, han pasado casi 20 años. 17 años.
Are you done yet?
Almost. Let me just see if I took enough.
No.
Vale.
What are you doing here? You need to leave. Don't come any closer. William has me watched.
What's taking so long?
I forgot the pork. I'll be out shortly. Wait a moment, then follow me. We don't have much time. Hugh will look for me any moment now. So why did you come?
I'm waiting.
We don't have much time.
Are you all right?
If they see me with you, they will kill me. Please, you need to leave.
Que no, espérate.
There's an army of outlaws hiding in the woods waiting for my signal. You need to be out of the way when they come.
But I mustn't leave.
They're very angry at your husband's family, and I want you to be safe.
Will people die?
Claro que habrá muertes.
Yes, people will die.
Y una va a ser William.
That's why you have to come with me.
I can't. Not without Lady Regan. You need to save Lady Regan first.
Why do you care about Regan Hamley?
Oi! You still in there?
She and Walter have been the only kind souls here.
Ah, vale.
Walter? William's dog?
Don't call him that. He's not as bad as people say he is.
No me lo puedo creer.
William won't allow me to talk to him anymore.
Anda.
Now Lady Regan is all I have left. Please, you have to promise that she'll be safe.
I will, if you agree to leave right now.
Is that a promise?
It is.
All right, I will try to sneak off then.
Hurry up in there.
Qué pesado
Do you
eres.
want me to come in and pull you out?
I need to go.
Thank the Lord she made it through. Now, I have to find Regan Hamley.
Vale.
I don't see her here.
Vale.
I'm keeping it.
Prefiero quedármela, entonces. Nada, este hombre está aquí, en la muralla.
Elizabeth claims you aren't such a bad person after all.
Am I not? Have you forgotten that I killed your family steward?
You got problems over there, Walter?
I need to talk to the Lady Hamley. I want you to take me to her.
You've got guts, I'll give you that. But why should I listen to you?
I would be a better ruler than my father. I know my father wasn't always a good and just person. He killed, just as William does. But I would fight to be better. I would listen to the needs of this land's people.
So, you think I'm a nice bloke? And you think Lady Hamley really cares for someone like you? Don't make me laugh. Hugh!
What?
I promise, once my family is back in charge, things will get better for everyone. Or do you really not care for all the starving people?
I don't believe you. But it's not up to me to judge these things. I'll take you to Lady Hamley. She'll decide.
Vale, a ver, llévame.
My lady?
Elizabeth.
She's not here. But there's someone else to see you. The Lady Aliena of Shiring.
Cómo abre los ojos, las expresiones.
Lady Aliena, when did that bitch become nobility again?
I'm sorry for intruding, but this is very important.
Important? As if anything you have to say could be of any importance to me.
I'm certain you've heard about the treaty the king made with Duke Henry at Wallingford Castle.
I have. I have also heard that it's a muddled mess.
It is a complicated deal indeed, but one that will end the war. And one that makes my family the rightful owners of this earldom once more.
Only by word. There's no one who would come to enforce this, not even the king.
Don't you see what your son is doing to the land? Soon there won't be an earldom left to rule for anyone.
That's a lie. My William is a better earl than your father ever was.
Sí, no sé yo qué
To
decirte.
think that I once wanted to marry my good William into a family like yours. Not a day goes by when I am not glad that God saved us from that horrible fate. And that he sent that monk to Bishop Waleran to unveil your father's evil plan.
What monk?
That prior of Kingsbridge.
Oh!
Philip of Gwynedd.
What?
Where is my Elizabeth? Why is she not here?
I promised your son's wife that I'd make certain you'd be safe.
Safe from what? From a pack of impotent monks?
I have an army outside the gates, ready to attack.
What?
Get Elizabeth. I want her at my side when the fighting starts.
She's gone.
Gone? What do you mean? Gone where?
I told her to leave Earl's Castle. She suffered enough under your son.
William didn't lay a finger on her.
He did. More than once, milady.
That is a lie.
It's up to you if this ends in a bloodbath or not.
Oh!
It's all up to you.
In the name of the true Earl of Shiring, make them suffer!
They're coming.
Mother? Mother, we're being attacked.
A ver.
What's going on here?
Con el suéter sucio y todo de comida.
Bitch doing here?
Que es la habitación de ella.
She's trying to take everything.
Is she? Is she now?
Leave it.
Shut up, old man.
A ver si conseguimos convencer. O igual será. Digo, a ver si conseguimos convencerla.
What's going on here? What's that bitch doing here?
She's trying to bargain.
She's trying to take everything.
Is she? Is she now?
Leave it.
Shut up, old man.
¡Muérete! ¡Bien muerto!
Cut that whore up, Walter!
No. You brought this on yourself.
You bloody traitor! Someone get up here! Men! You will pay. You will all pay for this.
Se me ha escapado un poco el muérete, Perdón. Pero bueno, os sigo diciendo que os leáis el libro, por favor. Bebiendo café. Bueno, refresquito. Vas al infierno. Y lo sabes.
Now we tell his men.
Jo, me acaban de cambiar el final del libro, Esto no me ha gustado, Pero bueno, Alienas ha tomado la justicia por su mano y bueno.
Drop your weapons immediately.
Behold the banner of the new Earl of Shiring.
No lo consiguen así.
Everyone, listen. Lord Hamley is dead. The castle now belongs to the former Earl's family again.
What? You're shitting us.
It was the King's wish.
Who killed him?
He died because he refused to hand over Earl's Castle peacefully.
He died by my hand. My name is Lady Aliena of Shiring. I'm the daughter of Bartholomew, the former Earl of these lands. I've been tasked to end the tyranny of William Hamley and restore order to Shiring.
Our occupation of Shiring has been made unlawful. Every attack on us is sanctioned by the King of the English.
So what will happen to us then?
I shall tell the king that William Hamley forced you to do his bidding. That every atrocity done to the people of Shiring was his doing and his alone.
You will get your chance for redemption by helping the people of Shiring recover from your own
Es un buen
cruelty.
final, Joma, en serio.
And by rebuilding their homes and tending to their fields.
Ali, I know that you're a much better leader than I. Without you, we would never have come this far. You never hesitated with swearing and fulfilling the oath to father. In the end, I will be the Earl in name only, but you shall be the true
Esto sí que lo han
ruler of
respetado.
Shiring.
Don't say that. We'll do it together.
Let's discuss this later. I owe you a lot, Ali. The tyranny of William Hamley is over! The earldom of Shiring belongs to its rightful heir!
Pero bueno, esta muerte también me gusta, El rey Enrique II, en la presencia de un consejo y corte, declara a Shirin y cada una de sus ciudades sea devuelta a sus legítimos dueños en cumplimiento del Tratado de Wallingford. En el plazo fijado para su gobierno, los herederos de sangre del corte de Bartolomeo de Shirin deberán reclamar su título. Por tanto, Richard de Shirin será proclamado conde en la ceremonia inaugural. Bien.
Send a messenger to Kingsbridge to let Prior Philip know that Shiring is finally free.
What is it? Why are they laughing?
You can send a messenger if you want, but there won't be much of a prior left when he arrives.
Ali, what's going on?
Que hemos dejado el priorato sin gente y a ver cómo nos las aclaramos.
The Pope
vale,
believes
este
we
ya
should
me
either
acuerdo
burn
cuál
him
es.
or make him Bishop of Kingsbridge.
I have already taken matters into my own hands.
My men arrested him while Kingsbridge was left unguarded.
While his friends took Earl's Castle?
Yes.
At least in his death, William Hamley was of use to you.
Fin.
Look at all these people. It seems like they're enjoying themselves.
They never change. You drooling dogs should be ashamed!
Shut up, you old hag!
Ellen?
I'm not feeling well.
I'll stay with you. Go ahead. We'll come after you. Quick! You can't be too late.
Is your mother ill?
It's not that. This is where they hanged my father.
A ver, no os perdáis esto, a ver cómo queda. Van a jugar a Philip.
Begins. The judges, brother of Stephen, King of the English, the Right Reverend Bishop Henry of Winchester, Her Highness, the Countess Lady Aliena of Shiring, presiding over the trial, the Right Reverend Bishop of Shiring and Kingsbridge, Wailerun by God.
Qué malo que es.
Please. The church is not without fault. We have gathered here today before the eyes of God to accuse one of our own. He wrote in his book that the church and the papacy are not necessary as intercessors between God and man. That God is in man, that all men are equal, and that each sinner is as close to our Lord as the Pope himself. Now, we ask God for his judgment, for his is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Not ours, and not yours.
Este es malísimo. Ha conseguido lo que ha querido. Convertirse en obispo.
Philip of Gwynedd, how do you plead? Answer!
I am not guilty.
Your teachings speak another language. Guilty, I say.
I am deeply saddened. It may come as a surprise to you, but we had hoped to make you Bishop of Kingsbridge. Why has it come to this, Philip?
In part, I am to blame. I supported Philip in his early years. I demand that Philip be removed from his position of prior immediately.
No.
And that he remain in captivity until such time that Shiring and all of England have healed from the poisonous words he has dispersed.
No!
What? Yes?
You are accusing Philip because he has defied you.
I made him prior, and grateful he was not. But no, I accuse him because his teachings are false. And I intend to prove that Philip's decisions have been more than misguided in the past. Call in Remigius.
A ver, Remigius, por favor, ayúdanos un
The Prior
poquito.
of Shiring, Father Remigius.
My bishop.
Tell the court, Remigius, what you have told me.
For many years, I served as sub-prior of Kingsbridge.
First for Prior James, then for the accused.
What was your first impression of him?
I was offended by his bluntness and accusations during the chapter discussions.
What else?
Prior Philip did not hesitate to give refuge to the people fleeing Earl's Castle in the winter that our king died.
Is that not a good deed? A true Christian act?
You do not know him as well as you think you do, Lady Aliena. Today, that will change.
The future master builder of our cathedral and his woman were among those taking refuge. They were living in sin. They were unmarried and fornicating. Philip allowed them to stay.
Why would he do that?
I do not know, my bishop.
Maybe because he himself was involved in similar affairs. We will
Ah,
see.
sí.
Then, on the day of our first fleece fair, we were attacked.
I heard. It was terrible.
I tried to soothe the woman's pain by reading the scripture to her.
Y una mierda.
The
¿Querías
builder's
dejarla ahí?
woman I have spoken of tried to put a spell on her with poisonous herbs.
And Philip intervened.
Yes. He pushed me aside and gave the woman poison.
It is worse than I thought.
It was no poison.
And then there was the day the Virgin Mary's statue arrived in Kingsbridge. I did not believe it was a miracle.
Clearly, it is a miracle. I hear of many who were healed in Kingsbridge.
Nos lo van a ahorcar, ¿eh?
Well, I soon realized it was a true miracle, but Philip did not. He was only after the money people donated at the Virgin Shrine. That is why I left.
I believe there is one more thing you have not told us about. Something very important.
Yes. Philip has fathered a child.
Venga, va.
A son.
Pero si no moja en
He
su vida.
raised him in the priory.
Jonathan of Kingsbridge, step forward.
This is preposterous.
Is it?
Is this true? Are you Philip's son? Answer the question, Jonathan of Kingsbridge.
I have no father.
Everyone has a father.
That may be. But if Philip was my father, he would have told me.
How do you know he did not lie to you?
Speak. Answer the bishop.
Philip would never lie. He told me that I was found in the woods.
In the woods? Is this true, Philip? Or are you lying? Well, you told the story so many times.
He was abandoned in the woods. My brother found him.
Your brother? The brother whose master you betrayed?
What are you talking about?
Philip tried to involve me in a conspiracy against his brother's master, Earl Robert of Gloucester.
Madre mía, cómo lo están liando todo, ¿eh?
Earl Bartholomew, your father, Lady Aliena. Philip took in all those refugees years ago because he was to blame for their fate, as he was for yours when you lost your father and your earldom. That Lady Aliena is the man you are trying to protect. Well?
I know that he is a troubled man. We've all had to make hard decisions. Decisions that seemed right at the time. When indeed, they were terrible mistakes. I am thankful that I was forgiven when I made a mistake. Now I forgive him. Let us now return to the problem at hand. There is a man who witnessed how Jonathan was found in the forest. A man who can shed light on who Jonathan's father really is.
And who is that?
My husband.
Step forward. What is your name?
He is the master builder of Kingsbridge.
Have you lost your courage?
No, I have not. You know well why it would be hard for me to face you. They call me Jack, after my father. My name is Jack Jackson.
Yes, we have met before.
Y te vas a
How old were
cagar.
you when you allegedly saw Jonathan as a child in the woods?
12. But I know what I saw. Philip told the truth.
You were a child. And what were you doing there, in the woods?
I was living in the forest, with my mother.
They were outlaws.
Prior Remigius is the most trustworthy witness we've seen today, and his statement was quite damning to Philip. The distant memories of an outlawed child cannot convince me otherwise.
He fathered a child!
Let
him
go!
He would never do that!
And yet, Lady Aliena is right. We do not know enough to judge him as harshly as you proposed, Bishop Waleran.
You are right, Bishop Henry. As I said, it is not up to us to judge this man. Philip of Gwynedd has pleaded innocent, but how innocent is he? We ask God for his judgment. As Bishop of Kingsbridge and Shiring, I demand an ordeal
Claro, el fuego lo quema todo.
This is madness!
Philip of Gwynedd will be tried and judged at the stake. If he is innocent, God will save him from the flames.
Pues ya puede llover,
If he
ya.
is not, then he will burn as the heretic and sinner God has declared him to be.
No!
Venga, va, casi te vas a cagar.
Waleran, by God! Not this time.
It's
her. I saw the child and Francis. I was there. Philip is not the child's father. He is a fool, but he is a good man.
Then, who is the father?
Tom Builder.
They are all in this together. This woman is a witch and an outlaw. Living in
¿Cómo
sin
está
with a
intentando,
thief.
eh?
He was hanged in Shiring 30 years ago.
He was not a thief. He was a good man. You've murdered him, Waleran, by God.
What is this nonsense?
Anda, que el juicio está
He
cambiando.
was a thief. He stole a golden chalice and melted it down and sold it.
What chalice?
The chalice of the Eucharist. He stole it from the Cathedral of Kingsbridge.
¿Y cómo lo sabes tú?
Yes, Friar James of Kingsbridge caught him red-handed.
¿Este?
Is that the chalice? You said it was melted down and sold.
Fall not for their lies. That could be any chalice. This does not prove a thing.
Where did you find this chalice?
In a secret chamber. We believe Prior James hid it because he felt guilty for falsely accusing Jack's father.
What proof do you have?
He told me. The night the cathedral burned down, I was there, I saw him.
Prior James died weeks before that.
No, he did not.
Bishop Henry, he speaks the truth.
Order! I
Bueno,
will give you
bueno.
until sunset to produce a witness who can prove your accusations against Bishop Waleran. Not just this chalice. If you fail to do this, I will make sure you are tried for defamation. Philip of Gwynedd, you will stay under arrest. The trial recommences at sunset.
Ale.
We need a witness.
What are you doing there?
I've seen you draw up plans for a cathedral. Maybe we can do something similar to find our witness.
No, que se ha
Let's
cerrado
see.
aún. A ver, va.
Your father.
He looks just like you.
My grandmother said he did.
And Bishop Waleran. What are the connections? Maybe, by exploring them, we can find a witness.
Good idea.
Jack's father. If he was still with us, he could be our witness.
Maybe he still can. Mother says Waleran was behind my father's death.
And she said he wasn't alone. There were 3 men responsible for your father's death. Bishop Waleran.
Claro.
Percy Hamley.
Que ya está
Back
muerto.
then, he was the sheriff of Shiring. And Prior James of Kingsbridge.
If they were all there, then they were all witnesses.
And only Waleran's still alive.
Hardly a coincidence. Why would these 3 men work together to falsely accuse your father?
He was on the White Ship. No one survived that night. No one lived to tell the story.
El rey del Henry.
He was the sole survivor.
And then they killed him. But why? And what about the ship? William Hamley's father? Why would Waleran, Percy, and James be concerned about the White Ship?
The son and heir of King Henry was on board. So were other possible heirs and other members of the royal household. I heard that Stephen was supposed to be on the ship as well, but became ill. He was the only male heir. The only threats were the king's daughter Maud and her half-brother Earl Robert, and they've been at war ever since.
And your father, Earl Bartholomew. He was a threat. He tried to stop Stephen and paid for that with his life. Maybe my father saw something on the White Ship. Proof that Stephen was involved.
What about the king?
If Stephen was responsible for the sinking, then he may have wanted the only witness of what really happened to disappear.
But he wouldn't have done it himself, of course.
No.
No.
Bishop Waleran is at the center of all.
Do you think Stephen would have approached Percy directly?
Because of the White Ship? To help him cover up his tracks?
Esto está bien, ¿eh? Como
I
vamos
don't think
enlazando.
so. I think it's more likely that Waleran contacted Percy. Just like he did when he wanted Percy to arrest my father.
Vale.
Do you think the king told James to arrest my father?
No. I find it much more likely that James was instructed to frame your father by Waleran, his superior. As Archdeacon, Waleran was much more involved in politics than James would have been.
I wonder if my father ever learned why he was killed.
If the White Ship is involved, then it's likely that Waleran was told by King Stephen to murder your father.
But he was not king back then. Why would Waleran listen to him?
Porque le prometería
he was
algo.
promised to become bishop.
Of course.
Remember, Bishop Henry is Stephen's brother, and back then he was already one of the most influential clerics in all of England.
But if Bishop Henry is in on all this, what chance do we have to turn this trial around?
It is a public trial. All we want is for Philip to go free. We find a witness to expose Waleran. Henry would have to play along to appear innocent.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Tenemos que
It's our
intentarlo.
best shot.
Hay que intentarlo. Entonces,
It's possible that King Stephen asked Waleran to kill Jackson.
My father wanted to go to England. He was the only one who made it when the White Ship sank.
vale, ¿qué más enlazamos?
What about Prior James?
James was the prior of Kingsbridge.
That's where they say your father stole the chalice, melted it and sold it.
But we know that's not true.
As we found it, Philip recognized the chalice.
But Bishop Henry wants a witness. The chalice isn't enough.
But it's an important lead for us. I think we're getting closer.
James claimed that your father had stolen the chalice and sold it. But instead, James himself hid it in Kingsbridge, in the crypt.
We found his scourge in a bed down there.
That secret chamber is important.
Coño, cada vez más difícil.
Why was the chalice hidden? And by whom?
You said Prior James was full of regret. He probably couldn't just destroy the chalice. Not even after he used it to frame your father. It was the chalice of the Eucharist, after all. And a token for what he did.
Everyone thought Prior James was dead. That he broke into the ice. And now we know he was hidden away.
Why did his monks believe he was dead?
Sub-Prior Remigius told everyone he had found James' rosary by the river. So everyone thought the body had been washed away. They buried an empty casket.
But how is Remigius involved?
Philip told me that Remigius was there when Waleran made Philip prior. Waleran and Remigius knew each other.
That explains why Waleran later made Remigius prior of Shiring.
And Remigius recognized my mother when we arrived in Kingsbridge. He must have been there at the time my father was arrested. I think Remigius knows all about this.
Is it possible that Waleran told Remigius to make Prior James disappear when James began to talk about what they'd done?
When James started talking to the devil.
But for some reason, Remigius hid him away. But Waleran never knew. Yes, that explains why he really didn't believe you. When you said you had seen James in the fire.
Where James died after all. And Remigius thought no one knew.
We have to find Remigius. He's
Ahora,
our
vamos a
witness.
buscarlo. Venga,
Let's hurry. It's getting dark already.
vamos. A ver si lo
The trial
conseguimos
will continue
convencer.
soon.
People know you two. You shouldn't walk around shiring like that.
He's right.
I'll go look for him.
Venga, va, que manejamos a Jonathan.
Take care of your... And Jonathan.
Yes?
We will talk later about what was said today. About Tom.
All right. Remigius, now where are you?
Venga.
Brothers?
What is it?
Have you seen the Prior of Shiring, Remigius?
We have not. And now step back, brother. We must be done by nightfall.
Have you seen Father Remigius, the Prior of Shiring?
He was here a moment ago.
Where's he now?
What do you want with him? Yeah, what do you want with him?
Oh, forget it. He was here.
Pues no está muy lejos.
They saw him. He can't have gone far.
Vamos aquí. En la taberna, ¿ves? Está aquí emborrachándose o algo y nos cuenta la verdad. Es que está el
I don't
otra
see
cosa.
anyone here.
Vale, pues vamos aquí. Ya lo acusan de herejía, ¿sabes? Casa grande. Venga.
Everyone left for the trial, it seems. Hello?
Do you want to go in, Father?
No, not yet. Thank you.
Are you not with Prior Philip?
Yes, I am.
I pray they'll set him free.
He's a good man.
He is a heretic!
Anda, vete a
You're
hacer la mano.
fools! Look at yourselves! Who are you to judge a man who has never hurt anyone?
Forgive them, Father.
We don't judge him, but God will!
Mira, ahí está, ahí está. ¿Dónde vas?
Remigius? I don't think he's here.
Ven aquí, cobarde.
Wait, was that him? I think I saw him.
Sí. Ves a rezar, ves a rezar. ¿Qué vas a ver tú? ¿Y esto qué es?
Have you seen a priest walk through here? Father Remigius?
No, sorry, I haven't.
All right.
Hey.
Es Alfred.
Yes?
You're Jonathan, right?
Yes, I am. And who are you?
Never mind, but there's something you should know. Tom Builder. He left you behind because your mother died. He had no way to feed you. He thought he had no other choice.
Aquí lo han pintado muy bueno, Alfred.
He went looking for you an hour later, but you were gone. And when he finally found you in Kingsbridge, he was there for you ever since. But he thought he'd lost the right to be your father.
Just who are you?
Just remember what I said. I pray they won't burn Philip. He's a good man.
Can we go home, Daddy?
Yes. Let's go home.
Me queda muerta. Aquí lo han pintado demasiado bueno. Pero bueno. Es que también...
Hello?
Cállate, Verónica.
Is anyone there?
You had one task.
By God! No!
Our bishop is very
displeased. No! What are you doing?
I'm doing what is asked of me.
Stop it!
No! Stay away! This does not concern you! No!
Who told you to do this?
No one!
¡Adiós! Timothy muere, obviamente que muere. Se va a pegar una hostia. ¡Qué flipis!
Why did he do this to you?
I will tell you. I will tell
Menos mal.
everyone.
Bueno. Venga.
Do you have a witness?
Father Remigius, Prior of Shiring.
Where is
Y
Timothy?
voló. ¿Dónde está Timothy? Muerto.
What they told you is true. Bishop Waleran wanted the jongleur Jacques Cherbourg dead. He ordered our Prior James to frame him. And so he did.
This is a lie.
Is it?
James lost his mind because of what he did for you. He was about to tell everyone the truth. And then you ordered me to kill him.
Nonsense.
Let him speak.
I couldn't do it. I hit him, but he died in the fire.
Ah, le ordenó que lo
Jack saw
matara.
him. It was him. I found the bones after the fire, and I buried them.
You should put an end to this, Henry. You really should.
Why would I?
You should stop this, for your own sake. You knew about all this.
Why would I care if that jongleur lived or died?
Your brother cared. The jongleur survived the sinking of the White Ship. He saw how your brother's men killed the king's family so that he could take the throne.
¿Cómo?
This is preposterous.
Que sí, hijo, sí.
Bishop Henry and King Stephen ordered us to kill the man.
La iglesia tiene las manos más
That's the
sucias.
truth. Right there.
It is not. Waleran is a liar.
Regan Hamley.
Who is she?
I have waited long enough for this day. It is time I raise my voice. The woman, Ellen, she spoke the truth.
Menos
Three
mal.
men were responsible for the death of the jongleur. James, the Prior of Kingsbridge. The Sheriff, my husband, Percy Hamley. But it was
Protesto.
Waleran who was behind it. And only Waleran.
Los están muertos.
He had heard rumors about the White Ship, about our king. He had hoped to win the king's favor by hanging an innocent man.
But it was not just me. They all knew.
Take him away.
This is for taking my husband's life.
It was Waleran.
Oh, we did it. It's over.
Yes, it's over.
No, no pasa así.
Thank you, Lady
No.
Hamley.
Pero bueno, lo han enfocado bastante bien.
Must learn his lesson.
The Pope would agree. This trial is not over. Philip pleaded not guilty.
Menos mal.
But he challenged the teachings and the authority of the Church. The ordeal of fire will take place. To show that the Church is not above God. To show that my brother, the King of the English, is not above God. Not we, but God shall judge this man.
This is madness.
Que estoy intentando hacer los menos spoilers posibles.
No! You cannot do this!
This is now a matter of the Church, Lady Aliena. My brother, the King, and I accepted the traitor Waleran into our midst. We were fools and sinners, even if we did not know. I pray that our Lord will save Philip from these flames, for his salvation shall be a salvation for all of us sinners.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
Light the pyre!
My God, there must be something we can do.
Stop this madness!
No. No. No, 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 no. No. ¿En serio? No. Me da que el juego debe tener, depende de las acciones que haces, un final u otro. Debe de tener varios finales. Me lo voy a mirar en YouTube de algún que otro jugador. Bueno, realmente lo queman por el libro que ha escrito. Y es que en el libro no recuerdo yo que él escribiera algún tipo de libro que la iglesia no le gustara. No, está vivo. Está vivo. ¿Qué es Philip? Es Philip, ¿no?
Ah, Philip.
It is so good to see you, Jonathan.
Tell me, how are things at St. John in the Forest?
Francis is well.
That is wonderful.
Yes, he enjoys the life there.
Igual nos cuenta cómo se salvó de la pira.
Well, you have a visitor. He just arrived.
Is that not a good thing, Jonathan? Who is it?
That is just it. I wasn't sure if you wanted to see him.
Es Ramius, ¿no? Será. A ver, yo estaba pensando, lo único que puede pasar es que empezara a llover y se apagara la pira, o lo sacaran de la pira, no lo sé. Igual eran.
Yes, it has. I had to know.
Know what?
The truth is, I never saw God or the devil. Have you?
Oh Lord, deliver us from evil. Our Father, who art in heaven,
My God,
hallowed be
there
thy
must be
name.
something we can
Thy
do.
kingdom come,
Stop this
thy will be done on earth as it is
Are
in
you
heaven.
blind? Do you not know that a fire will burn any man, no matter who he is?
Why are you doing this?
After Wayland's words, there is doubt in their hearts about my motives, about my brothers. No words can erase that doubt, but God can. Our Lord is a cleansing fire.
He's still alive. It's a miracle. He is among us. God is here.
Bueno, aquí se han fumado algo, pero oye, está bastante bien.
How is this possible?
It's all a matter of perspective.
We have to stop this.
No, Jack. Come.
My God.
No, but that's what they see. That's what they believe.
No estoy entendiendo nada. El agua. Ah, vale. Tiene agua en los pies.
To them, it's a miracle.
The justice of our church. I believe Philip understands that now. His book will be destroyed.
Un truqui,
If you
sí.
or your friends ever mention the white ship again, I promise you will take prior
El
Philip's
chantaje
place,
que le han hecho al acusar al
and God will
hermano,
not be as forgiving.
han hecho un poco el paripé.
Your church is restored. I say it was worth sparing that monk's life. Promise me that Wayland will suffer.
Igual eran sufrió. 1175. Es como la muñeca esa de que lloraba.
Philip?
Yes?
Did you see God? Did he save you that night?
I told him. He only smiled at me. I never saw him again, as long as I lived.
La codicia, la avaricia. Es que la iglesia entonces tenía tanto poder hasta el punto de poder meter mano a quién gobernaba y quién no, ¿eh?
Philip is back.
Philip! Did you walk all the way? Again?
Just part of it.
Old fool.
Ellen stayed in Kingsbridge. I thought I had lost God, that he did not watch over us. But now I see him every day. He is in the good we do, in how we show our love. Jack's hands had become rough, his hair gray. But his eyes still burned bright, like hot coals.
It's good to see you.
Aliena's gaze could be as stern as her father's had been. But her heart and wit made her a leader people did not follow out of fear, but out of respect and loyalty.
Jonathan told us you had a visitor.
Just an old friend.
What do you think of this window?
Jonathan came to look more and more like his father, Tom. As Prior of Kingsbridge, he is also a builder of sorts.
I use mostly warm colours. What good are the large windows if it feels cold?
Sally is as stubborn and as gifted as her parents. It is her stained glass windows the light is falling through. She has children of her own now.
And I'd like to show you the plans for the new cloister.
Tommy will be the next master builder, and is as silent as his grandfather was. Once I heard him admonish his father to be more serious at work. Jack
Ay, la Marta, qué
only
vieja está.
smiled. He knew Tommy was right. Martha stayed in Kingsbridge as well. She was always there for every one of us.
Is the judge done now?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself?
Is the judge done now?
It will never be done.
Nunca lo
Not
estará.
in my lifetime. Not in yours.
Remember us for what we did, for who we were, and maybe for what we tried to be. And when you turn your eyes to
Qué
our
bonito.
cathedral, maybe you will see yourself.
Terminamos los pilares de la tierra, gente. No me lo puedo creer. Maravillada me hallo. Tengo que decir que estoy muy satisfecha con el juego, de verdad. No, a pesar de que han cambiado muchas cosas y está claro que las 1500 páginas del libro es imposible ponerlas en un juego así, en el sentido de que al final te resultaría aburrido porque hay zonas que dices, uff. Y aquí se han quitado las descripciones de las de cómo construían las catedrales, las vidrieras, cómo lo hacían. He echado de menos cosas interesantes y creo que también le han quitado un poco de agresividad. Aún así, me ha gustado el tema de investigar, de preguntar, el hacer con cosas. La verdad es que el libro de Philip, el de la Biblia, no lo hemos utilizado, pero igual hubiera empezado a recitar versos o vete tú a saber. Sí, y la relación de Aliena con Jack, pues bueno, se han saltado cosas, pero bueno, que yo entiendo que si no, no hubiera sido un juego igual de 20 horas. Hubiera sido un juego muy largo. Y bueno, el William lo han calcado a la perfección, pero estoy un poco defraudada con Alfred. En el libro es un hijo de puta también. Y bueno, aquí creo que han intentado pues enmendar un poco lo cabrón que es. Bueno, y aparte de que en el libro pues tienes más batallas, más guerras. Philip hace lo que puede por conseguir construir la catedral. Incluso a veces él mismo se dice, no sé si estoy pecando de si estoy haciendo los temas por Dios o por yo conseguirlo. Y es un tío muy ingenioso, tiene ideas para todo. Y Aliena pues bastante fiel, es un poquito más seca y arisca en el libro, pero aquí es un poquito más amable, más graciosa. Venga, Jeepis, muy buenas noches. Y nada, gente, yo creo que pues ya lo podemos dejar. No sé si saldrá algo al final, vamos a esperar los créditos. Han sido unas 7 horas, como habéis dicho por ahí. Sí, son un huevo de páginas. Y ha estado bastante bien porque casi toda la tarde, prácticamente toda la tarde, hemos sido entre 12 y 15 personas. Y aunque no han hablado mucho, pero bueno, entiendo que no hablé mucho la gente. La verdad es que el otro día me metí en un directo inglés. El chico entró, bueno, y una de las chicas, y su canal daba pues como publicidad de que yo tenía un canal de Twitch. Y una de las personas hablaba y dice, uy, los pilares de la tierra, estás jugando el juego. Y una de esas personas, 3 de ellas, se han suscrito al canal. Así que igual supongo que han estado de fondo, pero como no hablarán español, digo yo, se habrán quedado viendo, como está en inglés el juego. De todas formas me he quedado un poco traumatizada cuando he visto que a Philip lo quemaban y yo, no puede ser, no me pueden quemar a Philip, es imposible. Es un señor, la vida de Philip te la resumen un poquito en uno de los capítulos, pero al principio del libro te cuenta un poco pues su vida, sus padres y cosas de esas. El juego me ha gustado muchísimo. Ha habido partes que me han parecido un poquito lentas, pero me ha gustado, me ha gustado. En el libro, pues por ejemplo, tienes capítulos con Walleran, tienes capítulos con William, con varios personajes, ya que en el libro solo estás con Tom, con Aliena, Jack. Y bueno, también me hubiera gustado que hubieran puesto un poquito más la vida de la madre de Jack, que se queda preñada con 14-15 años, creo que era, y cómo sobrevive y cómo maldice a la iglesia tras matar al hombre que ella ama. Y luego lo loca que está y cómo la iglesia intenta no tenerla dentro. Claro, es que sabe demasiado. Y cuando están ajusticiando a Philip, pues es que hay que leerse el libro. Yo os lo recomiendo. Aún así, si no os apetece leerlo porque es muy espeso o porque no lo tenéis físico y no os gusta leerlo en PDF, ya os he dicho en iVoox, lo tenéis en audiolibro. Y la verdad es que el tío, que es Casiopea, lo lee súper bien, con intriga, dándole... Vamos, no solo leer, lo lee con ganas. Y cada capítulo, pues igual uno dura 4 horas o hubo otro que duró 6 horas. Y es lo que os recomiendo. Voy a ver si le doy a escape esto. Igual se salta toque, y que la banda sonora también me ha gustado bastante. Y los dibujos tipo así de Long Dark, tipo cartoon, ha estado bastante bien. Muy bien. A ver. Nada, ya está. Ya sería volver a hacer el capítulo. Pues nada, gente, muchas gracias por la compañía. Gracias, Joma, por estar. Miguel, que seguramente se habrá dormido ya. Y todos los que os habéis pasado. No voy a hacer raid porque no sé quién habrá por ahí. Y nada, mañana si nos vemos, a ver si puedo tener puesto ya el de Walking Dead, el primero, y si no, pues el de Witcher. Así que buenas noches, gente. Muy buenas noches. Hasta mañana. Adiós.